работать без него. Так что это хорошо, что они развили ветку мэра. О, кстати, вы сразу можете видеть то, как выглядит консоль спидранеров, потому что создавать там отдельный сейф нафиг надо. Просто создал отдельный профиль локальный на Nintendo. Это
Чисто
удобно, кстати.
попрактисить отдельные скипы там. Вот
Да,
всё.
очень удобно. На Нинке это еще быстро так работает. Семейная консоль все-таки. А вот, увы.
Ну, это дефолт. Если вы хотите адвансить, что-то делать в играх, вы всегда кучу профилей заводите. Там еще игры с разных регионов брать, вот это все.
Да. Ну, кстати, важный момент. Крисариус слева на вебке, но его ран справа. А халqe на вебке справа и ран слева или нет? Или я путаю?
Не могли их зеркально отобразить.
Да, они их неправильно поставили.
Не так сели.
Мгм. В общем-то,
Заметьте,
правый раннер
сразу
левит с левого экрана, а левый раннер бегает на правом экране. Вот так.
менюинг по-разному делают, кстати. Но, в принципе, без разницы. где.
Ну, тут я, кстати, читерством считаю, потому что на секунду раньше кое-кто стартанул. Это отрыв теперь в 1 секунду будет. Смотрим различия версий. Вы представляете, цвет волос другой.
Ужасть.
halqe — это он слева. halqe слева. А Крисариус — это она справа, на вебке. Их просто перепутали раны местами. Им бы экран, на самом деле, переставить, чтобы не путать людей. Ну да ладно, или пересадить.
Реально ретекстур.
Ты чего? Я не вижу ретекстуры, это реколор. Это именно реколор. Они текстуры даже не переделали, они перекрасили.
Да.
Yeah, it actually matches ESA because Scarlet is just red and mostly blue, but Violet has purple and yellow drip. So, you know, we all know what the better version of it for this run is, right?
Хочу, кстати, заметить, что спидранеры бы стали бегать какую-нибудь версию типа Shine Diamond и просто Diamond. Всегда бы брали просто Diamond, потому что если бы в текстах появлялось слово Shine Diamond Diamond, то Diamond было бы короче, и они бы просто ранили эту версию. И я только сейчас задумался, что количество букв в версии покемонов может реально складываться в какое-то время в конце рана.
Violet получается быстрее. На одну букву.
Как текст нарисовывается, конечно, но тогда. Я просто помню, куча же ранов есть, в которых мы называем персонажа одной буквой какой-нибудь, потому что время отрисовки текста влияет на спидран, и одна буква очень сильно экономит.
В старых же RPG еще манипы на никах персонажей
Ой,
делаются.
да, этот Golden Sun, который вообще с именем персонажа позволяет перекодить игру. О, сейчас будет главный дифференс в версиях. Да, правильно, вы можете говорить одних и тех же покемонов сначала, просто чел в другом цвете костюма стоит.
Даже покемон не отличается. Что там нам обещал много покемонов других? Базовые покемоны — это базовые покемоны.
Нельзя выдать другую базу, как говорится.
Это вот в Pokémon Yellow можно сразу Пикачу взять.
Хочу заметить, вы можете заметить, вы можете заметить, да, простите за тавтологию, как будто культура в фоне иногда. Там пропадает тень, появляется тень и прочие проблемы. Не обращайте внимания, это спидранеры сломали, он тоже вот такая сломанная. Я не знаю, у них все патчи установлены, все нет.
Ну, я думаю, без патчей повеселее. Они, кстати, на чем райд они используют? Один контроллер?
Так, подожди, мы бойся.
Окей.
There are some generations where there's some lacking Pokemon, but not here. They're all
Так,
very very powerful.
должно вроде
Нормально.
Yeah, now
легчать,
we're finally
но мы не
having to go into the world.
гарантируем.
We'll be
Мне
closing on
интересно,
Only my
глич
Pokemon.
с джойконами используется в лиге, что игра, она, короче, работает так, что сколько у нас джойконов, настолько мы быстрее бегаем. Не помогло?
Lord Mouse.
Ну, ждем. Это само пройдет. Не знаю почему.
Давай еще перезайдем.
Ну, давай.
That should be that should be fun. So
Пурум-пурум.
yeah, as Halk said, the 80% run actually started
Был,
with
ладно.
Quaxley, then move over to Coco, and that's now been the
Вот там есть такой прикол, что можно подключить к консоли несколько джойконов, и если на них всех input тут передвижение вперед удерживать, то тогда вы будете сильно быстрее идти. Так они ставят никнеймы из
Это
донатов.
никнеймы, да, из донатов. Джошимус. Понятно. Лорд.
Welcome to the team, Joshimus.
Лорд Мау 5.
So one thing that's changed in Pokemon is the games are slowly getting more dynamic with how you move.
Так, и меня только что поставили в тупик фразы «Валит слева, а Скарлет справа»,
Меня тоже.
потому что вы задали вопрос, который нельзя задавать.
Сейчас профессоров увидим и скажем.
Ну,
Пока что
давай
это
пока
просто
по
ретиксует.
цвету предположим. Да. Типа, какой цвет вызывает у тебя ассоциация Скарлет?
Слева Вайлет, я понял.
Да. Типа, Скарлет это красный, а Вайлет это синенький. То есть Скарлет справа, Вайлет слева. Все.
Вот, конечно. Roses are red and violets are blue. Speedrun Pokemon, I commenting you.
Боже, вот этот вот скипосик прям.
Гейминг. Наш первый райвал это не Мона.
Ну смотри, какая большая разница в версиях. Я вот прям поражаюсь, насколько много работы они проделали. Они даже цвет штанов покрасили главному герою.
Not enough for her. Unfortunately, Hop still wins that with a grand total of, I believe, 7 in any percent. And that's even a shorter game, by the way. So this is
Зеленая челка. Классический цвет для райвала.
Знаешь, мне кажется, в один момент игры по покемонам смогут делать яички.
Я думаю,
Может, уже.
яички сделают игры лучше.
Ну ладно, они сейчас отработают, это как бы тестовые, с багуликами, такими с небольшими проблемами. Вот третья часть, вот она наберет масштабы.
Да блин, на яички уже давно делают игры, там на Sony тайтлы посмотреть, они все одинаковые были.
Тогда крупные компании спамят. Вот Forbidden West, который смотрели, там не сразу можно понять, что это вообще новая часть. Новые эпишки сейчас редкость.
Да.
Yeah, luckily both of us did. It's very rare that you get a Fuecoco that doesn't two-shot the Sprigatito, but thankfully none of us actually got that, and so we can actually continue with this. I know I got one in practice.
Он нам дает Pocket Dex.
And so, luckily we both have good Fuecocos, and now we can
Хочу заметить, он умеет летать. Это хайпово.
Это мощно. Я бы тоже себе хотел смартфон, который летает, чтобы я его не ронял, как придурок.
Ну, не, надо реколор все-таки сделать. Реколор. И часть покемонов из одной версии вырезать, и часть добавить как бы в другую. Перемешать как бы, чтобы в одной части было 5 дополнительных покемонов, и в другой части 5 дополнительных покемонов. Они могут в одних и тех же местах находиться, но должно быть, чтобы они разные были.
Так, надо, наверное, скрутить вентилятор на моем регионе, а то жалуются в чате.
You can actually gain experience outside of needing to sit there and battle something. And we do want to get to level 7 by the time we get to our next battle. And right now we're only level 6, so we're not going to get there just naturally. So we need to do a little bit of that auto battling.
I believe we need. I actually don't know how much EXP. It wouldn't be surprise me if we need exactly 100 EXP to then level up because we do.
Про экспу рассказывают.
That probably makes sense, but don't quote me on that. But we do need a good
Они
amount
сейчас
of EXP.
автобатлить
We
будут
need
до
a good amount
7
of
уровня,
EXP
что
to
ли?
level 7 because it makes the next fight that we're gonna do.
Блин, ну
A
вот я
little
смотрю и прям
easier
вижу
to
кардинальное
complete
отличие в двух версиях
and
игры.
all that. So we're gonna go into the catching tutorial very shortly. We actually are gonna be catching the tutorial at Chunk. It's faster than actually not catching it, but also it actually does have a usefulness throughout the entire speed run. What it is, you're gonna have to find out. But yeah. So as we go ahead and head towards the tutorial, we do have a time for like.
И сейчас будет, кстати, тутор с обучением. Обучение. Тутор с обучением. Сейчас будет обучение,
Обучалочка.
да, в ловле покемонов.
В общем-то, начало рано всегда. Непропускаемые обучалки. В ЖРПГшках там. СМТ-5, блин, не вырезали обучалку на НГ+, же так жалко.
Блин, а в Forbidden West на НГ плюсе полностью скипаешь обучалку.
Хорошая игра получается.
Да. Там и диалоги скипать можно. Я считаю, вообще самым важным в видеоиграх это возможность полностью скипнуть весь сюжет, нажать как бы одну кнопку, и у тебя пропускается вся ветка диалогов, ты сразу переходишь к геймплею. Потому что все-таки видеоигры — это игры. Если я захочу как бы визуальную новеллу посмотреть, я пойду визуальные новеллы смотреть. Ну или кинчик с анимешками.
I would like to, troll and say, I gotta make sure I catch this Lechonk, but it is a guaranteed catch.
Oh yeah, no, this is 100% guaranteed. If you guys have been weakening this Lechonk, you've basically.
Там у нас чатик уже обсуждает правила изучения покемонов.
Oh yeah, we now have to actually mash B.
I named it Lechon after the dish that it's named after.
I also did the same mistake.
Правила, чё? Я не могу свист этот выключить на своей видеокарте, у меня наложились два приложения, они одно не хочет регулировать. А чё за правила?
Ну вот, чат обсуждает правила изучения покемонов максимально эффективные.
Это плохо.
Мне приходится за чатом следить теперь. А то сейчас они дойдут до изучения.
Водяных покемонов?
Да.
Лупариона?
Там все водяные... TF2, все водяные покемоны задизайнены одинаково. Да. Легендарно. Легендарно.
Эй, Еса, you're getting Hank. Catch Покемонс.
Вот это удивление, конечно, такое. Но я на самом деле тоже бы удивился. Ты представь, да, когда ты такой идешь, вот никого не трогаешь, у тебя за спиной просто спамится юнит такой взаимодействует с тобой.
Стелс. NPC.
This route is going to be quite different. To what extent it's different, you'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, you're gonna have to wait and see. The major difference will start to come, I guess, when we leave school.
Ну, РП, понял.
You're gonna see a small little difference, but mainly after Cloth, you're definitely gonna see like a difference in terms of like routing.
Мы нашли покемона, который выбросила.
Раннер, который слева сидит, вот слева, halqe, он как бы на втором экране ранит. Он разрабатывал раут для этих двух версий. И он говорит, что во второй половине игры раут будет немного отличаться.
Это на самом деле дефолтная тема в покемонах, что порой есть несколько раутов, но они одинаковые.
Ну, здесь
And
как?
basically
Они
what
отличаются,
Pokemon
знаешь, по какой
just
причине?
basically sleep
Что
well
вот эти вот покемоны разные
for a little bit
статы
of time.
имеют.
Base, the main thing is that
Ну,
they
кстати, вот
I always make the
у
joke
левый
that
покемон выглядит
if
хайповее,
you ever
чем
make
правый, по
if
мне
you ever
так.
go to
Правый мне
if
больше
you ever go to
нравится.
Subway,
Не, у правого
they
вроде
always do
шина
basically like
просто в дизайне, вот шина.
They're
Он
face pressed up against
байкер
the glass at
просто.
Subway. They're just waiting for anybody to toss out a sandwich or something.
yeah. It gives
Он
them
похож на
the
это,
most
как
fun.
приручить дракона.
So
Только, так
so
сказать, в
one of the
расцветке
differences here,
Формулы-1.
they're also going to be
А,
laser
ладно,
rod
беру
which
свои
give us
слова
the
назад.
ability to
Правый
basically
покручу. У левого,
upgrade on
блин,
them
реактивные
because
двигатели
they're going to
в
be
ногах.
effectively our bicycle throughout the game. We do get a bicycle an hour into the game, which if you think
В
to
чем
put things
смысл?
into a
Это
percentage, that's pretty early
покемоны.
when you get a
Если
bicycle.
вы знаете,
But
что такое
that's
покемоны
pretty
в
much
виде
the
аниме, то
point
вы
of
знаете
of
смысл
of the
этой
game.
игры, надо поймать всех.
Comparison in Pokemon
В общем, тут
XY
есть сюжет, и
is
основной
so
геймплей —
for
это
hours
ловля
per day,
покемонов.
you also get the bike at an hour.
У нас
If we get really,
пятичасовой
if we get
Resident
really
Sleeper
into
Run,
50
на
minutes,
котором как бы
Yeah,
такой
it'll fit me to
плавный
download
переход в
Pokemon
ночную
Legends Arceus,
смену
a 3 or 4 hour game.
благотворительного
I'm
спидран-ивента.
1 hour in, so
Так
1 hour
что
into a 6-hour run.
I mean,
цель —
it helps
пройти
if
игру
you can have
максимально
speed throughout the
быстро.
entire game. Imagine walking the entire
Приблизительное время, за которое раннеры пробегут
Oh,
I don't think
I don't have to.
обе
you don't have
версии,
to, yeah.
как бы 5 часов. Так
Oh
что
yeah, true. Well,
мы пришли именно на секцию,
little
когда
little
начинается
tip that
такой
we didn't do
успокаивающий
here that may
сегмент
have already failed, but doesn't matter too much,
марафона.
is the fact that we're going to be walking kind of close to him, but we're not actually going to go too
5
fast.
часов — это легкая
Speed.
прогулка. Если
If you
ваши
sit
игры не
close to him, it's
спидранятся за
easier
5
for my
часов,
screen because
то
it's messed up.
просто не зовите
You
меня.
then go into a forced walk.
Я
Ну так,
смотреть не
так,
буду.
Астой.
don't really want
Ты
to.
только что
The only way
подписался
you don't
на
actually
офигенные
save.
раны.
So by going to activating the cutscene trigger as soon as possible,
Ну ладно,
takes a little
вру.
bit of time. But the main thing you want to keep doing
Не так
is
много
going
их
to
осталось. Ты можешь
Pokemon
Super Mario
and
Galaxy
try
2
to
взять и
keep
Ghost of
doing
Tsushima
this. If they
паком.
don't keep
Там 6
doing
часов как раз
О,
получится.
Цусима.
if they stop, you're losing.
Цусима —
It's
это
basically just a
балдеж.
Там Any
worldwide
процент
crawler
НГ+.
that
Вообще хайпово.
Мне не нравится, когда
basically
быстро
they have
проходят Цусиму, потому что если ты в
a
Цусиме бегаешь, то у тебя
Since I'm
пачкается
not level
кимоно.
7, I do have to let's go this young goose. Luckily, I don't
Я
need to
комментил
let's go,
Цусиму.
because
По-моему, там
just
было только
just
DLC,
there.
конечно.
And hopefully that should get me to level 7. Just barely. Nice. Did I not turn off? Oh, I just realized something.
У нас есть
I did
расписание.
not turn off.
В общем-то, большая часть уже прошла. Можете посмотреть в расписании, что вам нравится из игр, заглянуть на нее, узнаете много нового об игре. Потому что в основном используются механики, которые как-либо взаимодействуют с разработкой, и наши раннеры обычно изучают игру в двух вариантах. Первый — это категория, в которой нет никаких гличей, то есть они называются glitchless. И надо пройти игру максимально честно, как задумывали разработчики, и там оптимизация строится на том, чтобы максимально эффективно использовать навыки персонажей, возможности игры и так далее. А вторая — это категория с гличами, они проценты чаще всего. В них можно делать что угодно, чтобы максимально быстро закончить игру.
I think I lost like a tiny bit of time, but that's fine.
У нас два варианта. Мы либо переводим, либо комментируем. Но когда начинаются секции, в которых ничего не происходит, мы обычно комментируем относительно того, что по игре можно рассказать, ну или на отвлеченные темы. Потому что вот сейчас вот раннеры говорят о том, что будут битвы, он в кавычки берет, потому что...
Просто
ну, чё
иногда у
тут?
нас тут бывает это, что у нас верхолдеры сидят и комментируют раны, которые они знают лучше, чем те, кто бегают.
Ну, бывает ситуация наоборот. Иногда у нас есть игры, которые мало кто знает, и как бы заходим, переводим. Потому что так или иначе есть игры популярные в регионе, есть непопулярные. Так что это нормально. Ну вот. Было бы неплохо, если бы заставки можно было бы скипать для рана.
Атоми карта еще не скоро будет. Надо сначала, чтобы у него спидранеры по 500 часов наиграли, чтобы
Ну,
его
раут
стабильно
разработать, да.
проходить. Ну, его уже... Там, по-моему, уже был баг, который позволяет всю игру за пару минут пройти.
Ну, там знаешь, есть версия, которая будет неофициальной, но для спидранинга подойдет. теории.
Electric drift, which is an
Так что
electric 100 base power move that,
там интересно может
That might
быть.
be a range on the Houndoom, but
Ну а так Атомик не
yeah,
выглядит игрой,
incredible.
которую можно эффективно заспидранить.
It's a very strong fighting type move. And it's same type of
Там
tactic.
единственный вариант, если они оставили какой-нибудь триггер финала игры в начале игры, и тогда будут смешные категории, там на 5 минут спидрана.
Basically, when you use a move that is the same type as the Pokemon using it, you get a
Нет, там за
boost
секунды
of
нет рана
15%.
Элден Ринга, там за сколько-то минут.
I have to remember because a lot of factors have changed throughout Pokemon's history.
yeah, that one has always stayed the same. I know terrains have changed from 50%
Ну,
in
так как весь ру
Pokemon Sun
Twitch
and Moon to
стримит
30%
Atomic Heart, он немного умер.
Shield. I know
И
a lot of
у
other
нас
things
много
have
зрителей,
changed a little bit,
которые
but
приходят даже не на самые
100%
интересные
with
игры, но
terrains.
Ну, к
подкатить.
сожалению, да.
There's like one fight where we have to
Знаешь,
go
вот
in,
могли бы мы выбирать, и
instead of
там
actually
можно
taking
было
shield
бы
or
вот
taking
повеселее
anything
взять
at
категории.
all. Actually,
Ничего,
influences the
у
air
нас
to use
завтра
attacks
или
is
когда
much
в
less
субботу Тизуры будет,
much
мы
less
его
real
переключим со
thing.
второго стрима, так сказать,
Anyway,
Пускай
подменим
сам
в
комментирует
финалку.
себя, да?
better remember with
Да.
Lighthouse because he's gonna be very
Пусть
built
реально заходит в войс и
kind of
сразу
later
комментит
later on.
сам.
Yeah, we're about
Ну,
to go
блин,
ahead
завтра
and
в
meet
7 утра мессенджер. Это
a
просто
Pokémon
восхитительный
Scarlet.
ран. Единственное, там
Definitely most likely
20-45 на
the best
100%.
Pokemon
Ну, блин,
to
это
visit
мессенджер.
game because
Ниже
it only
гайда
gets us to the
на
final
максималках
as well. Like,
получается.
Ну
it
да.
was the most
Ну нет,
important
Ninja
fight
Gaiden
area,
посложнее, но мессенджер
which is
тоже
awesome.
хорош. Там Elden
And
Scrolls,
here's
вот
another
этот пятый
really good
Skyrim.
exclusive for you.
Why not?
Depending on which version
Веселый ран.
you are
Mighty
playing,
Number
Scarlet
9, я
even
не
has
знаю, вот это вот
speed.
будет
Mighty
такой вот...
Number 9, это
My
великая
version,
игра.
he's got
Это да,
yeah,
я
mother
там
problems.
помемлю
And
немного.
my version, he has daddy
Блин, ну
He has game
как-то...
mother problems, that's true.
А почему еще завтра
But yeah, he is the
покемоны?
son of the professor, which we
Да.
have not met
Ну
yet.
тут много
No,
покемонов
we will
было,
be
тут
meeting
был
the
еще
professor on a
на
different
30 минут
yeah,
покемона я
we will be
залетал.
meeting
Ну,
the
завтра
professor
на
in
30
a
минут Red and Blue,
physical
и потом
next
покемон
week or on
Кристалл на
Там,
2.20
кстати,
рандомайзер.
because
там
we
какая-то
have
особенная категория,
a
потому
mysterious
что
Pokemon. Where is this
так-то
Pokemon
Red and
from?
Blue можно пройти
Who
за
knows?
несколько минут, но
I mean, we
вот
do
там
know.
именно категория
Some people
без
do.
вот этого основного
Yeah, we'll try to
глича,
keep
но
at
при
least
этом
some
довольно
focus for
гличная.
in case people have not picked up this game yet.
But yeah, this building is definitely going to be very important. And this fight is also relatively simple fight. It's just well, you're about to get into it, but it's simply just
Don't burn.
В общем-то, сейчас будет файт, который мы его проходить-то и не будем. Мы там 3 раза одну и ту же атаку используем. Это вот типичная ситуация для покемонов, где такой супер понтовый тренер говорит, да я тебя уничтожу, и вызывает против тебя какую-то белку.
Go ahead and hopefully none of us gets any 10% chances.
I got burned.
Uh-oh.
В общем,
this is my chance
3
to
раза
go.
плюнем огнем, и белка
Unless I
как
get it as
бы
well. So here comes an ember. That's actually
исчезнет.
good damage. I can actually
Можно
stand this.
стукнуть еще, в
So
принципе,
I'm gonna play a little bit
оптимизировать
safe by tackling
получаемый
this so
урон.
that I don't have to risk a burn chance, and then all I have to do then is then just
Наносимый, вернее.
and the score gets down.
Working on it.
And just
Потому
like
что
just
почему
like
слева
that,
синяя одежда, а
I
справа
hope you can see
красная?
how
Это, короче,
slow
вот
the
две разные
animation
версии
is for
игры.
just burn.
I
Скарлет и
lost
Вайлет.
10 seconds
Yeah,
in that
that's
burn.
how slow but
В
any
общем-то,
status condition is
слева
actually.
Вайлет,
But anything that
справа
does damage over
Скарлет.
time
Ну
just
вот
loses just so much time. And now,
важный
just
момент,
like that,
у
even though I have a couple of missteps,
на правом,
I
на
am
втором
now
экране
slightly ahead.
покемон,
How long
ну
my
белка
run?
наша
I don't
получила
learn
статус
anything
горения,
by the,
из-за чего мы
end
потеряли
of,
10
like,
секунд.
Poke segment at the beginning.
Ну,
I should be
так,
fine
не,
because
не
odds
полностью
are
10, там
usually
секунд
1,
5
right?
дефиси.
So
То есть
odds of no burn is around
там 40% шанс
20%,
накинуть
like
огонь за
50-50
плевок. И если вы
if you have
накидываете
like
статус огня,
extra
то
bugs in
будет
the
анимация того,
like
как
10%.
противник
You
горит.
understand how math works?
1 тик урона получает.
We got somebody here that can take
I
care of
Вот,
this for good.
слева синяя, справа красная, потому что это две версии покемонов. Nintendo вот любит продавать как бы две версии одной игры, в которые реколорят и меняют там основного покемона. Это как
Легендарная.
Sword and Shield. Там они Sword and Shield сделали типа покемона с мечом и с щитом. Выбирайте версию. Принципиально игры не отличаются.
Before we actually get to this fight, we're going to go into the lighthouse and we're going to see the wonderful graphics that this
Они
game really loves to show us.
сделали бы куда лучше, если бы поменяли местами окошки с играми.
Attempted to be ready
Да,
at 1080p.
но это очень сильно дезориентирует, вот серьезно.
Типа игра
Обычно
называется
не игра.
Scarlet Violet. Почему Violet слева?
Ну мало того, они еще и раннеров перепутали местами.
Не так сели.
A lot faster. at least a little bit faster. For some reason, the cutscenes lag less when
Ну ладно,
it's
тут
when it's
будет
when
еще
it's playing at
время
1080p.
догнать им
But
друг
aside
друга. Но я
from
думаю, они
aside from that, we do
наравне
just
пробегут.
we are playing at
Ну,
1080p.
считаю, у них
Гонки
такие...
покемонов прикольные. Они вот могут
Here,
бежать весь ран
to go to
вообще,
the
так
Pokemon Center,
сказать,
we are never actually going
супер
to the
быстро, а
Pokemon
потом на
Center.
самом
In fact,
конце
this
уже
game
начать
is actually
руинить.
Ну,
best
знаешь,
case
чем мне
scenario,
не
you
нравятся
never
гонки
heal once
покемонов?
manually.
Иногда происходит вот
Here, it's
такая
actually
вот
faster to open your map, go through the
ситуация,
like
как
6
сейчас,
boxes, and then go
и раннеры
down
такие
from there. It's actually slightly faster.
unlucky, потому что
And here,
вот
we
эта вот
want to use
ситуация
level
с тем,
building
что
again to get
один
ourselves to
получил
level
статус
8. So
горения,
we're
другой не
gonna try and
получил,
do the stop and go.
складывается в то,
Unfortunately, I
что
missed that one, but that's fine.
нот и
We want
разница в
not
10
just to be level
секунд
8,
обидно,
we also want
знаешь
to be
ли.
level 8 in a
Да,
mid
вот
experience. We
раннерам
don't want
надо
too much
качать
EXP because we
статы
don't want our
удачи.
Lechonk to level up to level
Так
5.
сказать, кому
And the
больше
reason why we
везет,
want to
тот
do
и
that is
выигрывает,
explained
но
pretty much after the Pokemon
большинство
Center
рандома,
tutorial
оно
thing, where we
фиксится
just put
скиллом.
where
Да,
you
как
call
очень
it
Это
клевую вещь,
самый
skill,
главный навык, да.
неожиданную.
and then after that,
Оказывается, у Any процента есть гличит категория, но в ней нет ранов.
So this is the Pokemon Center. This is where you can buy
То есть
items.
только
We will actually
glitchless,
be selling
пока
a
что на
lot of
борде.
items later on throughout the entire run because there is a very
Вот этого я не
few
ожидал.
items that we need to get later
Это
for Flamigo. But if you know
забавно. А
Pokemon
это
Center, you can
глишус
instantly
вот
heal,
это?
which we never do. But the more
Да.
important thing is that standalone centers are flight points.
Ну, на борде оно называется
Later on,
glitchless.
when we're going
Это
around,
Any
like,
процент
basically going
glitchless.
around a mountain,
Потому что
we
в
want
гличте
to
нет ни
place
одного
as
рана,
many
следовательно,
flight
раута
points
с
as we
гличами
can,
нет.
or many relevant flight points that
Потому
we're
что
going to
там
need
много гличей.
later. So after the center, both of us are going
Это
to then uh,
мощная
deposit
игра.
our Fuecoco
Мощная.
for time being. So we're going to
Да,
deposit our
эти же
Fuecoco.
РПГшки
And
месяцами
the reason why
раутятся.
we're depositing our Fuecoco is we're now going to go into the
Ой,
effectively
насчет
the
роута
worst fight in the
JRPG.
game.
Ты представь, как люди
It's not the worst fight in
пыхтели
the
над
game, but it's
раутом
like
в Твинлайте.
hard to win. In
Ух,
fact,
На
it's one of the
100% там
это,
надо же
most
собрать
difficult one
все.
to lose to.
это не же РПГ.
Starting from generation
Да, они
6,
поменяли
actually,
цвет одежды и
generation 6,
продали
I
игру за
believe.
full прайс. Ну, там еще
Certain
поменялся
rival fights
главный
you can
покемон,
actually lose to.
ну, еще
In this
плюс
game, in this
5
game, you can actually lose to every
или
Nemona
5
fight
дефис
except one,
15
which is the
покемонов в
fourth one. You
среднем.
can even lose
Для
to
каждой
half
версии
of them
уникальные. То есть вы можете их
after
получить в
one.
одной версии, но не можете в другой.
However, losing
Профессоры
to half in
разные,
one
да.
and losing to
Да,
Nemona
да,
fight
еще модельку профессора
actually
другого
that
дают.
faster than just winning the fight, so we'd rather just win.
Это другой персонаж.
But I just almost ran into that Hoppip. But losing every Nemona fight, there is actually a good reason why we want to lose every Nemona fight. It's tied to the main gimmick of this game, known as terrestrialization, which is effectively allows you to change the type of your Pokemon. However, that animation in a
Можно
way
сменить
is a
тип
split
покемона.
second
Да,
Какая-то
это
новая
сейчас
фича игры.
рассказывают клевые механики о смене типа покемона, террафикейшн. Но, в общем, 20 секунд это занимает. Поэтому мы стараемся с этим не связываться. И сейчас будет бой, про который разработчик раута сказал очень интересную вещь. Это полностью настоящий мусор ИИ в этом бою. Complete garbage. Просто совершенный мусор.
Theoretically, it's 1 in 4 to tail whip, but you know, in my experience, it seems the AI seems to favor tail
Okay,
whip.
good. We got Scratch. Unfortunately, my Lechonk is a bit bulky, but that's fine. Leafage, Bite. That's not gonna kill. I got the 3-turn, I think. Hopefully we don't get the 4-turn. It's gonna go for Tail Whip, isn't it? Okay, going for Bite. So I did get the 3-turn. And now, because of turn animations, he's now
I got
ahead.
a 2-turn. I got a 2-turn.
Ну,
Yeah, exactly. So
справа,
Yeah.
the best
не
case
справа.
scenario is
На
to have a
левом
2-turn
экране было
fight.
2 хода, слева 3.
Could
То
have
есть
gone for
количество
3-turn
ходов
fight,
было
but Scratch
разным.
did actually a little bit
И
more
из-за
damage,
этого
unfortunately.
теперь разное время у раннеров
So yeah,
будет.
now we're pretty
То
much
есть как
dead
повезет.
even right in front of,
Это
Да,
чисто...
два хода для этого файта это идеально.
And now we're heading over into
Если
the
что, мы
scariest
проигрываем,
part of the
потому что это
entire game.
быстрее.
Surprisingly.
We have a little bit of
Поэтому мы
control
кидаем
over the
кабанчик.
this arena is a really good
Типа...
time for that.
Just a little bit.
Well, I do have one little announcement that we got going on, and that is
О,
we
собрали
just hit
64 тысячи долларов в фонд борьбы с элитгеймером.
Very nice. But yeah, it's $1,000 away from 65, which I believe is even nicer. And just
Но
to,
они очень
maybe
близко, кстати,
introduce
идут.
you a little bit into
И
donating, we
единственное,
have
мне,
some
кстати, грустно,
very,
что в ранных
very lucky
покемонах мы
prizes
всегда
for
вырубаем
our
анимации, из-за чего
So,
кажется, что
with
их нет в игре.
PS5
Да, это дефолт в JRPG-шках вырубается. Тут в настройках вообще очень много чего можно вырубить. В начале рано показывали.
Lots of wireless mice for 50. And if you donate as much as $100,
Блин.
you enter the draw for the ESA
Так, ты
watch
понимаешь, что если мы уйдем из рубки, то, возможно, у нас чат в режим только для смайликов перейдет. Ну, не
Я
секунда в
останусь.
секунду, у них разница там в 1 секунду. Вот буквально в 1 секунду разница. Если бы, кстати, они начали одновременно, вот потому что когда они считали время на старт, по-моему, кто-то из раннеров начал на секунду позже двигаться. И вот это вот секунда сейчас, так вот.
Effectively the two scariest fights in the entire game for well, the other fights aren't scary. We'll get to why they're not too scary,
Вам
but the
будет
first thing we will have to do
комментировать в
is we're gonna have
чате.
to go into our boxes, bring back out Coco, put our Lechonk back into the box, and we'll be seeing Lechonk later.
Точно, я забыл упомянуть, менеджмент камеры тоже имеет значение. Если смотреть в пол, то игра будет меньше лагать.
If you're familiar with Mario 64 speedruns, looking at things causes lag. I know that game came out in 1996, but still in the year 2000.
Да, чудесная игра.
Still relevant tech. Very thoughtful of the developers to include a technique to be used for a speedrun.
Кстати, наверное, ее никто в гличит категории не спидранит, потому что ни у кого нету 4 правых джойконов.
Слушай, Дака, когда ты предполагаешь такую замечательную вещь, ты должен помнить то, что спидранеры люди особенные. Если надо, они как бы 2 геймпадами играть будут, потому что можно вспомнить Лего Гарри Поттера, раннера. Он на 2 геймпадах одновременно играл в игру. Так что все нормально.
Но тут нужно 4. Нужно какой-то девайс сделать, чтобы, так сказать, на всех падах, как эти самые, как диджейский пульт, просто двигать стик вперед.
Ну вот это вот меня всегда веселит в покемонах, как нам представляют супер эпик, и против тебя кидает какого-то, блин, утконоса.
Ну, нам в начале супер покемона показали, поэтому как бы круче уже не будет.
Погоди. Сейчас, а они поправили экран, что ли, или... Я полностью запутался в их стапе, вот серьезно.
Ну, слева был Крисариус. Бывает. Я просто открутил видео, чтобы посмотреть, что же они менеджментят в менюшках. Да, text speed fast, skip move learning ставят, чтобы изучение...
Просто кажется, я запутался в том, где кто сидит. Относительно рано. Крисариус, правда. Ладно. Это не повлияет на спидран.
Не показывать никнеймы и скипать кат-сцены. То есть тут есть опция скипать кат-сцены. Невероятно.
Ну, тебе не приходится нажать кнопку скипа, да. Это здорово. Битва против злобного хорька.
Да нет, тут ничего не изменилось.
Блин, у этого, у Циркариуса, скорее всего, если у них правильная вебка, сейчас бой просто идеально пошел, потому что он превзошел хорька по скорости и сходил первым, потому что вам может не повезти, и хорек типа будет быстрее, чем вы. И вот сейчас начнется огромная разница во времени, потому что Рану придется аж 2 раза. Да, еще один ход. И все, вот огромная разница во времени.
А мне кажется, они на мувменте друг друга нагоняют туда-сюда.
Покемоны с такими реалистичными стали в последних 2 частях.
14
Вы можете
minutes
даже
of
по
just
миру
literally
гулять, типа,
walking
встретить
around,
покемонов.
doing stuff. Basically, this is the main reason
Hey,
why.
hey, we're world building.
По-моему, первыми
Okay,
покемонами
yeah,
это
I mean,
Арерусы
we
были,
will
которые,
have
да?
Conversations were
Или
getting
как он там
immersed
назывался?
into,
Самый древний
this
покемон, типа там
which is fair on terms
нулевое
games.
поколение покемонов
We have a lot
было
of time.
формально.
It means we,
Да.
it
We
means
haven't
we do
even
have,
raised.
Типа
we have a lot
покемоны
of
до
time for
эволюции и
donations, we
все
have a lot of time for
такое.
things, and we will need to stall in case we do run out of everything. So, basically, everything.
Ну, сейчас вот
Same.
будет секция
That's perfect.
диалогов,
Is this the
заставок
perfect
и
time to do
беготни.
so? Well,
Так что
yeah, let
можете
me just
сделать
go through a
небольшой
few more of
перерыв.
these prizes that I got going on here. A few more of these $100 prizes. So there's a Lego Super Mario 64 question block, which unfolds and has like all of these amazing little miniatures of like Peach's castle, Bob-omb Battlefield, and all that. That's $100 donation, and you enter the draw for that. You can also, perhaps for $50, you can enter the draw for a Western Digital, a WD Black prize of your choosing. So that's always very, very lovely.
Тот момент, кстати, когда каноничный лор в играх, потому что игры зародили серию покемонов как аниме и вообще явление культурное.
Да, в аниме, конечно, протагонист дико слабый, выигрывал турнир миллион лет, а пока это самое... Пока в покемонах это за 5 минут спидранится.
Otherwise, you can also put them towards the Ripley cosplay for the Alien Isolation run later tonight. That's currently standing at $1,779 out of $3,500, just over halfway, but I'm sure we can close that gap in no time.
I'm really happy that you're ahead because that means I am slated to get Long Shrimp as my video name, and that is definitely preferential.
If it's tied, I'm gonna give it to you. I'm gonna let you pick your favorite. So if you want to pick Long
No,
Shrimp,
I'll let him have
Ой,
it.
Yeah, dog is shorter. You want dog?
Yeah, that is true.
блин, даже тут школа есть, ты представляешь?
Чё же
Впервые
там
вижу
учат?
пол. Кстати, можно было видеть, как слева пролагала заставка, вот только посмотрите на эти анимации ног. Это, это, в общем-то, некоторые технические сложности у разработчиков возникли, потому что движок для них относительно новый. Всего лишь 2 года с ним работаю. Типа, по игре в год выпускать довольно сложно, и поэтому игра вышла с такими вот серьезными багами. Хотя это все равно хорошая игра по покемонам, но багованная. Ну, начинается представление с крайне интересным персонажем. Волосы медузки. Прям прически такие хайповые у всех.
All eight gym leaders. What halqe is going to be unlocking, which I'm going to have to do it anyway, and vice versa, is the Path of Legends. We'll explain more what each of these stories entail, but the main thing you have to know is that for any percent, we have to complete all of them. We have to get all of them so we have to unlock, basically do all 3 stories. The third story being Starfall Street, which is we'll get to that when we get to that. We're actually going to ignore that one for like pretty much 2.5 hours. So we'll get to that plot line when we get to that plot line. But the main thing is that we have to basically collect all 18 badges to unlock the end games of all 3 stories to then unlock.
Нам тут много чего надо заанлокнуть для получения финального пути в игре. Так что мы собираем бэджи, значки, ну все как обычно, в общем-то. Значки вот этих чемпионов, качалок местных нужны нам для того, чтобы стать чемпионом.
This is a new thing for Pokemon is that we can do the gym badges. We can do the badges in any order that we like. We are not restricted into an order, despite the fact the game does implying there is an actual order that they want you to do, but we can do this in any order we want, and shall we say, we are not doing it in the order that they want us to do it, because
разные ли тут пути, так сказать, сбора значков вообще? Сейчас посмотрим, что нам спидранеры покажут, потому что они могут что-то интересное показать. Вообще обычно типа такие игры линейные, но не всегда
здесь
слишком.
Вы можете выбирать любой регион, какой хотите. Типа баджеты. Соберите их все, в какой последовательности игре, неважно.
Мгм.
Вы сами выбираете, в какой регион сначала идти и так далее.
Ну, то есть абсолютно все равно, что первым закрывать, но для спидранерского пути мы будем закрывать их максимально эффективно.
Ну, тут скажи, классическая ситуация с раутом, потому что прийти можно в любой регион и сражаться с любым из тренеров, но из-за того, что у нас есть определенные покемоны и ну как, и быстрее добежать до какого-то из регионов, мы так и делаем. Типа ничего особенного. Когда разрабатывается маршрут для игры, вот там вот как бы самая большая запара это в том, чтобы высчитать, сколько времени экономит и так далее. Банально ты приходишь в какой-нибудь спидран игры, где все раны на английском, заливаешь на какого-нибудь испанскому, выигрываешь там 20 секунд, потому что быстрее.
But here's the
It's
thing.
technically a type of
This game
Pokeball.
is teaching children maths, and it's teaching them wrong.
It's teaching children to, I guess, look at sentences and see if there's any,
Вот серьезно, да,
Why would
у
you
меня вот
choose
главный
math
вопрос, вот
class?
самый интересный. Как в ране Мафии
Yeah.
пришли к тому, что
Not an English class. That's a math class question.
ты должен
Why
доехать
is that the case in a
быстрее
math class question?
на одном единственном варианте языка, и что на него надо переключиться только в одной сцене, потому что фраза длится там дольше, и из-за этого ты успеваешь доехать до того, как начнется следующая фраза,
So why am I going?
и тем самым пропускаешь часть диалога.
Also going too slow is also an offense as
Oh,
well.
come on.
Это обычно проверяют на всех
So, I
версиях
get
игры.
sent. That's actually a version difference.
Ну
Violet
вот.
gets sent up
Это
there because of going too
С
разработка
таймером
маршрутов
сидят,
это
с
дичь.
секундомером.
That is definitely a version exclusive.
Ой, сплит врубает и проверяет.
Question it.
Вообще можно вытащить диалоги из игры, наверное.
Ты не можешь вытащить время.
Нет, в смысле, звуковая дорожка, она же идет сколько-то времени.
Они же все закодированы чаще всего. О, кстати, нам
В
профессоров
Мафии,
показывают.
наверное, нет. Вот у нас тут ребята бегают, Kingpin Life of Crime, и я оттуда вытаскивал звуковые дорожки. Да, нужно там где-то 20 звуковых дорожек поменять, чтобы ее можно было показывать на Твиче.
Nah. I heard AI. I was following your lead.
И вот у нас
They're basically
два
trying to
разных
explain more
профессора.
about the elephant in the room that we have.
Каждый
Выходим с
выбирает
ним на
своего.
связь.
The elephant's later.
Right, but
Так сказать, получает скорее своего.
sandwich enjoying elephant in
Знаешь,
the room.
Мне кажется, что в мире покемонов барбершоп это просто основа
It's being a little bit more explained.
существования.
All we know about it is that
Парикмахерские, барбершопы и стилисты. Вот просто без этого мир покемонов не сможет существовать. Ты погляди, какие у них офигенные костюмы и стрижки.
Да, это
Там
основная разница в версиях этой игры. Этому уделили больше всего внимания.
Стой, Нак, ты забыл сказать, что это главная разница в версиях, потому что это единственная разница, которая связана с измененными 3D-моделями. Потому что все остальное это буквально другие покемоны в других местах. То есть главный покемон изменен и один человек, а все остальное идентично. В этой части даже эти лидеры качалки одинаковые.
Oh, okay. That's a new one for me. Anyway, here's the dorm room. The only thing that is unrealistic is that there's no way you have this much space in an actual dorm room. Like everything else is pretty about the school is
Okay,
pretty
so
realistic. Just not the
when
dorm
I've
room.
been de-rusting this game, the conversation.
Нам наш Arrival показывает нашу комнату.
I'm very much a headboard against the wall person. Like, I don't
Нормальная
care what
комната.
I just need a headboard against the wall. So I severely dislike where this bed is placed.
I do agree with you. The bed needs to be pretty much next to the wall.
Right. And,
Конечно, нормальное отставание уже.
it looks
Да.
fine.
Ну, чтобы вы понимали, раннеры сейчас, кстати, обсуждают позицию кровати в комнате.
Простынями не нравится.
Ну, там не только простыня, еще местоположение шкафа, самой кровати.
По-моему, они почти разрыв в целую минуту.
Ну, это несколько боев по-разному прошло. РНГ подвело одного, помогло другому, и все.
Такие вот мелочи, они столько времени теряют. Это
Ну,
шок.
грёбаный РНГ. Он зарывает раны. Это этот...
Конечно, в 5-часовом ране минута вообще ни о чем. Да.
Ну и как, минута это минута, Дак, это чего? Блин, ты мне сейчас напомнил, где там, в какой игре есть JRPG, которую ранят, и в первом бою босс с шансом 1 к 10 может дать атаку, после которой ты можешь нанести ему больше урона. И это экономит, по-моему, минуту в файте. И там раннеры ресетуют этот файт бесконечно, пока им не выпадет от РНГ, потому что это начало рана, и это единственный способ дойти до ВР. Это прям грустно. Это знаешь еще, когда заходишь там к раннерам в JRPG, и там у них, например, не скрыт счетчик в таймере, количество попыток и количество завершенных ранов. Там такое интересное число иногда бывает.
Да, да. Бывают чуваки, которые реально много ресетают. Ресет — это жизнь. Как лайфстайл.
Сейчас, кстати, клевые комментарии. То, что 45 минут, и мы все еще не прошли обучение спидране. Но на деле это хорошо, то, что игра-то как бы иммерсивная, такая погружает тебя, обучает механик. Ну, мы скоро как бы сможем покинуть это место, и вы увидите главное отличие.
Ну, кстати, без... Не так уж и много в игре гличей.
Кстати, сейчас вот была офигенная история от раннера. Я купил Violet-версию, но у него были проблемы, поэтому я купил Scarlet.
Хорош.
Вот это я понимаю. Подход к делу и спидранингу. Ну, кстати, почему-то, да, одна версия была забагованнее другой. Я не знаю почему.
Не смогли текстурки сменить. Поломали что-то.
Может, одну версию пропатчили, а другую забыли. Это скажи, мне очень жалко Callisto Protocol за то, что они потеряли шанс стать хорошей игрой и выпустили игру с багом, из-за которого стартеры на ПК были вообще постоянные. И они это пофиксили очень быстро, но, к сожалению, поздно уже поезд ушел, у игры смешанные отзывы. Ну, мы, кстати, здесь, скорее всего, на последнем патче играем, так что вряд ли под текстуру уйдут раннеры.
Да, игра нормально выглядит без вот этой глич-фьесты. На удивление, она даже неплоха.
No, we're going left first, and then we're going right. Make everybody happy. Yeah, so we're going, and I'm not pressing the right buttons today.
О, вот она, зачем нам нужна шина. А вы думали?
Ну, это типа такой разработанный покемон специальный. Не, ну тут согласен, правый покемон круче. Трансформация, конечно, очень интересная такая. Белый фейд-ин, анимацию сделать не смогли.
Мне всегда нравилось кататься на велосипеде в покемонах, но вот это что-то прям...
Это мега-велосипед.
Мега. Покемон-велосипед.
Что? Стойте.
Да. А ты думал?
Не, я это знал. Знаешь, меня почему это сейчас убило? Я только сейчас это осознал. Знаешь, что меня сейчас убило? Вот именно, я знал, что будет вот такой вот мем. Ты, когда он бежит, посмотри, пожалуйста, вот на позицию шин. Она иногда клепается в этот, в пол.
Да.
And then we are going to steal another movement technique from
Круто.
Super Mario 64 because
Вы уже не развидите это.
we're basically
Типа,
we're back
не, ну тут,
in this game. Unfortunately, we can't
блин,
go
это
in
знаешь,
between
такой
them
вот
'cause they're
выбор
coming up
тяжелый.
later.
Справа как бы профессор
But
круче, а
what we
слева
can
покемон
do is
лучше.
we can go effectively onto this cliff, right into this cliff that is right here. We can then turn around and then we can basically just jump up into
Если
this
что,
cliff.
вот это вот мы
This is
запрыгнули
how we
на
can get to
скалу,
places that we're not
и это
technically supposed to
не
be
глич.
with
Это
with
как бы
wall climb yet.
и не
So
баг.
So
Это
basically,
так.
any
Вот
slope
игра работает,
that
все
you can
нормально.
slide down, if you're sliding down face first, you're always able to input another jump and move yourself backwards further up the slope. So you can essentially do this on any slope
Замечательно,
as long as
карабкается.
you're able to slide down. It's a big idea
Знаешь,
there.
мне
now
кажется,
we're basically
этот,
moving on. We're gonna grab
когда
this
дизайнили
point
правого
right
покемона,
here.
его сделали
We can
обычным,
go
типа,
onto
у него не должно было
slowly
быть
and
колес,
slowly get
ничего.
ourselves our
А потом приходят
flamingo
такие боссы
and
Nintendo. Нам надо
yeah,
продать
basically
как бы две
doing
разных
that. We're
версии
actually
игры,
going to be showing
засуньте
a
ему
new
огромную
movement technique,
запаску.
which I only really
И
use
они
it
такие,
like
ну
really, really,
давайте.
and afterwards I don't really use it too
На
much.
деле у него
But
этот,
basically,
сзади
I'm
не
gonna,
шина, это
after
он
I
типа
grab this
хвост так
candy that's right next to
сворачивает.
the rock, I am basically going to dismount on my right Pokemon,
Трубочку
which
вот так
then
вот,
should
похожую на
allow me to then
колесо.
just fall all the way down and then remount it,
Так что
basically
Ничего
canceling out
себе
the
там
landing animation.
прикольный
It
мув.
just saves a little bit of time here and there. It's not that too tricky. These ones you don't really need to do because you don't really
Ну
get,
вот,
you don't
открытый
really
мир
get
в
too far
покемонах,
up.
едем куда хотим, делаем, что
And
хотим.
yeah, we're gonna grab that
Если мы
red
высоко
candy.
падаем,
We're
мы
then gonna
просто
basically
прыгаем, потом
continue moving
призываем
over here.
покемона в самом
We
низу и
do
скипаем
see some,
анимацию
there are some other
падения.
flamingos that you
Ну и
can
урона не
catch.
получаем.
However, the flamingos that we want to catch
Мощно.
specifically are the trio right
Наконец-то
here.
нормальный
And we're gonna
спидран
do a little
покемонов.
thing where we're going to
Вообще
backpunch the
огонь, да.
flamingo.
Ну
And
знаешь,
Огонь.
это намного
because of the
лучше,
way we
чем
do that,
стандартные
both
раны
of
покемонов,
our
потому что тут
flamingos
хотя
are
бы
basically
мувмент
stunted.
есть.
And this basically doubles the catch rate
Да,
and makes this
мувмент
move basically
это реально
guaranteed. So
сильный
if
плюс.
I would really like my quick
Сейчас,
climb
кстати,
to
берем
turn into
спешл
one.
покебол,
I'm
который
going to do the same right
100%.
now, if you don't mind.
Я хотел сказать так же, как раннер качрейт, но это 100% шанс поймать.
Okay.
Что, реально
I will
прям
take a dog.
сотка?
Да, но он сказал
Фламинго
100% качрейт.
не очень потный.
That's not
Мне
good.
нравится, как в этом, скажи, в покемонах Sword and Shield, там есть мега гипер-дупер сильный покемон, мега боссище такой, Unreal неуязвимый, все такое, да? Фламинго назвали собакой, нормально,
Дог.
забавно,
Only works the
да.
first turn.
Этот,
I don't normally pick up the Ultra Ball.
он супер мощный, с ним надо долго сражаться, а раннеры к нему приходят с мега покеболом, который обеспечивает 100% шанс поймать любого покемона, кидают в него покебол, и все.
You go there anyway.
Окей. А руина
Yeah, it's
пошла.
unfortunate.
Какая руина, все по плану.
It's alright because one thing about this game.
Ничего
Да.
странного не произошло.
Там перезапуск, там не повезло поймать фламинго, не получилось.
So even in the best speedruns
У
of this game
halqe.
that are out there, everybody resets the game at least once just to clear the memory leak. 'Cause,
Yep.
If you just keep playing this game for long
So,
periods of time, eventually you'll just start.
А
lagging.
говорят, короче,
Yeah,
еще надо
there
игру
are
иногда
points that people do
перезапускать, потому
reset
что она лагать
on,
начинает, у нее memory
there is a
leak
point that
есть.
I will be resetting on because the lag is
Что?
because the longer you play, the worse the game performs.
Погоди,
Unfortunately.
я знал, что
So,
игры
you're gonna have to
проблемы
reset
есть,
at
но
this
чтобы
point.
настолько.
And I guess speaking of lag, I guess I can say
Да.
one of the main differences between Scarlet and Violet.
Ну,
Violet lags a lot more. Like so much.
Жесть, там такой тайм-лосс, ты посмотри.
знаешь, что самое интересное с таймлоссом? Violet лагает больше, и суммарно в среднем на версии это потеря в 3 минуты. Ты знаешь, иногда бывают равные игры категории Б, таких вот, или настолько ужасных, что они даже хороши, они сломаны во всем, да? А вот сейчас мы смотрим ран покемонов, в которых есть две версии. Игра стоит $70, и спидранеры такие, чтобы пройти игру, выбирают, какая версия меньше лагает и глючит.
Да.
Won't be too much. Yeah.
I don't think it will be that much money.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're gonna grab this tower here. This tower is a fly point that we are going to need. And then we're gonna try. I'm gonna try to do a little technique here where I'm going to basically fall.
Чё,
and I'm gonna
halqe
jump
реально
over
все
top
заново
here,
перепроходит?
which
Да,
then
Чё?
basically
да.
cancels out the fall and
Кошмар.
the landing lag animation I'm gonna get.
Вот.
I
Это
am
вам не
going to
минута
need-
таймлосса. Это...
That's going to be very,
Так,
very
ты же
important
знал,
that
с
I
кем ты
don't
идешь
lose.
комментировать
So I'm
гонку.
gonna go here. I'm actually gonna go to
Да.
options because I can do that, and I'm also going to pick that. And then I'm
Он
gonna
сейчас
do
снова
that,
отключил выдачу никнеймов,
and
потому что,
charge on you.
как я понимаю, Donation Incentive был на то, чтобы у них появилась фламинго по имени Док, потому что сразу отключается это в начале рана, дабы не тратить время на эти анимации.
Мне нравится, что можно прям с маунта кинуть покебол, выпустить покемона. Это так круто выглядит, что на самом деле вы как будто вне файта покемона выпускаете. Это просто невероятно. Такое представить лет 10 назад. Dog юзит.
Also, I should probably explain this. So the Titan speedrun, you
Oh,
gonna...
I forgot the nickname. What is my nickname? Long shrimp? Okay.
Все, он поймал.
That's fine.
Стопроцентный,
And
так
in fact,
сказать,
clarifying,
захват,
it is
да.
long shrimp.
So, do you want to explain quickly?
Да,
something?
это был
The
инсентив
Titans,
на
these
имя
are the Titans.
Фламинго.
These are basically just large, oversized Pokemon. There's two phases to them. The first one,
Так
you have
что
to deal enough damage to be like
всё
50%
нормально.
of its HP. And then the
А,
second
точно,
one, you're
Дака,
gonna
ты же
keep
знал,
that
с
thing,
кем идешь
like the
комментить
Halq
гонку.
Mystica, which
У меня
is
проклятие,
basically
если я
you
прихожу на
basically try
какую-то
to
гонку,
find
то один
something
раннер
as
как бы в первые
RUSC
10
as
секунд
Tackle Legends Speedrun.
выигрывает 5 минут времени,
And
потому что второго раннера что-то идет не так,
effectively,
крашится игра, происходит
the
какое-то
second
проклятие,
phase,
и
do team up with others,
весь
and
остальной ран мы
the difference is
смотрим
that
за одним
that
раннером, а
is
второй
only
как бы
the
на случай,
HP
если мы
tracker.
пропустили
You might
какой-то
think,
скип,
oh,
пересмотреть.
Сейчас
Pokemon
надо
is really
законтрить,
powerful.
надо
Unfortunately,
зайти в
it's
чат
just its
Яси,
HP value
написать
legit. So
ГЛ
for Cloth, its HP value
Крисариус,
does double,
и
and you might
вот у
see I
меня
have
такая
a
удача,
not
что
very
когда я
effective
пишу
move on
ГЛ,
this,
сразу
I'm
руина
deliberately
происходит, просто
using
ран
Quick Attack
ресетается.
to basically do a little bit of damage. Basically, the main reason why
Так
we're
что
doing
сейчас
this is
заманипулируем.
because this Pokemon has an ability known as Anger Shell, where if it's below half
Самое
HP,
интересное,
it will
покемоны
basically
— это
frost and give it a
такая
stab.
супер
So it will
хардкорная
stab with an
JRPG,
attack,
если так
special attack, and
подумать,
sleep,
потому что
and a stat
тут
drop on the
бафы,
next spell.
дебафы, элементальные резисты,
We do not want
сопротивляемость
that
одних
at all,
покемонов к
because that
одному
ability
типу, к
is
другому
super, super
типу.
slow. And so we do a not very
Там
effective move, and
разгон
unfortunately,
урона.
low kick, well, it's
Это,
a very
знаешь,
powerful
такая
move that
казуальная
most of the
JRPG
players
с
run.
собирательством.
Unfortunately, it does
Я
not
м,
OHKO the Claw,
думаю, что
especially when I
после
use Sword
Xenoblade
Dance. That's it
Chronicles мне
definitely does
ничего
not.
не кажется хардкорным.
So what we do there, we
Потому
use
что
a
тут
Ну,
not very
хотя бы
effective
у
move,
тебя
do a
раут,
little
он
weaken it a little bit,
посчитанный
and then use
вообще
it with it to
максимально.
knock it
А
out.
в Xenoblade тебе постоянно надо импровизировать от того, что тебе игра даст
So
или не
I'm
даст.
going
где
to check my
Если
Третий.
ты про вторую ран, то во втором ране...
Третий.
Не, во второй там просто этот РНГ есть с тем, что тебе может выпасть нужный тебе сворд, а может не выпасть. И там раут построен тому, что выпал или не выпал. Ну, как бы там обычно ресетят, если не выпал. Но смысл в том, что там дико стабильный раут и быстрый, а в третьем что-то... Я просто у тебя на ране не был. Там
Ну
он
зря.
слишком поздно был.
I got a modest flamingo.
Там ты просто
Secondly,
один откомментился со своим духом. А что там по рандому-то?
so
Там, короче, там, во-первых, очень много параметров, которые скейлятся друг с другом. И там почему-то они очень большие. То есть там вот эти вот что-то типа бафы на 50% урона, с бафами на 50% урона, но мы бы могли вообще всех бы убивать в игре, если бы не левел скейлинг смешной. Поэтому приходим там на несколько уровней ниже всех врагов. И,
we're both minus attack.
так сказать, не больше, не меньше.
Ну, там глупая система во второй, где ты 10 левелов разницы, и сразу не может быть врага, тупо промахиваешься
Как в
всегда.
World of Warcraft, или типа того.
Это немного раздражает, но там раут стабильный во второй части, потому что ты всегда оверлевел получаешь. Там 100% времени оверлевел получаешь. Ну как, овердэмэдж наносишь больше, чем планировала игра, и за это он тебе дает больше опыта. И у тебя раут построен на том, чтобы нанести урона больше, чем хп у босса, так, чтобы тебе максимально насыпало опыта. И ты всегда за счет этого держишься в диапазоне 8 уровней разницы. Это типа сложно, но не невозможно.
Да. А в этом в третьем там постоянно ты андерлевел, и тебе надо выбивать криты. И они, короче, и стагеры.
What about yours?
Криты и
А,
стагеры.
69 attack and
И
20
вот
speed.
они не всегда, короче, прокают.
Ну, я видел вторую часть рано, да,
Yeah, it's
во
gonna be a
вторую
little bit rough for
половину.
both of us.
Понял,
Nature
I
Ну,
think
понял,
I
что
lost 3
происходило.
minutes on the
ну
first
там
game.
уже ближе под конец, там уже all-out атаками все выносятся вообще на фри. Но типа в начале рано там тяжело, там просто от одного босса умирали несколько раз, хотя он там вообще слабый враг, по сути, какой-то.
which isn't ideal.
Просто на пути неудачно стоит.
Anyway, now it's time for us to basically go into effectively the grinding aspect, but basically a whole lot of like
Ну,
moving
вот
around and
такие
grabbing a
вот
bunch of
непростые
mechanics
же
throughout the
РПГшки
entire game.
бывают порой.
I'm definitely gonna have to like focus a lot
А
for
в
this.
покемонах
Ну,
очень
because,
крутые рауты всегда.
basically,
Там
once I've done
смотришь их документы, и у
basically
тебя
like yeah, I'm gonna have
просто...
to focus because
да,
I
там
have to
космические
avoid a lot of
крутые
things. So I
рауты.
guess
Я
once half
из-за
done
тебя,
with
кстати, вспомнил
fighting,
Ран о
I'll
море,
briefly explain
потому
what
что она тоже
Зачем?
на одном из этих... На ивентах была. Там тоже такой сложный геймплей, потому что в Аморе ты пытаешься дожить до прокисшего молока.
oh,
Ну, потому что там такие интересные названия предметов, которые вызывают бафы и дебафы персонажа. И там есть прокисшее молоко, которое дает твоему персонажу специальный статус, под которым он там наносит колоссальное количество урона, но при этом его ваншотают. И если ты ошибешься, то переигрываешь весь файт.
Something like that.
we
Around that.
well 9 it if I remember
Ну чё,
correctly,
ждем, короче, когда
it's 9
у
rare
раннеров
candies,
начнется отрыв в
8
час.
EXPLs,
Тогда будет
3
уже нечего
ECSs, and
комментить, просто
22
пойдем спать.
EXPMs.
Yeah, that's not even all that we're gonna get.
Ты
No, that's
оптимистичен,
just the
Дака.
start, my friend.
Просто мега оптимистичен. Потому что через 10 минут у одного из раннеров крашнется игра, второй раннер поймет, что у него там этот утюг не выключен, и начнется экшен.
Yeah, we're also gonna
Нормально.
we're
Memory
trying
leak
to avoid
контролируемо,
every
они
Pokemon
будут
encounter.
перезапускать
There
игру
are
каждые
plenty that we're
2,5
gonna try
часа.
and do, and they will just literally pop in, sometimes right in front of you, sometimes so you're just gonna have to take it or leave it. It would be great if I could get encounterless, but now that I just said it, it's probably not gonna happen. Anyway,
Опа.
we're gonna fall down here. This grab us the Zapapiko fly point, and then we're gonna grab the
Накидали,
items down
набрали
there, and then
айтемов.
fly to Zapapiko West. We are
Это
collecting a
вот не
bunch of
как
money items and a bunch of
старых
things,
покемонах,
and
что
we
ты...
are going to
Ну, там их
basically
тоже
yeah,
собираешь,
just
но
go around the
там просто
mountain
в магаз
and collect
приходишь и
stuff
все
and try to
выкупаешь
avoid
обычно.
things. We're not. This is actually
Тут
the
такого
least
не
we do
придется.
in some other categories, especially as we mentioned before, we are running glitched, as you are going to see a big major route difference coming up very shortly. So we're going to come up here, we're going to do some backwards long jumps up there, we're going to jump up here, go down, grab this EXP Candy Medium, which there's 3 of them, we're then going to go up, backwards jump throughout the entire thing. We're going to have a family of Squirver who's just going to be right where I want that Acrobatics TM. TMs allow you to teach Pokemon moves, so and acrobatics is literally the best move in the entire game. We'll explain
Нам
that
тут
later.
дали
I'm gonna
мув
grab
на
this doll
акробатику.
because this is a marathon run, I do
Звучит
want to play
что-то
absolutely
прям
safely.
вообще
We are gonna go this
по-спидранерски.
way. We're gonna go avoid the magnetons,
Один
avoid
из
the
лучших
magnemite. We're
мувов
then
в
gonna go
игре,
up through here.
получается.
Say hi to Vigoroth because Vigoroth. We're then gonna grab the EXP Candy Small.
Конфетки на экспу, это все тоже нужное дело.
And we're gonna basically go through around here, avoid pretty much a lot of the things.
Кстати, вот напомнил насчет экспы. В Monster Hunter Stories 2 довольно клевая система экспы. То, что там есть этот местный тотем, который дает тебе больше бонуса к опыту, и чем больше ты кормишь его другими этими бумажками, дающими разные эффекты, тем больше он качается. Там в один момент игры можешь получать плюс 25% к опыту, и тупо вот за счет этого можешь вообще никогда не бить сторонних монстр-энкаунтеров и бегать только по основному сюжету, и тебе хватит опыта пройти всю игру.
Это смешная обилка, смешная штука. Смешные параметры в этих играх, это как обычно.
It's pretty rough.
Hello.
There's a family of Pyroars over
Yeah,
there.
how Pokemon spawns in this game is that they spawn on proximity. At least they spawn on proximity and they despawn when you're too far away. Only 15 Pokemon can actually be spawned at one time. So if you see families, then you can kind of just know safely you can ride a little bit without having any encounter spawn. We
И это первый час рано. Всего-то 4 осталось. С копейками. Как же мне нравится, как в Scarlet версии вот эти покемон легендарной спиной прыгает. Это максимально
Это да.
круто выглядит.
Ну нет, мне все-таки больше нравится поездка на правом покемоне с этой шиной. Просто огонь.
Он супер клевый. Я считаю, нам надо тоже с шинами ходить. Хотя нас, наверное, тогда примут за рейдеров из Fallout.
Нет, так, а если мы будем ходить с тобой с шинами, нас примут за тех, кого надо задержать, потому что меня у кого-то сняли покрышки. Не, ну вот ты представь, ты такой дизайнер
Как они нас задержат, если у нас шина висит? Обхватят за шину? Надо длинные руки
Так,
иметь.
подожди, ты планируешь трансформироваться в покемона, да?
Да.
Ну тогда ты точно от них уедешь раньше.
Да.
Ну так, пока что по рану у нас ничего не происходит, вот серьезно. Мы бежим. По сюжету прыгаем и бежим.
Так, у меня звонок.
Нет.
We're then going to go this way, which then gives us another large EXP candy. Another large EXP candy, which is right where this tree is. And then we're going to basically get... Oh, hi, Greavard. That's basically the most annoying Pokemon to find because it's basically really hard to tell where it is. Because only its little flame pops out. So, unfortunately...
В общем-то, мы сейчас поймали энкаунтер, который не хотели, потому что этот покемон торчит из снега, совсем чуть-чуть так выглядывает. И из-за этого мы попали на этот энкаунтер, к сожалению.
Go here. We're going to grab the mother of all candies. This is 3 large EXP candies. That's literally right here. And then we're going to then grab one more EXP candy that is right here. And then we're going to fly back to the Ghost Gym Town. We're going to fly to Montenevera, which is right there. After we then fly to Montenevera, shortly. We're then going to grab this EXP candy right here. This EXP candy. Then we're going to go out of our way and grab... Yeah, you're seeing the trend that I'm going through here. We're going to grab another... Luckily, it's almost over. We're going to grab another EXP candy right here.
В общем-то, по рауту мы собираем сейчас конфетки опыта, потому что нам потребуется добывать опыта достаточно, чтобы нас не ваншотили противники, и мы могли непосредственно их победить в драках. Поэтому оптимизация маршрута для конфет очень важная.
And then we're going to go into the center. And then we're going to do a really cool thing in this game. We're going to effectively abuse how cutscenes want to work here. So, right where I'm going is the lake where there's a Titan there. But before a Titan, you may have noticed that Arvin wanted to talk to us. So what we're going to do is after we grab a certain thing... Oh, I did a really bad jump here, but that's fine. So we're going to grab one more TM, and then what we're going to do is we're going to go to the... We're going to basically jump into the lake. What this does is we're going to activate the cutscene, but we're still falling, which means the game needs us to put us in a fail-safe location. So, as I do it right now, the game needs to put us in a fail-safe location to activate the cutscene, and so it basically warps us to the other side of the lake, which then really, really helps us. And, yeah, I guess... While I have to do a menu, I guess time for messages is now a good time.
All right. Well, thank you all very much for donating so far. We've hit $64,014. Let's talk a little bit about Alzheimer Fonden and what they do. Well, Alzheimer Fonden, I can tell you, let me just look through my notes here. Yeah, Alzheimer Fonden's aim and purpose is to increase fundraising to the benefit of scientific research in order to find a cure for Alzheimer's disease. There is currently no cure for Alzheimer's disease.
Нам сейчас напоминают о том, что это благотворительный марафон, и все донаты пойдут на... Точнее, пойдут в фонду борьбы с Альцгеймером. на борьбу с болезнью Альцгеймера.
Why don't you go ahead and give us your favorite Pokemon puns or your favorite Pokemon in general? What do you guys think about Pokemon puns? Do you like them, hate them?
Where do you stand on this?
I had a marathon run where I was subjected to many wrong pronunciations of Pokemon.
Oh, thank God we don't have Look, thank
I'm
God
lucky
we
to still be here.
yeah, thank God we
with
don't
you
have Pulse
guys.
here.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he will just mispronounce everything. Shout out to Pulse Effects.
I will try and do my best to pronounce everything correctly if I get any donations here, but
Oh, don't worry. Don't worry. We're super chill about it. It's just that we get a bit, you know.
yeah.
But anyway, I just did a menu there. I basically gave myself the minimum candies I need because, well, up and also one to Fuecoco. We are going to be using Fuecoco later on. Well, Crocolore now later on throughout the run. Oh, hi, Tauros. Not gonna lie, seeing 5 Tauros surround one Flaffy kind of is disturbing to me a little bit. But anyway, here we're gonna be actually going into the Ground Titan, which is actually something that we do because of our fun little glitch that we're going to be doing very shortly. But and the reason why we want to do Ground is every single Titan gives us an ability. So the flying Titan gives us the ability. Well, the Rock Titan gives us the ability to dash, and the Ground Titan gives us the ability to glide. Why does the Ground Titan give us the ability to glide and not the Flying Titan? Don't ask.
Сейчас нам рассказывают о том, какие нам способности дадут с титанами. И почему-то титан, который находится на Земле, дает нам возможность летать.
And then phase 2 is a little bit, well, phase 2 I can't take it out in one hit, but we will be able to then take it out in another hit. And yes, we did just go from level 26 to level 55 in one go. I'm just saying, halqe does have to go with a little bit more because of the differences which we'll explain in just a little bit. But phase 2 for me is pretty much very simple. All I have to do is just low click twice, and hopefully we just don't get very much fast animation. We get fast animations from the Scovillain that Arvin is sending out. So yeah, Halq just about to finish his candy hut, and I'm about to go ahead and basically defeat the Ground Titan very shortly. Also, say hello to... Oh wait, no, never mind. It's not in my version. Apparently in my version, I don't get the low polygon Flamingo model, but you do. Which is a really funny thing. Anyway, we get low kick, we do a stupid amount of damage. Even with my really bad attack,
Как видите, Фламинго просто мега сильный. Раскидывает всех направо и налево.
So one more low kick, and then pretty much that's me doing the Ground Titan and me collecting my second badge. And Saku's about to do his menu. And yeah, we are going to be using our Crocolore for basically one fight. We'll explain why later, but yeah, so I will explain like the differences between Scarlet and Violet. So one of the differences is the Ground Titan. You haven't seen it in Scarlet's yet, but he's going to be fighting a Pokemon known as Great Tusk. And the stats difference between Iron Treads and Great Tusk is that Iron Treads is a faster Pokemon, but weaker defensively. Whereas Great Tusk is super slow, but really bulky. Also, their typings are different. So Iron Treads is a Steel Ground type, whereas Great Tusk is a Ground Fighting type. So he's gonna have to use Acrobatics, and he's gonna need to use all the power that he can get. Ooh.
I hate it here.
And he also got the Sandstorm, which is not great either.
It's fine for phase 1. It won't even matter.
But if it stays to phase 2, then you
if it stays to phase 2, that's gonna be very unfortunate.
So yeah. So I believe you're what, 61?
I'm 60.
Oh, you're 60.
Yeah. I might have been supposed to go to 61, but it's fine.
Yeah. Unfortunately, your attack. Oh my God, your attack is super low. This is a range, unfortunately.
Yeah. That'd be right.
It's a bad range as well.
Maybe the Sandstorm will matter.
Let's see. You get it?
Yep.
Is that enough? Yeah, just enough. Unfortunately, your phase 2 is going to be a lot worse, though.
That's alright. Phase 2 can still be a 3-shot anyway. Even if
so yeah, this is actually a thing I always say about Violet versus Scarlet. Scarlet is the faster game. No doubt about it.
It's alright. I've given you the handicap you need. I lost like 4 minutes on that Flamingo at the beginning.
Scarlet is the faster game because of its lag. Because Violet just has more lag issues, but Violet has every fight better. Like everything.
It's just a better game. Like,
it's just in a vacuum, it's a better game, but unfortunately, yeah.
Scarlet в вакууме это более качественная игра, как говорят раннеры.
And throughout cutscenes, we are just pretty much just using turbo. And one of the cool things about it is I can leave the controller down and just explain things with my hands.
Сейчас раннер включил турбо кнопку, и это просто скипает диалоги, поэтому он может сейчас поговорить и объяснить о том, что происходит с помощью рук.
Way faster than we're supposed to, but unfortunately, we do still have to do some things in ground level, unfortunately. So we are going to have to, unfortunately, do a couple of things in ground level, simply because there's a fly point that we want to grab, but also there's some candies that we still want to get. Yes, despite the fact that we are level 55, we are not done with candy collecting quite yet. And you're level 60, and the reason why is that he wants to do as much damage as possible. Come on, skill villains, use Razor Leaf and don't miss. Okay, you're good. Yeah, Razor Leaf has a 5% chance to miss, unfortunately.
Also has an enhanced critical hit rate.
Yeah, but unfortunately that doesn't matter too much. Actually, no, it kind of does because they're naughty nature. So we do know the stats of every
В
single
общем-то,
Pokemon in this game.
они знают статы каждого покемона в этой игре, кроме одного. Он вернется к этому позже.
And it would be better if we were special, but unfortunately, us being a special attacker is not entirely ideal. So yeah, we are going to be a physical. We are going to be a physical attacker. Unfortunately, our Flamingos are kind of bad. Like yours,
yeah.
Like, yeah. I mean, I will say that you definitely have a slightly better Flamingo because your speed is really good. Whereas, even though I'm plus speed, which is really good for the early game, my best stat in attack and speed is like 15. But because of like we're not on our home setups, we don't exactly have. Normally, at this point, we would get like more a refined detail on our stats by looking at Ground Titan, but unfortunately because we're not set up at home, we are going to have to use like the first stats we get. So we have to assume the lowest for obviously safe reasons. We do want to run to finish. So our stats aren't that great, unfortunately.
Интересно. Тут, оказывается, статы у покемонов могут быть немного разными, из-за чего получается так, что из-за разности статов у нас может выпасть такая ситуация, в которой нам будет очень сложно пройти игру так, как мы зараутили.
Because we do want to grab a couple of things. So that center over there is going to be very much helpful later on this run because it allows us to pretty much just fly there when we need to way later, so we can then basically there's a thing you see that forest over there? There's a thing there. We'll get to that later. So
But
that's
it's
why
quite a thing.
it is quite a thing, and it can also be a thing that we sometimes delay, but it is a thing. Anyway, we want to avoid all encounters.
И также и пытаемся избежать всех энкаунтеров, потому что это слишком долго с ними соприкасаться.
Oh, hi, Hariyama. Anyway, we want to come down here. Arvin's then going to talk to us again, say, "Hey, we want to help you. We want to find the Titan. I can't find him because I'm bad." So yeah, we're going to come down here. We're going to go into this crater, grab ourselves yet another.
В общем-то, берем редкие конфетки дальше.
This way. I guess I'm going to showcase a little bit here. So by jumping around to the left and then gliding yourself to the right.
И все. Мы сейчас, как вы видели, можем немного летать, это глайдинг. И это только по одной единственной причине. Мы победили Титана. В общем-то, дальше по спидрану у нас очень сильно бустанется скорость. И сейчас мы стараемся прыгать так, чтобы глайдить, потому что это дает больше скорости. Да, вы, кстати, видели, как сейчас при поездке в пещере мы видели как бы внешнюю область пещеры, потому что у игры некоторые проблемы с игрой. Но, к сожалению, в ране это не пригодится. У нас офигенный Титан сейчас.
about 30 levels above, 30 levels higher. So to say that these two phases are going to go very, very quickly is simple because we are going to be using low kick. Low kick is a really
Игры
good
по
boost because
покемонам,
not only is
да,
it the fastest
интересно
animation we
играть,
have,
но,
but also,
к
depending on
сожалению,
certain Pokemon, it does
спидраны
a
по ним
huge amount of
такие
damage.
тяжелые.
Damage is dependent on the opposing Pokemon's weight. So the heavier the opposing Pokemon weigh, the more damage that we will do. And yeah, sometimes, oh hi, my flamingo's asleep. That's fun. But yeah, we're gonna head into here, into this cave, and then we're gonna fight the third Titan and collect ourselves pretty much the third badge with 15 more to go afterwards. How because of his bad stats, specifically his bad attack, well, I guess bad attack nature as well as bad attack, he does have to pick up an extra M candy that I don't have to. Because of how EXP works in this game. Pretty much, in the early game, we're only really using EXP candies when we can. He does have to rare candy a little bit. I was fortunate enough that I don't have to, because plus speed for me means I don't have to.
Так, сейчас Рана рассказывает о том, почему ему не нужно использовать одну дополнительную конфету. Из-за того, что он получил +1 к скорости, а скорость определяет, кто первый ходит в файте. И именно из-за того, что он получил +1, ему не надо тратить дополнительную конфету. А вот у раннера справа она потребуется, потому что он не получил нужный прок.
Oh boy.
We have $25 from Meludan saying, what did one Geodude say to the other Geodude?
What?
Let's rock.
Okay.
Keep up the amazing work and show. And you all keep up the amazing puns. That money is going towards the Ripley incentive, which is currently standing at, let me just refresh that real quick, $1,804 out of 3,500. So we're inching ever closer to
Лоу-кик
it.
очень эффективен, да, в нашем ране.
Really want to see that lovely cosplay, and of course the chaos that will ensue from that run. So yeah, keep those donations coming. Back to you, folks.
So yeah, now we're just going to a little bit more plot details. Basically, Arvin wants to grab the Herba Mystica to effectively make sandwiches for basically his dog, who's trying to make him better. Like we all love like a sad dog story in speedruns. He just wants to make his dog better, and unfortunately due to like a certain incident that he hasn't really told us too much about, even just like normal medication is not working. So we're saving the dogs here as well, right? So yeah, that's what he wants to do. I love the Herba Mystica Speaking of puns.
Ну да, по сравнению с 2D покемонами, здесь намного интереснее смотреть за передвижениями. Ну даже по сравнению с 3D покемонами, которые вот Sword and Shield, в которых ты все еще мог встречаться с этими рандом энкаунтерами в кустах и прочее. Здесь прямо open world энкаунтеры, и все такое гораздо проще понять и интереснее выглядит. В общем-то, вот во время этих диалогов и бутербродов мы как бы поднимаем связь с нашим покемончиком, и он научится новым навыкам. Сейчас мы получили возможность прыгать выше, но мы именно хотим получить способность плавать, потому что вторая способность, которой у нас не хватает, это бегать по стенам, ну, забираться по стенам. Но это нам не очень надо, потому что там, где мы можем забраться по стене, мы можем просто запрыгнуть.
It's just faster to just delay the Titans a little bit. As you will be seeing right now, the first I call mini super glide. It's basically the technique that we are showcasing today with the glitch is the super glide glitch, where you saw me a little bit earlier, where I glided a little bit to the left. I basically was falling a little bit to the left and then started gliding to the right. And by doing that multiple times, you basically gain momentum that the game does not want you to get. And we can use that to basically get to places a lot faster. And you're going to be seeing like a small version coming up right now, where I'm going to be grabbing a candy, and then I'm going to be flying across town to basically grab a second candy. And those two candies will, again, be useful later on, because again, 55 is not the level that we're going to be ending at. So unfortunately, it is raining for me, which is kind of bad because again, weather does cause lag. So
Especially when you're going to Levincia.
especially when I go to the laggiest town in the game. So that's gonna be a great thing. But we jump up here, we accidentally glide up, but that's fine. Then want to jump up here, jump up there. We then want to jump up here, climb on this wall. We're basically doing a platforming game right now. Pokemon has become a platformer. And then we're gonna jump, and then do that. We didn't quite get the extra speed, but that's fine. We don't need it here. We do need it, however, here. So we're gonna jump, glide the rest way, and then glide that way. We're gonna then do it again because it stacks infinitely. And then you could see the lag that I'm dealing with. And then you go a little bit more. We're then gonna drop right down to where this corner is, which basically then allows us to grab ourselves another.
В общем-то, собираем конфетки дальше.
And then we're going to go into Levincia. We're going to grab one more item, which is another quick ball, because we are going to be catching another Pokemon later on. So we're going to be grabbing that. We're then going to go inside this hole, through here, jump above these NPCs, because I went through the wrong alleyway. And then we're going to try and do a technique here, where basically I get off. Yeah, it's close enough. Where basically I ride, I then basically yeet my controller stick to the left, and basically we basically just have like this momentum that we just move sideways. So, I just remembered I need to box my Pokemon before I actually do this. So this is actually the now the
И
gym
наконец-то
challenge. Yes,
мы
it took me
дошли
hours to
до
do
испытаний
it,
зала,
but, you know,
и на это ушел
none of
всего
it
лишь час
really
20.
So first thing I'm actually going to do is I'm going to go into my boxes, and then we're going to get rid of Lord Mouse. We'll be seeing him later. We're just going to be keeping our dog around, apparently. But anyway, this is the first gym I actually need to look at my notes for a little bit later. But this is the gym challenges. If you played a Pokemon game, you'll pretty much be familiar about gym challenges where you're going to basically just fight the gym leaders. And for the first one, this might know this.
Кто-то
We're now
только что
actually doing a
присоединился,
collaboration with another streamer. Yes, we're
это
now doing a
прям
collaboration with
основа
another streamer.
этих покемонов Scarlet Violet. То,
Yeah,
что
my favorite
у
thing. I have
вас
to do
идет
it in the rain.
трансформация вот такая вот оригинальная.
Are you?
Yes.
Okay.
I love Iono. I think she's a brilliant commentary on streamers.
Yeah, very
Everyone's
comment
like,
on-
Iono's so obnoxious, I can't stand it. Yeah, she's a streamer. That's the point.
yeah,
it's
All
brilliant.
streamers are obnoxious at the end of the day. Let's face it.
Yeah, I think she's wonderful.
Yeah, if you just read it, we obviously are skipping dialogue because again, this is a speedrun. But I do recommend just literally watching every single word that she says on her dialogue. It's actually good.
Yeah, the whole point when you're starting to fight with
Кстати,
her, it's a dono.
Yeah, she gets a fight.
пока что идет сюжетные диалоги, вроде нет ни одной части. А, нет, Water, все. Это, по-моему, одна из тех немногих частей, в которых огненные покемоны полезны. Потому что в основном в спидране мы берем водяных, потому что у них там крит выше.
But yeah, if we had like $5,000 worth of donations, that would be a lot of Pokemon buns, and I'd love to see it.
I mean, we can get to, speaking of 5,000, we can get to 65,000 by the end of it,
Absolutely. Yeah, that would put us ever closer towards that Ripley cosplay incentive, which is it's going to be really hot to see.
Гонки были бы хайповые, да.
Also, you're about to see right here. This is technically meant to be the third gym in the fight, and you're going to see.
Oh, I'll get a backup later.
I mean, you work there. Oh well. I guess you have to grab a backup candy because the candy route in this game is very important. Hey, the rain stopped. And although it's still technically raining by the game's logic, because I started because of weird things. Oh, I'm not scrappy. That's good to know. So.
Раннер отмечает, что очень важный момент в ране — это конфеты, потому что от этих конфеток зависит опыт, который мы получаем.
Yeah, this basically makes this gym like a piece of cake. It's like, oh, we're sending a flying type against an electric gym. How are we going to deal with that? Turns out, very easily. Anyway, we're playing our favorite minigame known as Where's Waldo? Where, yeah, no, it's literally just Where's Waldo? Where we're basically going to play hide and seek with basically our headmaster, because that's something that most people would do apparently. And yeah, we have to find him 3 times. He is in set locations. It's not random. We just point the control stick where we need to go, and we basically just go there. So, yeah, these are his. These are the fans. These are the gym trainers, and yeah, we're basically just fighting Iona's fans.
Well, I'm gonna have to jump in here because we've just received a huge
Сейчас
donation.
получили
Everybody,
большой
let's put our
донат.
hands together for a $927 donation from Mirai, which puts us at $65,000.
И уже собрали
And $1 more.
65 тысяч
And the
долларов.
comment says, donating Pokédex entry for my recently favorite Pokemon, Duxbun. Good luck to both runners. This
Duxbun.
donation.
Wait, okay, we need to ask this.
All right,
How do we pronounce that Pokemon?
I'm currently 25, and I just learned last week that is not a Dachshund, it is a Dachshund. So when this game came out, I was saying Dashbun,
And I still say it to this
and
day.
I was corrected.
I
That
should
is
probably
actually
say it.
Dachspun.
So it should
Yeah.
be Duxbun.
Is it
maybe?
is it actually Duxbun?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because English rules. would
Sorry,
make
like,
it Dashbun, but it's
важный
not an English
фан-кол.
name. It's a German name.
Yeah.
Бывает,
I
да.
mean, but it's the same
Я
thing.
тебя в
Hydrated,
Дискорде
but it's
пинганул.
supposed to be on house hide
Тебе
like,
понравится.
but
Да.
none of the
Понравится,
podcasters do.
понравится,
No.
ну,
None of
ну.
them.
Да, а я прочитал, я ж смотрел, я просто... Мне так понравилось, что тут здоровый червь был, и вот этот покемон со смешными колесами
Ну,
мог
эти
еще
титаны,
летать.
да. Титаны это хайпово. Возможность полета это прям важно.
Блин, вот не знаю, я всегда любил вот в таких играх, там и в СМТшках, больших червей, потому что черви на дворе самые крутые штуки были, из них можно рыбу на них ловить, и всегда вот ходили, собирали червей. И теперь вот в видеоиграх можно их собирать, и это круто.
Ты обсуждал планы по сбору червей, да?
Да.
У нас, кстати, офигенная мини-игра была вот про найти своего этого товарища. Это вот hide and seek, прятки. Прятки были прям...
Интересно. Вот любит разноображивать игры там.
Подожди, у него в волосах этим покемоны.
Это магнетиты типа.
Да.
Жесть. Они это самое мозги не раздавят. Это он
Там, судя-
магнетизм этих покемонов никак не влияет на ее мозг.
Это покемоны. Как это может влиять на то, что как бы так особое в этой вселенной?
Это джим-лидер получается.
Джим-лидер, да.
Жесть, джим похож на какую-то заправку.
Ну, блин, как говорится, лидер сам определяет, каким будет его жим. Поэтому босс местной качалки решил, что он хочет, чтобы все было на заправке.
Да, главное, так сказать, не переборщить с килограммами жима.
Ну, да. Знаешь, самое главное — выйти из качалки без пробития. Там слишком высокие риски. Особенно, когда ты делаешь там парные упражнения с подстраховкой, там очень рискованно. Реально же пробить могут, там будешь хромать пару месяцев. Там такие тренировки иногда у челов видишь, что думаешь, как вы вообще живете, люди. Не надо так перенапрягаться, зачем? Ой, дебаф на атаку. Мать.
Ей, наши любимые дебафы.
Ну, они немного не работают на кик. Ну вот представь, ты выстраиваешь
персонаж.
тактику, стратегию, делаешь разных покемонов, а против тебя выставляют фламинго, и тот прописывает ногой просто с вертухи,
Как они
и твой
так
покемон отлетает.
сравнялись, кстати.
Они
Разрыв
сравнялись.
сильно сократился минут на 5, по-моему.
Не. Ему еще до этой стадии ползти. Он просто тест прошел.
Говорят, что в чате, что разрыв 3 минуты.
Да.
Это не так уж и много.
Слева,
Мне-
кстати, интересный тип покемона был. Ну, не покемона, он типа покрылся вот этой вот броней. У него нет буквально никаких слабостей вот в этот момент, то есть нельзя пробить. Но
Жестко.
мы использовали даблкик вместо этого, чтобы просто прописать ему.
То есть, типа, один удар на броню, второй на покемона?
Нет, даблкик это этот менеджмент ресурсов же, сам знаешь, в покемонах такой.
Ага.
Ты типа не хочешь тратить слишком много ресурса на какого-то покемона. Они, кстати, живы были, они крутились вокруг ее головы.
Конечно, они живы. Тут не
Вон,
бывает
видишь, у
мертвых
них даже это
покемонов,
глаза. Ты только что
кроме...
ошибся. Там как бы
Ну,
один покемон носит череп на голове, не случайно полученный. Еще есть покемоны-призраки, которые как бы
это они
поглощают
такими
того.
родились.
Не, тот, который носит череп, там в официальном покедоксе написано, что это череп его матери, который он носит как бы это. Там
Мы не вспоминаем про Лавендер Таун и его, так сказать, бета-версию этого трака.
So that is currently tied in the lead for the trainer name for Pokemon Red and Blue. The other name there is Zelda, both at $25. So yeah, thank you both for your donations. Back to you, folks.
So I finished the electric gym and we immediately
И
actually
это Electric Gym готов, получается.
Да.
Сейчас еще halqe догонит.
A watchtower, which actually also gives us a flight point. And we're actually going to be using that flight point to go basically towards our next gym, which is actually going to be the grass gym, the gym that you're supposed to do second, I believe. You're supposed to do Iono third and Brassius second in the gym leaders. So hey, at least there's one gym we actually do in the correct order. So that's fun. So we're going to grab this rare candy. Yes, we're grabbing a lot more rare candies. We're then going to basically then...
Мы также строим маршрут ради конфеток.
Вкусно.
There are plenty of rare candies that we do have to collect still.
Качаем уровни покемонов.
Да.
Yes, there's six candies left. We're gonna do basically another mini version of the glide.
Ну, конечно, долго отходил, но, наверное, ты скоро за пиццей пойдешь, так что до этого, пожалуй,
Я...
выйдем.
Погоди, так. Ну, этот... Давай, в путь, я думаю, когда ты вернешься, да, я уйду за пиццей тогда.
Да, давай. Надо по очереди, так сказать, по сменам. Мы справимся обязательно. Я готов досидеть до конца.
Ну, у меня как бы просто, видишь, потеря у пиццы была. Я проверил, тогда она на кухне, у меня нет этого соуса к пеней.
О,
Ну,
нет.
блин, я не знаю,
Я
как её
принесу,
есть.
я принесу.
Отлично, да.
Сейчас скажу.
Мьюту. Покемон с телекинезом, по-моему, Мьюту. Тот, который описываете в чате. Ну вот, как бы визуальная разница, которая небольшой была, как видите, довольно-таки большая.
We're playing hide and seek. We all love hide and seek, and we're basically trying to find ourselves 10 sunflowers and get them back to where they need to play. There are technically, oops. There are 30 sunflowers you can find here. There's actually plenty, but we are obviously going for the fastest 10. The fastest 10. We have routed what the fastest 10 are. We keep on in the beginning we keep on accidentally finding new sunflowers, and it's like, oh, this is the fastest one. No, this is the fastest one. But now we are definitely more suited where we have see the 10 thing. So yeah, you also don't have to fight any of the sunflowers. So we actually are going to be picking up the 10 sunflowers that don't challenge us to a fight. So we're going to have this one here. There's 3 right in front of us that we are going to pick up. We're then going to go this way to then pick up 2 more sunflowers. We're going to have one right next to this lake, and we're going to actually get this one on down here. We don't actually need to do that whole like maze little thing. We're then going to grab this sunflower here, which is just sleeping right there. We're then going to avoid this next sunflower because that sunflower challenges you to a fight, which is very slow. We're then gonna grab this sunflower right there. We're then gonna go around the vending machine to not talk to it, and then grab that sunflower. We're then gonna jump. I did a high jump there, which is fine. Grab that sunflower. We then grab this sunflower on the
В
other side of the
общем-то,
wall because hitbox is
сейчас
and then we're
мы
going to
ищем
we're going to actually
спрятавшихся
dismount ourselves early. The
участников
little
жима
tech here is every time
повсюду.
a game dismounts us, it takes time for it to dismount. So if
В
we
общем-то,
dismount
как видите, мы
ourselves, we
прошли
can actually just,
тест
minimize
данной
what
качалки.
we have to do. And that's grass. That's grass gym. That's the grass test done. And now we're
Тут
gonna
было
be
таки
fighting the grass gym.
немного
And
оптимизации. Там можно
don't forget
взаимодействовать с кем-то
there's
через
something I
стеночку.
really tell to mention.
Стандартные вещи.
The 4 moves that you see on our Flamingo, those are the 4 moves that we're going to be using for the majority of the speedrun. Simply because animations are still on, so we do want to use the move at the lowest animations. The 4 moves that you see,
В общем-то,
wind attack, which is a really fast
поскольку мы не
flying
можем
move,
полностью
both
отключить
is a very
анимации
fast, sometimes
в
a
игре,
fighting move, acrobatics, which is when
мы
we need
будем
more power,
пытаться использовать оптимальные движения, в которых минимум
normal,
действий. И вы сейчас, кстати,
double kick
видите
does have some
замечательный
uses. I
элемент,
did use it in the
как долго мы
Pokémon
прогружались.
gym because that's actually my most powerful move at the point because his magic being electric type does resist acrobatics and that wouldn't have one shot. Here we're actually going to be seeing the real use case for double kick, where one of the Pokemon that Brassius has is a Sudowoodo, and if we all know, Sudowoodo has the ability Sturdy, which means we can't take it out in one hit. But we can avoid that problem if we use a move that does 2 hits. So this is actually the reason why we have double kick in a moveset and have it for so
В общем-то,
long.
сейчас
So yeah, so this is again really easy. You're gonna see we
если
have a level
назвать
55
собакой,
Pokemon
так
and our
зовут.
opponent's Pokemon is level 60.
В общем-то, у нас 55-й
It's
покемон на
just really
60-й
ridiculous
уровень.
how high level we are.
I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea what
16-й,
opportunity I'm gonna get from
извините,
back before,
оговорка.
before Medali.
60.
I don't think
Я
there
всегда
is.
бачусь на
Yeah,
60 и
I'm gonna have to
16.
be level 76.
Yep.
Hopefully, I
Очень
if there
похоже.
ever was a
Мы,
Flamingo
в
that's
общем-то,
great for
оверлевел,
that, it's the swim with minus
Yep.
attack, 6 IV minimum, 7 IV minimum.
поэтому мы просто
Hopefully
обычной
it's not that
атакой
bad.
их отправляем в
So yeah, we deal with that. This fight
другой
used to be a
мир.
lot worse when we used to do like this way earlier because we were so lower level, and unfortunately because of that, we couldn't use double kick to one-hit KO it, or one-hit KO it in one turn. But now that we're higher level, we can actually.
И
use
причина,
double
по
kick
которой мы
and,
сюда
there it
пришли,
goes.
это в том,
There it
чтобы
goes.
ванхитнуть его, именно
That is why
этого
double kick. There
противника.
are 2 other Pokemon in this run that do have Sturdy, so we're going to be keeping double kick for a while. Especially late, and both of them
И
are
у этих
so we're gonna keep
покемонов,
double kick
почему
for a
нам
while.
нужен
And
даблкик?
especially in
У них
Violet,
есть навык, который
there's
нас
actually one use case
100%
of double kick
отправит
actually
в нокаут,
but we'll get to that later.
поэтому нам
Also,
надо
because of my bad
именно
attacks, I don't proc
уделать
sturdy.
их в один цикл.
Sometimes you can proc
И
sturdy,
именно
which is a little
из-за
bit of
этого мы пришли сюда
a little
настолько
bit of a
высоким
downside,
уровнем.
but aside from that, which just it loses you not 8 seconds, loses you 4 seconds, but it's nothing too big of a deal when it happens in a speedrun. And with that, that has been 2 gym badges now complete. And oh boy, we're almost there. I've been hyping this up for a long time. We are almost there to showcase the absolute craziest movement tech throughout this entire game. But before that, there's one last thing we have to do. We have to basically fight Rival 3. And one of the things we haven't explained yet is how rivals fight you. They will fight you in specific points. Before the 3rd gym, after the 5th gym, and before the 7th gym. We do have strats for each of them. So, yeah, we do have strats for each of them. And this strat is called Lose.
My favorite.
Yeah, my favorite.
Try my best to replicate that right now.
So
With this lead I've provided you. Don't think this race is over. Like these glides can really.
Вот это эпичное
ruin
представление лидеров
your phase. It's like,
залов, на
you
самом
miss
деле,
one, you
такое
cut
забавное.
rounds, you don't
Никогда не
run your
повторяйте этого
turn,
трюка, не
you
прыгайте,
reset
пожалуйста,
the
с
game,
мельниц
back to your save
на
point,
землю.
hit the autosave
Особенно с лопасти мельницы, потому что это приведет к серьезным травмам.
Especially the fact that this game can randomly crash at you. Believe me.
Oh yeah.
И сейчас Раннер говорит, что, помните, эта игра может рандомно закрашиться, так что, серьезно, поверьте, она может рандомно закрашиться. И, в общем-то, мы снова взяли кабанчика.
And we're gonna start the ice gym puzzle. We're gonna talk to the after the rival fight, after we, intentionally lose this fight, because we don't want to quite show Nimona our full power yet. We kind of want to like say, oh yeah, here's definitely the Pokemon that we use to win every single fight, but in reality, that's not actually the case. So
I have an idea where I can get a backup candy.
All right, you're gonna tell me.
Between Medallia and Cascaraffa, but I just don't fly all the way to Cascaraffa.
I guess that could work.
It's just gonna take me a little bit, but
yeah, it's gonna take you.
The only way to make sure I get to be the right level for this game.
Yeah, because levels do matter a lot in this game, but yeah, effectively now we're gonna be fighting Nimona.
Watch me still proc sturdy.
We're
minus attack 6 IV.
We're still trying. We're just trying to lose because we do want to skip.
Ну вот сейчас мы специально проиграем этот бой.
As you're seeing now, you can see how long that animation takes. And so by losing this fight, we can completely skip that animation. This Rockruff, however, has trolled me in the past. So it has 4 moves.
I crit.
Oh,
told you.
That's actually the bad crit you don't want. But anyway, there's worse crits actually. We'll get to that later.
И у Раннера справа произошел крит, что нежелательно, из-за того, что мы получаем дополнительный текстбокс, а количество ударов, которые нам нужны для победы, не меняется. В общем-то, слева мы специально проиграли, бедный кабанчик. И начинается скип диалогов.
Yeah, we're gonna go up, talk to the ice gym person. We're not actually gonna be doing this trial just yet, simply because it's just better to do it later. But we're gonna start it so we don't have to come back into the gym.
Мы сейчас берем испытание качалки, чтобы не выполнить его прямо сейчас, а выполнить его потом, потому что это удобнее. Но мы его берем сразу, чтобы потом сюда не возвращаться.
My Flamigo back into my party, and then we are going to be doing this first glide, which is you jump up here, you then fly to the left, drop down to the left, then glide to the right, then you're going to do it again, but this time you actually want to do it as low as you possibly can. There's a reason for that later.
И сейчас мы специально падаем так и глайдимся.
We're then going to drop down a whole lot more, and then use that to gain a whole lot more speed.
Чтобы разогнаться.
You can see how fast that we're not supposed to go. We're then going to grab the Medalli 5 point by going atop.
И вот такую вот огромную скорость мы можем набрать благодаря правильным движениям в глайдинге. И мы сразу долетаем до триггера катсцены, что очень важно, потому что Switch довольно-таки тяжело справляется с новыми ресурсами покемонов. И это не очень простой трюк, и называется суперглайдом.
We have glide 2, and this one is either the easiest glide in the game if you're doing the safe strat, if you're doing like the fine strat, or the hardest glide in the game if you're doing the swag strat. Luckily, there is no time.
You got time to play with. Go for it. Go for it.
This is unfortunately one of those glides where you have only one shot of doing it, so hopefully I do get the swag strat. And I will explain what the swag strat means in just a moment. But right now, we are going to be flying to Montenevera and basically doing it from there.
Flying to Montenevera, then flying somewhere else.
Yeah, we're flying to Montenevera. But basically, the reason why we want to do that is we want to go to a high vantage point, and then we're basically going to be flying somewhere else. This glide is definitely the hardest. I'm hoping I get it, but it's going to be difficult. If not, I'll just go for like the safe glide. So how it works is we're going to come here. We're then going to jump down to the left, and then fly to the right. And then we're going to fly down to the left, or to the left, and then go right, and then go left. And then, as you can clearly see, we are gaining so much speed from doing this.
Это также
And then we're gonna do it one more time. You
суперглайдинг,
don't wanna
и
go
вы
too
видите
fast,
прям,
because if you
как
go too fast, you will clip
не
your
успевают
speed. I
прорисоваться
don't think
текстурки
this is fast
частично
enough
из-за
to
того,
beat
что
it.
наша скорость слишком высокая, этого не предполагали
You can see it.
разработчики. А справа
And
снова
drop.
кабанчик жертвует собой ради
Oh.
спидрана. О,
Yes!
идеально.
That is
yeah.
a
If you
perfect
feel
glide.
that is like 20, 30, 40
Он
seconds
сейчас
minimum.
сэкономил
Since I'm
где-то
down here
30
already, I
секунд
am
вот
gonna
этим
go
вот
grab this
полетом.
rare candy preemptively, and then we're gonna go come up here. We're then gonna go basically go up behind here, go to this wall, and then we're going to basically kind of just
И
backwards
снова
up here and effectively start the fight,
прыжки
which
спиной,
literally can just be hold A to win.
чтобы добежать
Not a
до
joke. This fight
триггера.
is relatively easy. You just have to hold A to basically win the guy. This
Or you have to mash A.
you have to mash A. My bad.
Yeah, because the first slot of the Flamingo's moveset is wing attack, and both phases of Bombardier died at one wing
Yeah.
attack.
Fun fact about the second phase of Bombardier, he only gets a 20% HP boost.
У
That's
правого раннера
so
отставание где-то в минут
effective.
5-7 сейчас
Yeah,
уже.
it's only level 20 to begin with, so.
Like, I am surprised that I was able
Ему
to
немного
actually
не
hit that
везет с
glide pretty
рандомом.
much perfectly.
Mhm.
Like, not to say anything, that glide is not easy, and I'm really hoping that. Oh yeah, you have to go for a backup candy here. So
Yeah, I know what I'm doing.
So yeah, he's gonna do the same thing. He's gonna do slightly different. He has to go for a backup that I don't have to go for because he skipped the candy. But yeah, it's effectively the exact same thing that halqe is doing. He's just basically trying to glide down. You want to glide low enough to get a. You want to glide low enough to basically get the fly point of Medali before you head to Kaskaratha. So that is what basically he's doing. He's gonna wait until he sees Medali or Dalipaza Plaza. That also works as well. He is gonna have to take a little bit of a
Тут,
slow backup because
как
there
я
is a
помню,
candy that
раут
he
мы
does have
всегда
to pick
будем
up, and then he has
пользоваться
to go
фламинго.
everything. So
Хотел сказать павлином с
yeah,
фламинго,
up.
потому что
Oh yeah,
фламинго
that
слишком
oh yeah, that
эффективен
move
для
is really
спидрана.
slow. And as I was just explaining that, yeah, this fight, Bird Titan, that's Bird Titan, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing too crazy happening here.
Ой, не получилось, не
I haven't done this one in a while.
Oh
получилось.
yeah,
We've been on the
this
road
is
for
like,
months.
if you those that don't know, this wall jump
There we
that
go.
he's doing is actually the glitchless route. So because this is technically any percent glitch. We did say it's any percent, but the glitch term came later because when we find this, we decided to split the boards. And yeah, what we're showcasing is the glitch route. Yeah. Hopefully, I'm really hoping that you do actually get this glide. It is really difficult to get to land optimally. I was thinking that was gonna fail, honestly.
I got a sandstorm right now. Hopefully it's not the case when I come back.
Покемон
because
Фламинго.
we can lose you a little bit of time.
Ну вот так вот бывает, да,
But
покемон
yeah,
фламинго.
sandstorm in the water gym town. I know, pretty crazy.
All right, so I'm gonna do the same thing. Go to Monster of Era. Go for the same glide.
So I will be explaining as he tries to go for a glide. Basically, the main thing is that how
Эти
this
диалоги,
glide
конечно, в
works,
покемонах меня
is
всегда
that
поражают.
there's basically two circles near that mountain. One is the Arven cutscene trigger, and the other is the actual fight circle itself. If you go there with not enough speed, the game just takes all away your speed and basically tries to make you land, and if it doesn't, you just basically land somewhere. What we're trying to do is we're trying to get to a certain point in the mountain with just barely enough speed so that the game doesn't slow us down for a little bit, and then try to land at a very specific point, at that point. And yeah, you don't want to go too fast, because if you do go too fast, you do clip through the mountain.
Сейчас
And if you unfortunately get the
рассказывают
downside of
о
clipping
проблеме скипа,
and
который
being
справа.
stuck inside, you then have to retake the
Если мы
glide
будем
again.
на слишком большой скорости, мы клипнемся в скалу,
No, but this is not.
No, you're gonna get
именно
warped.
Yeah, it's fine.
попадем в скалу.
But it works me at the bottom.
Из-за
It
того,
helps right
что
behind me. I just gotta go a little bit
клипнувшись
of a
внутрь,
slower
нам надо
path.
все переделывать. А если мы не
It's like
долетим,
20 seconds
как
of
сейчас
in-game
произошло,
right now,
нас
so-
телепортируют на начало
Yeah, so it's right up there, dropping
скалы,
rocks. That's where I gotta go.
и придется переделывать.
I think I
So,
just
yeah.
barely did not have enough speed.
Unfortunately, these rocks are RNG a little bit. They do fall in a random pattern. Like, I don't think
Ну
they
вот,
before
теперь
they
Раннер
happened as a random
исправляет,
pattern, but
ему
how they
придется
roll
бежать
down
через
is.
вот эти катящиеся камни.
So, yeah, hopefully you don't get a boulder.
И все, на что мы можем надеяться, что ему не прилетит камнем, да, повезло.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And then now you basically get a relaxation
Ну
of
вот,
basically
вы
just
можете увидеть, насколько
celebrating.
большая разница между полетом
And
и
now,
бегом
Christ is already taking
визуальным.
over,
Вообще-то
and
это
it's
еще
on
плюс 30
the
секунд к раннеру справа.
So normally you'd have to drop down and grab that before you start this glide. We're gonna be gliding to the Porto Marinata that we were told to bring Kofu's wallet to in the water town.
Oh yeah, we just stole an old man's wallet, didn't we? Oh, that might be a bit too much fast, a bit too much speed.
I can hold back and
Yeah, I can just hold back and just reduce speed. And then we grab that rare candy. Yes, another one. To then go do the glide once again. We're going to do it one more time so I can get a little bit more speed. And then we're going to drop in front on top of this glass building where we're going to... Oh, no. Accidentally almost overshooting, but thanks.
Ну, подняли большую конфету
We're going to grab yet another rare candy.
с опытом
I know.
и еще одну редкую конфетку.
And we're going to be basically doing this fight. The fight itself is relatively free. There is a little bit of RNG
И
into this
начинается
fight because effectively both of these Pokemon have
интересный
the
файт.
Jet, which is a priority move, and it does waste about 4 seconds if they do go for it. So hopefully we get
В
at
нем
least
довольно-таки
decent
все
RNG
просто.
that it doesn't go
Для
for it. They
нас
both have
не будет
Aqua Jet.
никаких
Worst
сложностей.
case scenario, they both get it. Best case scenario,
Но в
none of them
РНГ
do it.
здесь
So
все зависит от того,
kind of
какой
hoping that we can
прием
get some
использует покемон
RNG.
противника, потому что если...
So here's the float. So fun fact, if it's raining, this float so outspeeds you
Важный момент, кстати,
because it has the ability swift swim.
что мы сейчас выигрываем по скорости, потому что нет дождя.
I still think it does.
Это как раз таки момент рандома. Если был бы дождь,
Yeah, because
то
Floatzel's
Флоутус будет быстрее, чем мы, из-за того, что у него
Right, it's like
пассивка на то,
base
что во
110
время
something
дождя у
speed,
него больше
with like base
скорость.
35, and like that thing gets then doubled in the rain, which is like a really big boost. Remember, levels are slightly catching up, and yeah, I did get the double bad luck for double Aqua Jet, but yeah. This is the water gym trial, and the first part of the water gym trial was actually taking the wallet, and that's actually the reason why we went to Cascarafa, so we can grab the wallet, then fly all the way to Bird Titan to get the ability to swim, and then come here to basically deliver an old man's wallet, because apparently we're doing that kind of errand today. But there's actually a good reason for this. A, we finally get to progress through the story, but also this man is kind enough to actually give us $50,000, 50,000 Poké dollars, of which we then have to bid for him a certain item. However, we can actually keep any money that we don't spend. So our main thing is we're bidding here. It's a new thing in this game where you can bid against other NPCs. Luckily, this one follows in an exact same script. So if we always bid the same way, it will always do so. The person to the left of me will always bid in increments of 10,000, whereas the person furthest away from me will always bid in increments of the person next to me will bid in increments of 5,000. The second one will bid in the increments of 10,000, but they will not bid anymore if it's
В
about
общем-то,
5,000.
сейчас
So if we bid,
надо делать ставки.
say 15,000, 20,000, 25,000, and then 35,000, we basically buy this for the cheapest amount of money possible, effectively
И
getting us
из-за того, что мы знаем,
50,000
сколько
just on that alone.
враги могут поставить максимально, мы легко можем выиграть эту ставку из-за того, что, зная, как работает их ставка, мы можем скупить все, что нам нужно, с помощью вот этой вот оптимизации по деньгам.
So we're probably thinking, oh, we're going to the water gym, right? Next, right? No. We are not doing water gym next. There is a reason why we do want to save water gym for later. We are going to be going, however, to meeting basically everyone's favorite character. But before that, I do need to do a menu, and I already pressed the wrong button.
Сейчас рано ошибся с кнопкой, кстати.
Let me just quickly do this.
Никто меня не ушел.
Do largest here, go to 57, then use 20 rare candies to then go to 77, then use the EXP medium, and then we then continue to go. Yes, we are now level 77, ladies and
Мы уже
gentlemen.
достигли
That's now
77
10 levels
уровня.
higher than the highest level Pokemon we will ever
И
see in this entire game.
мы
And
сейчас
the
выше
funniest thing,
любого покемона в игре, из тех, которых мы только можем встретить. То есть мы обгоняем по левелу всех покемонов. И при этом мы не закончили собирать конфетки, потому что они все еще будут по прохождению нашему, из-за того, что нам нужно быть максимального левела, по возможности, из-за того, что это быстрее. Ну, у halqe
The other one is
Кори
Pika Pig.
идет довольно-таки
And last
тяжело
one
рано
is
из-за того, что его РНГ
Froakie.
просто ненавидит.
So it is
Ему
anyone's
прям очень
game
не
here.
везет.
So if you want any one of those names to take the lead, or if you want another name to perhaps snipe all three of them, keep donating, and let's get an even higher goal. Let's reach that 135K. All right, back to you, folks.
So in this gym, you're supposed to like fight trainers and get like the secret ingredient menu, but we know what the secret ingredient is. It's basically just one, and then
I
down,
actually have no idea where these
up,
trainers are.
and down.
First time I ever played this game, I looked it up. I didn't want to fight them.
Yeah, you just looked it up because you didn't want to fight the trainers. I actually did this the proper way just to figure it out what it was in my first casual playthrough. But yeah, the secret ingredient, it's actually not that secret. It's just one, option 2, option 3, option 2. Use that one for your next playthrough.
Also, they don't really explain that they just like, you know, there are people sitting there eating.
Oh yeah, don't
Where
mind the
did they go?
trainers that just disappeared, by the way.
There's a bunch of people that were just sitting there minding their own business, and all of a sudden they got evaporated.
Check something and my. Oh yeah, wait. That's money. Where's my fights? Okay. So, unfortunately, due to the fact that we do have bad stats, we unfortunately do have to use acrobatics on the.
I also have a.
Yeah, we
Tangle
both have
feet.
bad. Yeah, we both have. Yeah, we both have tangle feet
Oh,
today.
you get Tangle Feet too?
Yeah.
Oh my god, these are two terrible birds.
Yeah, these are really bad, but like these birds. Yeah, these birds aren't that great, unfortunately. But because of that, we do have to like take the slower version of this fight, where we do have to use more powerful moves. One thing
Офигенный
to note
покемон.
about, the abilities of this bird, which we haven't mentioned at all yet. There are two
Бедная
abilities that this
спящая
flamingo
коала.
has. It has Tangled Feet, which basically does nothing. It does have technically one niche use case.
Камала,
technically,
да, они
because
назвали
it does
Камалой.
increase evasion during when you're confused, which has a useful
Oh,
in case.
I know where it is.
But yeah, so
Ох уж
there
эта
is that,
Камала.
but the main thing about Scrappy is that we don't actually use it for its main flavor text. We would prefer to have the Scrappy ability if we could. But we don't actually use it for its main flavor text, being the fact that
Ну, в общем-то, все бои будут теперь проходить
Scrappy,
одинаково. Из-за
it
того, что у
allows
нас
us to hit use fighting type moves on ghost types. We
Overload.
actually use it for its secondary effect, as you'll see on the Staraptor. So this Staraptor has the ability Intimidate, which because we're Tangled Feet, we're gonna get the attack drop. But if we weren't Tangled Feet and we were Scrappy instead, we would actually not get the attack drop at all. Turns out, actually, my attack is so bad that I would still have to go for acrobatics, even if I wasn't Tangled Feet.
What's your IV?
My attack IV is 10 to 13.
Lucky.
В общем-то,
No, even if I was Scrappy, I would still have to go for acrobatics.
раннеру не хватает атаки сейчас, чтобы именно форсить файты. Поэтому приходится идти альтернативами.
So yeah, unfortunately, this is the longest terrestrial animation that we're going to see. So, donations.
Donation indeed. It is $20 from Anonymous with no comment, but thank you very much.
Что самое интересное, почему-то в логике мира покемонов, когда мы должны победить лидера Джима, он почему-то может использовать читерские вещи и способности по усилению своего покемона и покрыть его какой-то мистической мощной броней, дать огромный алмаз там на бошку покемона. И это считается честным боем, типа мы должны доказать, что мы достойны этого Джима.
Don't worry, Larry does have a redemption later on, but we'll keep that as a latest surprise.
I have to say, I am endlessly amused that you know, Scarlet has a pretty wide diversity of Pokemon you can choose to run.
Нет, Тетрасслайз-то мы можем использовать, но он анимации долго занимает, это времени много. Да, чем больше времени Тетрасслайза, тем меньше мы его используем, поэтому мы его избегаем в ране. Но все равно вот эта вот часть в покемонах, этот, где гигантизация была в Sword and Shield, они каждый раз выдумывают какую-то новую механику уникальную, и это так немного странно. Хотя это именно должна быть честная битва покемонов. Усилителями. Блин, если почитать так чат и подумать, то покемоны это такая серьезная игра. И мы познакомились с чемпионом очень быстро и просто. Он с нами поговорил, ушел.
this game. Oh boy, here comes the next big glide. It's dubbed Psychic Glide because many people know how you get how to get there casually. You either
Не,
climb the
покемоны
black cave
такая
or you just walk or
хорошая
you just
игра,
walk
но
behind it. This
некоторые вещи
is
в
how
ней это
we
прям
get to Psychic
серьезно.
Town, by the way.
Mhm.
This is a glide to watch.
Yeah, it's very, very easy to get built up way too much speed and clip through walls and just generally not make it to your destination. So he's got to be very, very careful in controlling how much speed he has, and controlling where he lands and how he lands.
Yeah, that should be. I could go off
Probably
faster,
gotta
but I
play
am.
it safe.
Yes. And then I'm spamming the B button so that I can actually have a little bit more control, but also decrease my height knowingly, because the longer you hold the glide, the longer you don't get access to the glide. And then
В общем-то, почему мы летим вот такими кусками? Потому что чем дольше мы летим, вот именно глайдим, тем дольше мы не будем иметь доступа к полету после того, как отпустим глайд. Поэтому мы именно делаем такие короткие рывки полета.
And I can't apparently get off. Okay.
Oops, I accidentally attacked the Dunsparce.
Oh no, you're gonna get glad.
Ой, он второй раннер не смог ваншотнуть
Power hacks.
осьминожку, получил дебаф, получил лишнюю
I
анимацию.
can technically go
Печаль.
that glide faster. However, I did decide to play it safe for marathon simply because that glide is like a really difficult glide to control, especially when you have too much speed. Then yeah. So now it comes like everyone's favorite Mario Party minigame, apparently. But basically,
Сейчас начинается
this
очередная мини-игра в
Psychic
зале.
the Psychic Gym, for those who don't know, it's pretty infamous. You basically just, I'm saying basically too many times, aren't I? Anyway, it's basically an emotional spectrum test. I'm doing it again.
So with this test,
Сейчас
essentially,
раннер говорит такой basically, и потом говорит, что-то я слишком часто говорю basically. И через следующую фразу снова говорит basically. И это посмешно второго раннера.
Oh, Simon said
of the color. No, there's like a toy called Simon. It's literally Simon Says Yes. But it's like, if it says red, you hit the red one. Blue, you hit the blue one. That's exactly what's happening here. But in much less frames than Simon ever could deliver.
Yeah. So there is actually a faster way to actually go through this emotional spectrum test, which that's what they call it. It's ESP. Haha, nice joke. But
Cool.
yeah, the way you're supposed to do it is you're supposed to answer all 10 of them. They want you to answer all 10 of them, but turns out you don't actually have to answer all 10 of them. Or at least for the first phase, you don't have to answer all 10 of them. All you have to do is answer twice, and then you can just put your controller down. Like, yeah. So I'm going to my character is apparently going to be today surprised the amount of times I said basically, and angry because they don't like that word apparently. And now I just sit here and basically don't have. I need to stop saying that.
All right, hey Siri.
Сейчас раннер
list
шутит
the
вот,
words that
что
are synonyms of basically.
basically.
All right, essentially, mostly, at heart, at the bottom, firstly, in essence, in substance, inherently.
Он говорит basically,
Mostly,
basically,
mainly,
basically.
primarily, largely, chiefly, predominantly, generally,
То есть
principally. There you go.
он
Just
постоянно
anyways.
говорит слово база.
Yeah. Take your pick.
Ну, по сути,
Yeah.
по существу.
Don't worry, chat.
То есть он
I am
говорит,
reading you.
по
I
сути,
know
в общем-то,
that, no, I have chat open. I know how.
You should not.
база,
Shouldn't have,
вот
but I
именно,
like having it.
Yeah.
вот так вот. Это базовое значение, что-то в этом роде получается. По сути, в частности, вот один и тот же термин использует постоянно. Из-за этого уже начинает становиться смешно. Может быть, мы получим еще одну нарезку по типу «Ох, my goodness, ох, my goodness, ох, my goodness».
Just to count how many times I said it as a joke.
Just a YouTube compilation coming.
Yep. And the worst part is I'm gonna say it again.
Yeah.
I am going to forget how many times I've said it, and I'm going to say it again because I'm gonna forget because I'm gonna be busy doing fights. Also, fights. Oh, mash A. Like just wing attack and you're good. Oh, that is
Так,
fast.
правый раннер, кажется, набрал слишком много скорости.
You get it? I actually have to focus. Oh no.
I'm fine. Watch this. Ugh. There we go.
Уф, как он выкрутился.
Kinda. We're a little bit far away, but I made it.
Не идеальный полет, конечно,
At heart, you know.
Oh.
но
we made it.
выкрутился. Еще смог задоджить.
3,
Yeah.
4,
Principally, we just needed to get over here above the wall,
5.
you know, where we didn't need to be climbing, so that's fine.
Yeah. You did try to go for risky. You were a bit too fast. Actually,
Yes,
nope,
but my flying speed was so fast that it might have still been faster than yours, but not likely.
not.
Like I flew here very fast, but I had to do a lot of ground
Yeah,
movement.
I was a bit scared because fun fact about this game: if you go too fast, collision doesn't load, and you can clip inside buildings. And if you clip inside
Интересная
buildings,
история. Если вы будете
I was
двигаться
actually
слишком
afraid I
быстро,
missed it
то
initially when I did that loop.
здания
It was
могут
like
не
2 stories
прогрузиться, и вы
away.
можете
I was a little
оказаться
bit
внутри
scared for that.
коллизии
And I was a little bit
и не
afraid I
сможете
was
выбраться.
fast and clip through walls, but it
yeah,
worked out.
and also it's especially bad in this town
И
specifically.
это ужасно именно в этом
In
городе.
this town, despite the fact that we are in the town, right?
Mhm.
We do not get the fly point for this town. This is the only town in the
И
entire
это
game
единственный город
that if you
во
go
всей
to this
игре,
town, you
у
do not
которого
get the
нет
fly
точки
point. So
полета.
even if it
You have to
says
touch this Pokemon Center map.
you have to touch the Pokemon Center for this town specifically, which means even if you miss
И если вы
the
ошибетесь с
glide,
полетом,
you
то вам
have
надо
to
снова
try
это
again. You
делать.
have to try again. So this glide
Поэтому
is
это
really
очень важный
important
глайд
that you
был, на
don't
котором они
miss.
сюда
The route actually
долетели.
doesn't work if you don't get this glide because there's no other way to get to this town
There
without. But it
is-
can, but it takes.
But
a
it's
long
like
time to run there.
it's just
Yeah.
faster to just reset and try again.
Yeah, so technically Glaciato is also that way, but the Glaciato Pokemon Center is labeled Glaciato Center.
Yeah,
So it's not really claiming to be a a center for the city. You know, at least that's honest.
so yeah. Oh yeah, so second fight is also pretty easy. I also didn't mention for the second psychic test, you only need to answer 5 times. I did forget to count to 5, so I did just do one more just in case. Because you don't want to redo this because then you have to redo the entire psychic test again. And you don't want to do that. That's really slow.
Ну, в общем-то, прошли очередной тест.
So, yeah, now we're gonna fight. So yeah, now we're gonna fight Tulip, the psychic gym leader. This fight is a little bit like less brain dead because you actually have to click different moves this time. But because of our level differences, everything just.
I'm still paralyzed.
Oh my!
I see the.
Oh yeah, you didn't
frost.
heal because you
Yeah.
didn't heal yet. So you're gonna do every fight paralyzed now.
Oh, that's terrible. Unfortunate.
Yeah, that's.
And I'm
not-
sure these paralyzed particles aren't helping my frame rate.
Oh no.
Право,
How much time do you?
Фламинго все еще
we
под
didn't mention
эффектом
that-
паралича.
Do we mention about the handheld
Из-за
effect?
этого у него каждый раз,
I
когда
mentioned
будет
that 6
возникать
seconds.
эффект паралича,
But
будет
this is
немного
like one of the
подлагивать
big
консоль.
areas you get to basically
Okay, hold
you
on.
get to see the time save.
Yeah, I could save like 10 seconds if I just pull the thing out of the dock.
Yeah, but then that makes your run invalid.
It's already terrible.
В общем-то, мы должны, по идее, вот эту мини-игру проходить. Но из-за того, что мы превосходим противника по уровню, у нас как бы команда поддержки гораздо сильнее и изи.
And has to reset and go all the way back to the Los Platos Pokemon Center. That's a reset, but not for a marathon. So, yeah, I don't know if we mentioned exactly the difference between Scarlet and Violet in terms of like time, but it's estimated to be about 3 minutes.
Yeah,
and conveniently, that's about how much time I lost to the Flamigo. So, I've been very kind and gracious and given Crisis exactly the head start he needs.
Did you really give me
to
that, or did
compete.
you just forget to?
It wasn't completely intentional. Why would I do that?
Sure, that's
Yeah.
definitely an intentional thing.
Yeah.
Anyway,
welcome.
yes, we did use a fighting move in a psychic gym. Farigiraf is part normal. But everything else resists fighting, so we are going to be using our fighting stabs.
I'm not convinced I'm paralyzed. I haven't suffered it yet.
Not yet, but you will. Maybe.
Maybe.
So, take out the God of War. That thing has no defenses, so you can wing attack. Unfortunately, both of our attacks are very low, so we do have to acrobatics the Espathra. That way it's a one-shot, and the Florges, which is the bulkiest Pokemon in the entire team, just gets absolutely demolished by acrobatics. We never actually mentioned what acrobatics is. So, those who don't know, acrobatics is a really, really powerful attack. It is a 55 base power move, which doubles in power if our Flamigo does not hold any item. So throughout this entire speedrun, our flamingos will not hold a single item because it makes so that we have a very powerful move that we can just literally spam.
В общем-то, нам сейчас рано рассказывают о том, что мы
You would think
весь
that,
файт
oh,
просто
sending a
спамим
planet
одним
to a
единственным
cycle gym would be scary, but
мувом,
no, we just absolutely,
потому что мы
devour the
уничтожаем
entire
абсолютно
system.
все им.
In this game, fights are not scary because there's one fight that's coming up very shortly that is a very scary fight and can lose us a bunch of time. But we don't have to deal with that. But well, we do have to deal with it, but we just don't have to deal with it now. So this is the 4th gym. This is that we've just completed. This is very important because the next gym is the 5th gym.
И, в общем-то,
And as I mentioned
следующий
before, Nimona challenges you after the
зал
gym.
это
So what-
будет
so we
5-й.
and we can't switch Pokemon between completing the gym and fighting Nimona. So the question is, how do we lose with Flamigo? And the answer is, we don't. We lose with a different Pokemon instead. So we'll get to that when we...
Сейчас мы снова должны будем лузнуть, но мы не должны проиграть с помощью фламинго, потому что это слишком долго. И мы проиграем с помощью другого.
Coming right up. Yeah, it is another glide. And this one actually gets us a very important item. You did mention that our Flamigos have minus attack natures. Halqe is plus special defense minus attack, mine is plus speed minus attack, which I actually got the better end of the stick there. But however, we can actually change this. Introduced in Generation 8 is Nature Mint, which allows us to change the nature of our Pokemon to whatever we want. And thankfully, we already picked one up earlier, which is the Hasty Mint. However, I believe that I will have to be using that a lot later. But the mint that we're actually picking up is actually the Adamant Mint. And this mint is really, really good because it decreases our special attack by 10%, but more importantly, it boosts our attack by 10%. And we definitely want that attack boost, especially for the fight after the bug gym. So we are going to be doing basically fancy movement to get to the Adamant Mint, where we want to basically, God, I said it again, fly all the way to the Adamant Mint, just back up a little bit so we don't fall too hard, and we effectively land here to then grab.
What the heck?
To then grab the Adamant Mint. And then, because we are kind of on a hill, what we like to do is jump and then glide across, and then delay a little bit, glide across again, and effectively...
Ой, не долетел.
Но
ни на что не повлияет, конечно.
I like touched the door and then swerved backwards just by accident, and then it made me get off, and it like, even though I was nowhere near the door, I still made contact, so I slowly walked back to the door when I was really far away from it, you know, out of my control. So yeah, the Adamant Mint that I'm gonna give to my Flamigo now because I like doing it now, effectively changes my nature to be plus attack, minus speed. So I am gonna be doing a menu after I...
В общем-то, после выхода из зала мы будем делать меню. И сейчас будет самый худший джим-тест.
And that is known as Olive Game or Olive. It's actually Olive Roll, but most of us just call it Olive Game because we just like being wrong about names. So we're gonna come out and yeah, we're also gonna be doing.
Да, бедный фламинго тащит всех.
This is the one time we're actually not gonna be using our Flamigo, but instead we're gonna be saying hello to an old friend of ours. So Adamant Mint, and then boxes. Hello, Crocolo. And then we're going to go into a summary. We're then going to teach a move. And turns out I actually made a mistake because what happened?
I didn't Oko Gardevoir with wing attack.
Your attack's bad. You shouldn't have gone for that.
It doesn't say it's a range.
I did put that in the notes.
Man, that's alright.
You should have checked my updated notes.
Сейчас раннер, который справа смотрит на заметки, оставленные раннером слева.
And it's like what, 30 levels lower, 20 levels lower?
Yeah, you just wing attack the Espafra, you might die.
It's
Подглядывает, получается.
Да. С возвращением, да? Спасибо, что ты пришел.
Я смотрю, тут то самое, домашку списывают раннеры, походу.
Да.
Залететь на непотребство.
В общем-то, я
It's raining right
думаю,
now, so
как бы
hopefully it doesn't
часть
deserve it.
моей смены
By the
на
way,
вчера
what's the
закончилась, так что я воспользуюсь правом отойти.
worst thing in the game? Why?
Давай,
Думаю,
давай.
я уже не
Physics
вернусь на
doesn't
этот ран,
exist.
так что, Дака,
And also the
ты
sinking clipping the floor is like
держись.
really bad. So what we're trying to do is
Хорошего
we're trying to get
комментирования.
wallet to the upper side
Спасибо,
of the
чатик,
wall,
что были
to
с
the
нами.
race.
Хайпово рано
Trying to spot
покемонов.
myself. We're getting the
Ты
olive
так
so we can
долго
actually just
протяжно
the real
прощаешься,
physics of
что
this
мне
game
тоже
is to
захотелось
put
ливнуть, ну
olive
ладно.
above fences that
Давай,
windshield
удачи,
the
лайк.
developers do not want to
Okay,
do.
Да, давай.
like it, but that was insanely good. That was an insanely good olive roll. from
Surprisingly,
Crisis.
that was.
That's not easy. That olive does
Что
not
хотел спросить,
cooperate.
кто
It
впереди-то?
does not live under the same rules of
Ну,
math,
Крысариус, походу,
physics,
да?
inertia, whatever you want to call it, that we live under. It plays by its own rules.
Yeah, physics for the olive specifically does not exist.
Mhm.
Or, I mean, I actually want to know what physics engine they use specifically for that olive. Just
They
for that
made,
olive.
made one up.
Also, okay. So the reason why I was a bit panicky is that sometimes the game can just not load after.
Там
the
можно
so-
закрывать предикт.
I haven't seen it in a while. so
Жесть.
glad I
А
got to
все
catch
на
up there.
halqe поставили. Ну, еще есть шанс. Обогнать.
I'm not gonna say anything. So yeah, now we continue over. I could have actually done a glide. I just forgot because that's slightly faster. And then one of the things. So yeah, you might have noticed in my menu, I actually brought back out the Crocodile. Now you might be thinking, surely the Flamingo can just beat the gym. And the answer is, you're correct, but the Crocodile can also do it too. And so we want to use the Crocodile for specifically this gym. And there's a reason why we want Katie as the 5th gym leader, because afterwards we are forced to be in a Nemona fight. But we can't switch our Pokemon. So how it works is that we want to have a Pokemon who is strong enough to beat the gym, but then weak enough to then lose to Nemona afterwards. That way, we can skip the terrestrial animation that
Ну, у меня за пользование
Nemona
свеча
goes for,
крашилось
as well as
всего пару раз игра.
all of that, and basically get. I need to stop.
Или, может, тройку, но
All of the benefits of losing to Nemona and
эта
also
игра
getting
может,
85
эта игра
points
может,
simple
абсолютно.
without having to need to set up any turns. Crocodile is leveled exactly perfectly to, regardless of stats, to always one-shot every Pokemon in the bug gym, and then weak enough to then just immediately lose to Nemona afterwards. And I actually made a mistake earlier keeping moveset animation on, so I did lose a little bit of time. But the nice
И у нас
thing is
файт
that I now
в
have Incinerate on slot 1.
баг-джиме.
So that-
Это вот.
Normally Incinerate is on slot 4, but because I kept turning
У нас
it
тут
on
все
by
покемоны с
I was taught
типом
automatically
жуков.
on slot 4, so I had to reteach a move,
И, в
which is
принципе,
slower.
вот наш
But now I can just, instead of like
покемон изначально, он может почти всех их ваншотнуть.
Yeah, I guess
by losing a couple of seconds.
while Crisis is doing
О.
that, we do have a little bit of time for,
Потому что они
some
все-таки
messages.
жукотипы, огонь против них супер эффективный.
It is $10 from Kamikaze28 saying, "What's the opposite of an acidic enemy?
An ally?
Basic enemy?
A basic ally."
Его тут последним проходит, потому что это
That was like half right.
идеально
I feel
по
like I
пути.
said this way more than you did.
Ближе к концу, да.
But, to be fair, I'm a little bit biased. I'm a sucker for
I don't
these.
mind sciencey puns.
Просто очень удобно по пути зайти
Lovely.
сюда,
But yeah, that's also going towards the Ripley cosplay, so that's
вынести джим.
being met. And also keep those puns coming.
Ну тут раут выстраивается за счет того, какие у нас покемоны, какие у нас скиллы,
3 more hours. I can.
и куда мы можем быстро сходить.
Yeah, we do have 3 more hours of this run to go. We're not even halfway, I don't think.
I will say,
Да, кристальная форма особо
so I don't know what the
не спасла Тедиусу.
get him in right now because I don't know, Mod's looking that. Mod is also doing thumbs up, but yeah, I want to see some myself. So keep those donations coming. Back to you, friends.
Yeah, I just now beat Katie, got the 5th gym, and now we're gonna have this whole conversation where we meet the champion.
Я думаю, краш игры тут может заруинить, наверное, 3-4 минуты.
And, you know, she's congratulating us, and then Nemona comes in and decides to challenge us, and we decide to, you know, have this fight in front of, basically, of Katie. I said it. Again. Oh, that's gonna be a meme now. That's not my favorite word now.
Oh, I'm literally the wrong nature on this on this Pokémon.
Well, you what? Are you
Minus
plus?
defense plus special attack, or no, minus special attack plus defense.
Oh my god. Well, let's hope it doesn't rain.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I probably could have guessed that that was my that I was at least minus special attack because I.
И получили значок очередной. Готовимся ко входу. Скоро уже Покемон Лига близка.
Not that we can see, because they did change the way it works from Legends Arceus.
Yeah, because we don't have sound effects. So even if we do find even if we have found a shiny,
And no visual effects either until you encounter it.
yeah.
But
So
if it's like a very slight variation, you could very easily miss it. Okay.
all right, let's see how your olive game goes. I don't have to focus on my screen for a little bit because it's mash A. And because of turbo, it's literally just let the controller do it itself. That's actually, well, let's see.
No, don't.
What?
Yeah.
Come on.
I
come
hear.
on, go
I know
forward.
what you're gonna say. That's an interesting way to do that. That was not my. That was not my plan. The olive did not cooperate for like the after. It did cooperate with the initial hit, but then like the hit after that, it was like, all right, I know where you want me to go, and I'm gonna go that way.
Oh, fun. It rained after the fight I needed to rain.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Yeah. So rain here does not. Rain here is really bad.
И нам
because
тут
those who
рассказывают, быть
don't know,
чемпионом покемонов круто.
rain does affect the fights, especially if it starts. if it
Надо к
starts the
этому
fight at the
стремиться.
beginning. And if it rains in the bug gym, all of your fire type attacks have your damage reduced by 50%.
Тут что-то дождь начинается.
Actually making some of the Pokemon that you fight a range to kill instead.
Как же мне нравится этот покемон из Scarlet версии, который летает.
Like doable.
Просто максимально балдежной механики.
Now it doesn't have any status moves. Should just go for Excel Rock and obliterate me. I actually didn't check what nature this was, but doesn't matter. Goes for Excel Rock. It then takes a knockout, and we effectively lost the fight again. Lost the fight again. We do lose a little bit of money, but this money is accounted for throughout the entire run. Money is also very precise in this game, which I also need to figure out how many items I need to buy later. But I have still plenty of time to figure about that because we don't shop for a while.
У нас есть загрузка там.
Yeah.
И теперь у нас halqe тоже заходит.
I don't want to say too much, but I did check my splits. I am ahead of my Violet PB.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're on a very, very good run now.
I am say.
Теперь он тоже проходит этот файт с жуками. В принципе, не так уж сильно отстал.
Just by a couple of seconds.
Well, the only mistake I can really think of is where like you had to do the swirly around the Porto Marinata roof because you almost ran off without the rare candy.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I can even think of that was even like.
I did some menu. I did some menu mistakes, but it's fine.
But yeah, overall, just a really, really solid run from so far.
I want to go here, although. Oh wait, I'm going.
Especially the glides.
Yeah. Here comes another glide, and here comes the worst fight. A dangerous fight.
I promise I'm not gassing you out to make my run look not as bad.
So here we're gonna go boxes. We're then going to grab our Flamigo and then put it back on the top slot. We're still keeping Crocolo in our party because we do want it to get experience in the next fight. So
По-моему, halqe меня напутал, и там нормально раннеры сидят, и камера у них нормально расставленная. Потому что вот Крисариус это слева все-таки тут сидит. Он просто комментирует свои действия, и я понимаю, что да. Вот. В принципе, тут идет дождь, и это не проблема, пока не начинаются бои. Тем временем по такой же страте у второго раннера проходится жуковой, так сказать, жуковский джим. Тоже заливает всех огнем жуков.
Luckily, it did go for Water Pulse, but we didn't get confused, so that's really nice. Unfortunately, it's raining, which actually makes this cutscene lag incredibly.
That's so bad.
I'm waiting here.
Oh my god!
Please let me go.
It's all right. So we haven't really mentioned this yet, but
Случился казус. У Кризариуса залагала катсцена.
there are select instances in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet where it is more cost
Oh,
efficient.
hi, Dodonzo.
Is more cost
That thing
efficient.
just-
Is more time efficient to reset the game than it is to sit through the cutscene because you can lose like more than 30 seconds.
А halqe,
like,
кстати,
with the game running
прошел
at half speed.
Please, just let me
Джим
go.
жуками.
Oh my.
So yeah, I don't know if that was necessarily one of those circumstances. Probably not.
Yeah.
But yeah, later on, if we get rain, if you see us close the game, reopen it, we're not rage quitting.
We are not
need
rage
to-
quitting.
we need to re-roll the weather.
Yeah, because there are certain points where it is faster to close the game and reopen than it is to play in that weather condition. It's so bad. And this isn't one of the cases, but because I'm pretty sure this side is going to be fine. Because
You lost like 15 seconds, so something like that. So like it wasn't worth closing reopening.
Yeah, I don't know
But
how.
you're about to do that anyway, actually.
Yeah, I'm about after this fight, we're gonna catch another Pokemon. For reasons we will explain later.
Короче,
and we'll go there.
дождь
But
на
right
самом
now,
деле
we do
очень
have
сильно
a
руинит
fighting
игру.
game where we are hoping that
Как
Greedent
будто
does
вот сейчас
beat
сказали, на этом файте
and
мы теряем
hopefully
15
Dodonzo doesn't
секунд
do any
только из-за
mistakes.
дождя.
So, we are
И
gonna go low kick, we're gonna do some decent damage. Order up
That
is
was
fine.
that was not decent damage. That was a really bad roll.
And unfortunately, we do get takedown.
так, урон плохой.
High roll kill. It's not like
No, we don't. That's not killing at all. So maybe my Greedent can do a good job. You missed.
Oh, Greedent.
Uh,
We haven't mentioned it yet, but
And the rain stopped. No,
that
nice.
Greedent or Squovit when we first saw it, it actually has 0 IVs across the board.
It has the worst stats imaginable. So
Literally the
yeah,
worst stats
Ну,
possible.
огненный стартовый покемон, он
And it
все-таки
will
получше
plug that for the remainder
прокачан
of the game every time we see it.
и может
Also,
выносить
the
их одной
difference
атакой.
of this Titan fight, there are 3 phases now.
В общем-то, так это
Whoa.
посчитано.
And we actually now have to fight
Ребята,
two
которые
phases
раутят
inside.
это
That's
дело, сидят с
actually-
калькуляторами.
Well, I say
И если
Tatsugiri, this is
что-то
versus
эффективнее,
Dodonzo,
можно им
now versus
поверить.
Tatsugiri. But luckily, Tatsugiri
Тут
doesn't have that
в
many
основе
physical
всего
differences.
спидрана очень
So,
точный
as long as
расчет.
Greedent does something, we are good to go. So as long as it's takedown or tail whip, then we are good to go, and this is gonna be fine. Tail whips, that's good. That means this is a guaranteed Oko, and that is well guaranteed.
Жесть, а
KO,
что
and-
происходит?
and-
А, этот файт надо
and
проиграть.
we
Этот
have
файт надо
the
проиграть,
longest
да.
cutscene for,
С нашим
of, like,
райвелом у нее
yeah,
Волчара
halfway,
прекрасный
against
абсолютно.
Tatsugiri. So yeah, we now have effectively the longest cutscene for Path of Legends speedrun, where a lot of plot things happen, but during that time we can have any messages at all. That would be a good thing.
Indeed. Well, first of all, just as a quick update for the Ripley incentive that's coming right up after in a few hours from now, it is now at $2,766. Yes, I can speak English.
Жесть, там donation incentive на косплей Рипли в Alien Isolation.
So by all means,
Откуда
keep those
там Alien
donations coming,
Isolation? Она
just to
реально
make
есть
that
в расписании?
quality chaos of a run that much better with the cosplay. In the meantime, let's talk a little bit about Alzheimer phone.
А, она в 4 утра. Survive the chat категория.
A researcher at Uppsala
Ё-моё,
University,
народ.
funded by Alzheimer Fonden, has discovered an antibody that has the potential to become the first disease-modifying drug against Alzheimer's. This could be the first step towards a cure. So all of your donations are going towards research towards the cure for Alzheimer's. So please get those donations in. Let's raise a lot of money for such a lovely charity. Back to you, my friends.
So halqe now is doing the glide to Dodonzo. Did you heal?
Yes.
Okay, good.
I'm gonna try to do something kind of interesting, but we'll see.
Oh yeah, you're doing a strat where you're actually gonna go to the other side. You're gonna grab the fly point. You're gonna grab that island, which is a fly point, and then you're gonna go back and then fight the
And into the
Tatsugiri.
water.
And fight the Tatsugiri.
Yeah, so now if I did that correctly, after this fight, I'll be able to warp to the island. Crisis swam to it. It might save time, might not, but
I do
think-
feel like loads are slower. I did hit an encounter, so that would slow me down. A random Dodonzo just appeared in front of me, so I did hit an encounter. So yeah, body slam. That's gonna be fine. Oh,
Fantastic.
yeah, you're gonna have to heal that before the second phase, before you do phase 2.
Fine.
So yeah, now you're gonna see that.
Oh, I'm lagging too.
No, because you're lagging because of because of the paralysis
Really?
animation. Apparently,
Silly.
that has to be the reason. So yeah, now he flies here, and then now you actually have a choice to make. We do have to catch another Pokemon, and that Pokemon
I'll look around for a little bit.
is actually.
If we can get it spawned. Oh,
There it is. Yes, we are catching ourselves a second Flamigo, ladies and gentlemen. We're not actually going to be
Oh, it's raining poggers.
nicknaming this Pokemon because we use it for so few fights, but we do want to. Because he has it spawn, he is going to catch it first and then fight the Donzo. Whereas because of how I do it, I have to now go and find the Donzo before. I have to find the Flamigo before he fights the Donzo face 2.
Ловим покемона.
So, yeah,
Поймали
hopefully your fight
фламинго.
goes fine, and my cutscene's about to wrap up, and we'll be. I'll be trying to not get unlucky. Wait, what are you doing?
Naming the Flamigo. I really like that.
Он называет фламинго, потому что ему так нравится.
So thank you for the $5 donation that put that name on the map, indeed.
What was I gonna do? Full heal. Yeah.
Yeah, full heal.
Oh, there's a Flamigo down here. I didn't have to do that. Whatever.
Well, that's not always a guaranteed spawn.
Yeah, true. And where I was after the fly is
Теперь
definitely the best
догоняет,
option.
догоняет.
You find that Titan in the rain is a bit scary because all of its water type attacks are boosted. You know what? It's like I don't know how much. Like I think Aqua Tail defense drop could be bad, especially if Greedent doesn't go for tail whip. So that would be a bad thing. I now have to go ahead and find my Flamigo.
This can take a little while. It's not really a guaranteed spawn,
It
unfortunately.
is not a guaranteed spawn. so I
Сейчас
do have
посмотрим,
to
как у
look
halqe
around for
получится
it.
вот этот
They
файт
can spawn
с этим
on
боссом
this
сделать.
side. Let's see. The rule of thumb is only 15 Pokemon are allowed to spawn. Oh, there they are.
This runs insane for me.
And that didn't get a backstrike, but luckily, because we catch a Pokemon, because we're catching the same Pokemon we already caught before, all we have to do, we do get a chance of crit captures. If I backstrike,
В принципе,
being guaranteed, but luckily I just got the crit capture anyway.
нормально,
and
кстати. Ну, не знаю, средний
now
урон.
I'm gonna check at the top
Он ему не
Pokemon,
нанес, он
see
еще
what
из-за
it says,
дождя
and then we're gonna do something.
получает поменьше. О,
Basically,
отлично.
reset the game.
И теперь Кризариус перезагружает игру,
I'm not rage quitting.
потому что
Just saying.
все циклы в игре неудачные, и
But
сама игра, она с мемори-ликом,
the reason why I'm resetting is actually
поэтому много в нее играть не получается, потому что начинает лагать уже. Нам нужно погоду заресетать и вообще вот это все. Кстати, акробатик мув юзает наш фламинго, который мы брали где-то ближе час назад, так сказать, брали. И говорили, вот это полезный мув, вот как видите. Он ничего так. Отлично, акробатик работает.
Another thing that we didn't mention, this is a Pokemon game that also has set mode. There's no set mode in this game. So every time
Так мы разэквипали
we
наших
have
сильных
extra
покемонов.
Pokemon in our party, the game asks us, do we want to switch, which wastes 4 seconds each time. So that's why we are
Ну, тут это из-за проблем менюинга это нам мешает.
putting our Pokemon back, but immediately after this gym fight, we are actually going to be bringing back our Pokemon. So our Pokemon are not going to be staying very long in the box.
Короче, закинули покемонов в коробку, чтобы у нас не было лишнего менюинга. Это реально быстрее положить их, потом после этого джима сразу и вернуть их обратно.
So there is 3 plot lines. We just finished one of them being Path of Legends. The game wants us to go, you know, talk to Arvin and do all that, but we're going to do that later. Instead, we're going to fight this gym, and then immediately after this gym, we're going to the plot line that we completely disregarded, which is the Starfall Street plot line. The reason why we want to do the Starfall Street plot line way later, and the reason why we have to do this gym first, is because of level caps. So in this game, level caps is tied around behind the gym leaders. And for each gym leader you face, the level cap of the Pokemon increases. This is the level cap works with the Pokemon that you caught originally. So even though I am way higher than my level cap's supposed to be, my level 77 Flamigo still listens to me, despite the fact that it's above the level cap because I caught it at 17. When you catch the Pokemon is what matters for the level cap, not what level it is currently. However, the Flamigo that we just caught is level 50.
Мы специально поймали фламинго 15 уровня.
So we have to do this gym first before we do the next major plot line, which is Starfall Street.
Ну, специально для этого файта, для этого джима, из-за смешных особенностей в капах игры. То есть мы приходим специально покемоном уровня пониже, потому что наши покемоны слишком перекачаны, это слабый джим довольно.
Wing attack to victory. So as I do that, and as halqe gets through his cutscene, oh, nice critical hit, even though it's useless. Over to donations.
Absolutely. We have $15 from Anonymous with no comment, but that is going towards the Save Kappa incentive for the Messenger run later tonight. That's currently
Не, наверное, неправильно понял, там все-таки 77 уровень. Это у фламинго используется.
So we still have a bit of a ways to go, but yeah, those incentives are not going to meet themselves. So keep those donations coming, and yeah, once again, if you have some nice puns for us, I'm sure we'd love to hear them. Back to you, my friends.
So yeah, the next section that we're actually going to be doing is the Starfall Street. Anyone knows about Pokemon games, there's always three parts. There's the gyms, the plot line, and the evil team. And in this game, they decide to split the three to like different sections. And so we are now going to be finally doing the third plot line, which is Starfall Street, and which is the Team Star Raid bases. The main thing is that this mysterious person who contacted us way long ago, we have no idea who this person is.
Отлично, джим готов.
I'm telling you.
Второй раннер тоже догоняет потихоньку.
We basically just said no, because
I'll get around to that later.
И на обоих экранах происходит максимальное прокликие диалогов.
This is my treasure.
I decide when things get done.
Yes. Thank you, video game, for allowing us to do so. And now we are actually doing a base. This is actually the earliest we actually.
И второй раннер, кстати, перезагружает консоль. Пораньше, сразу после этого файта с рыбой. Ресетаем погоню, чиним игру.
But we can just choose when we want to do this, and now is actually the perfect time because now we have badge 6. Our Flamigo listens to us, but the Starfall Gym bases, you can't take a Pokemon that doesn't obey you, unfortunately. So if you haven't seen it, the Starfall Street runs, they have to use 3 Pokemon that they have that were lower than 20 and level them up. Just so that they can actually, do the single segmented speedrun, because they don't do what is it? They don't do any of the gyms.
Смешной энкаунтер с мужиком, который... косит под студента, но ему явно больше лет, чем кажется.
Anyway, I have to do a very quick menu here because we need Pokemon. We need our Pokemon back in our boxes because we are required
Ну,
to have
кстати,
Pokemon. And yes,
Кризариус должен достать
Starter
своих
and
покемонов
Lechonk.
обратно.
Lechonk is not going to do anything because he's too low level, and so we're definitely going to need something stronger, and so that's why we catch a second bird. The second bird does have a usefulness in one particular gym, so
И
we'll
нам надо
get to that, but
поймать еще покемона, получается.
menu. Thank you. Well, we want to do that. We want to make sure that that Swablu does not encounter us, and we will fight the grunts, who have really great music, which is unfortunate because you only get to hear the beginning part. So if I were anyone here, I would recommend absolutely listening to the grunt theme because this theme is great. It's too bad we don't get to listen to it.
А тем временем halqe заходит в джим. Что-то водяное у нас получается.
So the grunt fight,
Да, вот
not
он
very
отстал уже на несколько
particularly
минут.
special. They just have like one Pokemon each, one Pokemon,
Ну,
and then
посмотрим,
you
что
get
там
to
еще
fight
подкинет
Team
игра.
Scarlet
Может,
way.
гонка может
Where
закончиться,
we mentioned a long
сказать, и
time
в
ago
его
at the very
пользу.
beginning of the game of a technique known as stop and go, which is when you send out a Pokemon, if you hold neutral on the control stick, send out the Pokemon, and then run afterwards, you basically cancel the animation of effectively sending out your Pokemon, like the hand wavy thing. You can do that. You can do that in here as well, and it saves so much time being able to constantly move. And so effective. What we have to do is we have to use the game's Let's Go feature to affect.
В принципе, Фламинго наш хорошо со всем справляется.
Pokemon in 10 minutes. Spoiler alert, we're doing it in 1. Because Pokemon loves giving us a stupid amount of time for no apparent reason. And we're going to be using the stop and goes to try and defeat 30 Pokemon as fast as possible. Because of our 2 really over-leveled Pokemon and our Crocodile, this is going to be a really piece of cake. So I'm going to see if I can actually do this really nicely. So this is the tutorial. This is actually the first base you're supposed to do. And it's funny in the speedrun we actually do this first. Most other speedruns either do this as 4th, the other routes either do it as 4th or last, depending on what strat they're doing. But yeah, we actually do this first because we need money. So here we're going to basically walk up in front. We're going to then let go of the control stick and press R, which allows us to do the stop and go, which effectively cancels out the animations. And we're going to try and defeat 30 Pokemon as fast as possible. We're just going to send it out. It really doesn't matter what Pokemon they face. Unfortunately, I did miss it there, but that's absolutely fine. I'm going to take out these Ponyards. These are all dark Pokemon, so our Flamingo is going to have a time of their life here, being able to defeat them. And then
У нас смешная мини-игра.
a little bit because our Pokemon's fighting. And then we do that, and then that should take down all of those, and then we go fight the Stunky, which
Мы вот насылаем на них своего покемона.
go fight these Sableyes,
Аккуратно идем.
and then we're gonna fight these Sneasels right here, which we didn't get the stop and go, but
Пока наши покемоны дерутся, мы бежим дальше к следующей пачке покемонов.
to KO these Saruras, and just by with 2 more Pokemon, we completed the Starfall base in effectively.
Шаурма без халапеньо, не шаурма.
Is that 48? That's 52 seconds. I can math.
Так. У нас тут мощный
And now we get to fight
вылетает
after we do
машина.
the whole
Машина
stop
вообще.
and go, let's go, Team Star raids. We now get to fight the Team
У
Star
нас тут
boss.
местная команда
Thing
Air,
about
это
all
Team
of these
Star.
Team Star boss fights is that
И
we don't
босс
get any
выезжает на
EXP or
модной
any
тачке.
EVs in this game. We'll explain what EVs are, but basically they're effort values. Every time we knock out a Pokemon, we get a few effort values, and in multiples of 4, for every 4 effort values we get in a stat, we get one stat bonus at level 100. That's the simple thing for EVs. As for the bases themselves, as for these fights themselves, they're not too complex. The only thing to note is that the cars, well, the big Reverooms, or the Starmobiles as they're called, are really bulky. So, despite the fact that you're going to see us, level 77, fight a level 21 Pokemon, because of its ability to Intimidate, and us not having Scrappy, Wing Attack doesn't even KO this. We actually have to use Acrobatics. So that's why we have to.
Тут акробатика решает в этом файте,
Because
потому
stats
что
like attack, defense, special defense, speed, they're not that impressive. But what is impressive
смешно
is their
работают
HP
обилки.
stat. That's like the biggest
Вот
thing that's very
воздушная атака
impressive.
тут очень
I'll mention
слабо
this later, but
работает
one
на
of the
самом деле.
cars has more HP than a
И она
basic
может
attack
даже
stat
не
in that
хитнуть,
map.
не
But
ваншотнуть,
we'll let you know
несмотря на всю разницу в уровне.
when that's the case. Okay, what is this?
А вот акробатика нормально
I
скейлится.
just checked my
Really good.
splits. I just checked my splits. I have a 5:27:08 in Violet. According to my splits, I'm a minute ahead.
I told you, it's a good run.
Like, I wasn't expecting a beat. I was expecting like, you know, a decent time, but a minute? Not exactly what I was expecting. But again, you know, we had just barely reached like the halfway point of the run. There's a lot that can go wrong.
Ничего
It
себе,
doesn't, like,
сапоги,
break
конечно,
anything,
уважаемые.
so, like nothing that can like lose you multiple minutes.
I don't want certain endgame fights. Like in Mezagoza, but yeah.
Oh yeah.
Все,
But yeah,
команда
yeah,
побеждена.
we do have time for some messages if we want.
Well, I do have just this one message that this will be the end of my donation reading shift and the last donation reading shift that I got for this event. So thank you all very much for having me here. Thank you to ESA for trusting me. With
А, вот halqe только в начало этого, так сказать, дел входит.
For my last send-off for ESA Winter 2023, I'll be passing it off to the incredibly talented, the smooth voice of Mod.
Ну, кстати, нормально. Но тут долго много файтов. Мне кажется, тут несколько минут все равно разница есть между раннерами в этой гонке. Ну, тяжело, конечно, спидранить, несмотря на то, что вот спидранеры максимально хотят минимализировать влияние рандома на свои спидраны. Любая шальная ошибочка может много времени потерять, игра там может зависнуть или еще что-то.
So we do want to wait a little bit of time, but as of right now, we are going to now.
Уже половина рана почти прошла. Конечно, мир игровой очень большой, но мы можем спокойно летать туда-сюда на этом этапе игры. Кайф, еще столько же спидрана, просто балдеж.
And go grab his TM and talk to this person who has been standing here for a very long time, waiting for us to actually start this gym puzzle. And this gym puzzle actually has no trainers. This is the only puzzle in the entire game. Oh, I guess the grass. This is the only puzzle that has no fights. All you have to do.
И тут, кстати, единственный пазл на левом экране, который вообще не имеет никаких боев в игре. Джим-тест. И мы просто катимся по снегу, как на лыжах, только на покемоне.
You do not have to get every single flag. The main goal is if you're fast enough, you don't have to worry about getting every single flag.
Флаги нам вообще не нужны. Они типа нам дают штрафы по времени за эти флаги, но так как мы быстро это проходим, в принципе, нормально. Так как покемон немного медленный все-таки. Но мы все равно проходим, потому что мы не тормозим особо на поворотах, чтобы эти флаги собрать.
Yeah, you just have to go down. Make sure the time is not above 1:30, otherwise you do have to do that again. And yeah, speaking of which, 7th gym leader, which means Demona, who's just waiting for us apparently.
Нас тут Нимона ждет.
And now we're going to
Хвастается,
have
сколько она тренеров в
the
джимах
final
вынесла.
time we have to lose, and luckily this is the best fight to lose. It's very consistent to lose. It is very unlikely that something goes
И,
wrong.
как обычно,
That
все
being
файты
said,
с Немоной мы
it's
стараемся
still going on
проигрывать,
currently.
потому что это быстрее.
Somehow, sometimes,
И
I haven't
надеемся,
seen this
что
exactly once.
он быстро
It can go
заузает.
for Rock Slide instead of Excel Rock. It can go for a 95% accurate move instead of a 100%.
Вот нормально, вот
If I get unlucky, I'll then lose.
мы можем в теории победить в этих файтах,
Was
но
it 90? Or was it, I think
так
it's,
как это
okay, so
наш
10%,
райвал,
but
наш
it should just
противник
hit.
всей
In my mind,
игры,
it's either 90 or 85. I don't even remember
вот
95
эти файты
now.
можно проигрывать, и мы этим
Yeah, it's not a
пользуемся.
great move for accuracy.
So yeah, this is so yeah. Luckily we did get Excel Rock,
Ой-ой-ой, а
so
там у
now
второго
we
раннера
lose
дождь
Nimona.
пошел.
Lechonk has
Но,
done
в
his
принципе,
job.
он
We'll never be seeing
справляется.
Lechonk again,
Нормально.
so everyone say goodbye to Lechonk. He's going to go in the box, and he's going to stay in the box for eternity.
You'll see him one more time for my sake.
Okay, you see, okay, in my end,
One more cameo appearance from Lechonk.
that is true. I forgot how far behind you are.
Thanks. I think you know, I've held pace the entire time. I'm happy with that. Despite my own errors.
So here we want to go boxes. Make sure you switch your Flamingo back into Lechonk before you actually start this fight. Otherwise, you're going to go into a level 44 gym with a level 4 Lechonk, and that's never a good idea.
Oh, did you deposit everything else?
I already did that I did that before Nimona.
Oh, okay. Right.
So, yeah. So yeah, now this Flamingo, level 77, going to tackle the Ice Gym, which normally would be like a major problem, but again, we are level 77, and thus we are going we're basically going to sweep this entire gym again. This is when we actually need to start using more powerful moves. Like Wing Attack, unfortunately, is going to start to lose its value over time to the point that we're actually going to ditch it and actually teach another move. I did say in the beginning that these are the 4 moveset. There is one more move we are going to get, but we do need the TM for that.
Тут груша.
We're going to replace it with Wing Attack.
Лидер
Wing
зимнего
Attack
джима.
kinda is running out of its purpose. So, yeah. The main thing to know about this fight is
Висит
the
груша,
first one
нельзя
you can wing
скушать.
attack with no problem, and then the second one is, and then second to fourth we are using acrobatics. Main thing is I did mention this before, but we do want to try to avoid when we can super effective and not very effective text. But we also want to make sure that everything dies as soon as possible because we don't want to waste time with turn animation. So
Но у нас сильные покемоны.
we're gonna send out a Flamingo. And yeah, we're gonna wing attack turn. We're gonna wing attack the first thing. Low kick, unfortunately, I don't believe.
Сначала
it
атаку
kills.
крыльями.
This is a good chance that it could, but we just use wing attack because it's on the first slot, and then afterwards we acrobatics, the worst defensive type in the entire game. So yeah.
И дальше акробатика. Акробатика вообще всю игру будет
And there's actually
решать.
something I need to do very quickly on my notes because I need to figure something out for later. And I need to do that as soon as possible. Yeah. So luckily I can just set this to auto turbo. Halqe is about to do the
Просто ваншотает всех
ice fight now,
акробатикой.
so hopefully he'll be able to probably showcase it a little bit better than what I can do. As actually, if there's any
В принципе, Кризариус хорошо бежит, что-то типа близко к своему ПБ.
Okay, wonderful. First of all, hi guys, it's me, MOD366 again on the mic.
То есть к своему, так сказать, лучшему времени.
With all of your donations, you are eligible for our wonderful prizes. You see those in the intermissions with our
Вот, и вот эта механика этой игры, что покемоны в смешной такой блестящей форме, уязвимые к различным видам урона, по-моему, почти ко всем. Но акробатика у нас физуха и физуха имба.
So if you've already donated like $100, another $100 gets you in the drawing for those prizes.
Так. На халкере у нас почти все эти флаги меса, это идет очень прямолинейно. То есть без каких-то лишних движений.
That makes for a wonderful poster with all of your
Тут
main
как бы
game,
тайм-лимит
events.
1.30, то
So it
есть
also includes plum
можно
ones.
вообще
So,
почти все
put your
пропустить
donations in. And,
и
when
доехать
you do,
быстро.
please don't forget to put
Кризариус
some
как-то
very,
поаккуратнейшил, что ли,
very interesting incentives.
на этом сегменте. Значит,
Because it quickly costs
сейвит
you
нормально
your
halqe, но
isolation run.
наступает на
Just this.
пятки.
Back to you guys.
So now that I've done the ice gym, it's time for another one of the big glides throughout the entire run. This one not as big as the other one and not as difficult to pull off as the other glides throughout this entire run. This is the second to last glide that we will be doing in this run. So
Сейчас, кстати,
yeah, also,
глайды
by the
будут,
way, this child that
получается.
we just see right here,
Одни из
she's
самых
gonna be a
больших.
floor member. I'm just saying. So that's just something for you guys to know.
Curriculum nowadays is crazy.
Yeah, it's a 4-year-old who can just beat a bunch of other school children learning how to actually do Pokemon fights. It's ridiculous. Anyway, so this glide is fairly simple. You jump off the ice gym, you then start
Так,
gliding
аккуратно
so, and then
прыгаем
you want to then drop
и
it,
начинаем
glide to the right,
гладить.
and then glide to the left, and then you want to do it this one more time. You then gain
И вот так вот
left
вправо-влево.
you want to aim kind of where those mountains are, where I'm heading to, because what we actually want to do is we then want to pull
Так
right
быстрее
down
всего,
here.
что мы отменяем глайд
Shove it
наш.
just a little bit, but luckily I have wall climb, so I stop on my momentum.
Немножко не
And then
долетел.
grab this
Немножко
red
не
candy from there.
долетел. Так.
So these will be
Ладно,
the last
сойдет.
3 rare candies that we grab throughout the entire run. There are
И нам
no
нужно
more rare
собрать
candies after this.
последние
Unless
3
unless I
редкие
messed up
конфеты.
somehow, but I don't think so. But yeah, then we do
В
one
этой
more
игре.
glide. Unfortunately, I did not apparently press the B button in time, but that is fine. We just take the ride of shame. We then jump up here. We want to wall climb up this wall right here. There's 2 items we want to pick up. The first item that's right here is Dark Pulse, which sells for a lot of money. And then the second item, which is far more important, and that is this rare candy right here. And we say hello to Dragonite, who's just, you know, chilling there and flying there. And then one more. And then we go ahead and start the second base, which is actually supposed to be our last base we're supposed to do, but this game allows us to do things in different orders. So this is the fighting base. You're also going to notice something with my EXP. The
Так,
EXP
пока у
that
нас
I've got,
идет
you may have
файт
noticed a long time
со
ago when I did my level
снежным
up,
Джимом
I also held a
с
medium
грушей
item to give it
у
afterwards.
halqe.
This is and we also just picked up 3 rare candies. But we're not actually going to use them just yet. We are level 77. However,
А Кризариус
how
у
I
нас
run
собирает
EXP,
конфеты.
we are
Конфеты
after
позволили
this
его
fight on
покемону
one of the
так вот
runs, we are
жестко
just gonna get enough
разожраться
EXP
до
to
77
get to
уровня.
level 78, which then allows us to use the full value of our rare candies to then get to 81. If we used our candies now, we would actually only be at level 80.
Но пока рано
instead
их
of 81,
кушать.
which does make a big difference throughout the entire run.
Надо
So,
все-таки постараться. В идеале можно
we are gonna see
81 уровень
We're gonna see
апнуть
the
на
actual
нашем
two-star leader
фламинго.
out in front guarding, because her whole plot line is that she wants to like be the protector. Because the whole plot line is that these rebellious students actually made an uprising against the school bullies and drove all of them out, and then now they're kind of being flamed as kind of like the bad people in here. It's kind of like a sad kind of like a sad story actually. Now you think about it, about kind of being bullied, but we're kind of just gonna ignore all that because we're speedrunners. So, what does plot mean to us? Probably nothing much at all. Anyway, this is the fighting base, and as you may notice, we have flying types. This base is gonna be a piece of cake. It's gonna be a piece of cake because we're gonna. Actually, we can just wing attack these.
Так, и тем временем у нас тут база летающих покемонов. Пока halqe расправляется с покемонами груши, использует на них акробатику.
To get us to level 78, and then use the value of our rare candies to then get ourselves to 81. So Primate goes down, and we are now gonna be 78. Just barely. We just barely got. If we I think I checked it. We were about 2,950 something EXP.
Так, тут аккуратно все
Before,
идет.
like using, if you choose to use the medium afterwards, so it's like very, very tight EXP. I'm not sure if this would work if we were 78. I'm not sure how we would do that. I guess we would have to like do a different base first just to get a little bit more EXP, but that's something probably to test. But I haven't found a candy that would actually make us want to go to 78. So here we want to do a menu, we want to go to boxes, we want to bring back our Flamingo.
Так, у Крызариуса пока менюинг. Достает покемонов из коробки. Отлично. 81 уровень. Учим скиллы. Trailblaze.
And now we're going to go into the second base. This base is a little different from other bases because other bases, it's like this big area that you can choose which way do you want to go. This one is much more straightforward. It's just a linear pathway. We do want to be careful with our second Flamingo because our second Flamingo does not like fights.
Тут опять же такая мини-игра вот с покемонами, где мы должны вынести кучу покемонов. Ему немножко не везет. Просто бежим максимально по пути, выкидываем покемонов, они делают дела, пока мы становимся в нужные места. Тут достаточно прямолинейно идем. Если что, пропускаем, но ничего страшного.
We are using stop and goes a lot. This is like one of the biggest bases to actually use stop and goes, especially if we only get single encounters, which I'm getting quite a lot of right now.
Тут очень мало покемонов скучкованные, поэтому это немного непростое дело. А вот он ждет немного, чтобы нормальный цикл словить, чтобы сразу двоих врагов вынести. А, тем временем у halqe глайда, да, он же должен был сейчас спрыгнуть с горы, собрать редкие конфеты. Вот 3 последние редкие конфеты в игре. Я не знаю, почему-то как-то он другим путем, что ли, идет. Да вроде нет. Нормально. Мне кажется, надо было выше просто лететь. Да, по идее, он должен был упасть повыше. Но пришлось закарабкаться. This is actually going to be the first fight where we're actually going to be both using X items. So X items in this game are similar to Sun and Moon, where they take a turn, but they boost your damage output by. Тут у нас будут использоваться предметы, которые апают наш дамаг, и X-предметы вот эти. Item I use, but instead of using an attack, I use an item, which is a little slower, but the TM for Swords Dance is kind of far, so this actually makes up worth it. There's very few X items that we do use, but this is one of the cases. You might be thinking, вот классические X-предметы, которые бафают атаки, но работают они в принципе. Тут через ход получается. Вот нас, кстати, спрашивают каждый раз, как можете видеть, будем ли мы менять своего покемона, когда, так сказать, наш оппонент свитчит. И поэтому на некоторых джимах там просто убирают всех покемонов из инвентаря, чтобы этого диалога не было. Так, вот X-атак. Сильный покемон. И у нас апнулась атака. Мы ловим тычку, не выносим первым ходом, но теперь у нас нормально так урона. Он идет по очень... Это такая очень стабильная страта. Бафнуться лучше, чем не бафнуться.
set mode is not available in this game, so we want to avoid that as much as possible. These are fights that we simply cannot avoid that text box, but every time we get that text box unintentionally, it is 4 seconds of time loss per text box. So we don't want that. Also, this is the longest you will hear this song, by the way, I think. I think Fairy Base might be slightly longer. And with that, that is the CAF Starmobile done, and that is the second of 5 bases done with how many more badges?
И он выигрывает
Four more
этот
badges to
файт.
go before we can finally reach the end game.
I'm approaching it very, very, very quickly. Some of us more quickly than others, but
Yeah, but unfortunately, the bases do like to give a lot of exposition between each one. Like, every base takes around 10 minutes, but most of it is actually because of the exposition that we do. Oh, this is gonna be, so this next base is a fun one. So I'm gonna go to the poison base next. However, if it rains, I am getting out of there. You might
Так,
be thinking, oh, how bad can the poison base be when it rains? Oh, you don't know.
Халкери заходит на этот файт, который Кризарю сейчас заканчивает.
I don't want to interrupt you, but I am 2 for 2 on minus attack flamingos today.
Oh, the second one is my...
Yeah.
Oh, no. I actually haven't checked my second Flamigo, but I think I saw the red on attack. I didn't see the blue on attack. So I think I'm plus attack on the second Flamigo. As long as you're not... Being minus just means the Sableye has a potential range.
И Халкери проходит эту вот мини-игру.
So, yeah. A good
Промыльнейную.
indication to know if it's raining in the poison base is if when you leave the fighting base, it's raining here because it tends to rain around the same areas, and hopefully we don't have a problem where it is actually raining because there's 2 places that you literally do not want it to rain. The first one, at least the backup is just to go to a separate place that we have to go anyway and then come back. The second one, I am just gonna quit out the game. Not because I'm rage quitting, but because it is faster. It is faster just to quit out than it is to play that base in rain. This game is not optimized at all. So yeah, that's what the main plan is as halqe is finishing up the fighting base. Oh yeah, sometimes Flamigo likes to be a pain and sometimes does not want to attack things, and yeah.
Какой же долгий вот эта мини-игра.
No, your fighting base.
Что-то очень мало врагов раскидано поодиночке на прямолинейном пути. Но вот сейчас под конец там уже по 2 врага ходят. Мы ждем удачных циклов, чтобы они кучкой собирались. И, в принципе, готово.
It's effectively the same thing. One LP equals 1 Poké Dollar, and we are going to be using the combination of LP and money to buy a lot of items. Specifically, we are going to be buying vitamins. How many vitamins? Well, that depends on what strats we're going for in the end game, and also how good, or in this case, bad our Flamigos are.
Which they're bad.
They're bad, but surprisingly, I can make my one work pretty well. I can still go for low kick on the Dance Boss.
I can do that too. That's all I can do.
I just have to hasty before I fight Toro. Oh, that's spoilers, but never mind. Before I fight the final fights. Anyway, this forest area is very, very laggy. So I'm just trying to, minimize the camera movement so that there's less lag as much as possible. It can rain at any point, by the way. So I am trying to hope that it doesn't rain at all. Even during the cutscenes do lag when there's rain. So I'm really hoping that there is no rain here, because rain would be incredibly bad. That would honestly lose me a lot of time. But luckily, Fingers crossed it doesn't rain. We do have to fight 2 Pokemon here.
Так.
To start the base, and then hopefully it doesn't rain.
Интересно,
Like a big
halqe
fan.
будет
I know
бафаться,
repeating it,
кстати?
but it's
Будет,
really
будет.
important that it doesn't rain here.
Икс-атак
In
прожмет.
the instances that we mentioned, it's faster to reset the game.
Все равно это
Oh, these
быстрая
fights are also
довольно
very
страта.
deep. Wing attack twice. The poison base does have a
Тизерли
little bit
там
more
Next Run от
complex
твоего
fight,
любимого спидранера,
where you have
кстати.
to, choose different moves, but as long as you pick the right moves,
Оставайся.
you're honestly going to be fine. So we wing attack again. Trudeau then goes down. And then we go ahead and continue. And yeah, continue this. And just run, just go. Like, game, come on. We can do this. Also, hi, Clive. Definitely not someone I know. I mean, to be fair, I never actually seen him in class. But yet again, we never went to class, so. So yeah.
Так, отлично,
I
ваншотаем.
haven't seen it really
Стармобиль.
for a very long time, so I'm really just hoping that now I'm committed, right? Now I can't.
Yeah,
now I
no
can't
backing
leave.
out now.
There's no backing out. If it rains, which it doesn't, thank God, we don't have to see the. We don't.
Повезло,
have to see the power
что
of the
дождя
today.
нету.
That's at least a good thing.
Был бы большой тормоз.
Just not here. So similar to the other bases, we are just gonna go towards the Pokemon and use the stop and go.
Опять же, мини-игра, где мы
There's
бегаем и
something
выносим
very specific
покемонов.
about this. Flamigo, you good? I did not. What are you doing?
Dude,
Что-то не так пошло.
problem.
Oh my,
Oh my
Покемон не атакует. Не стреляет, не работает.
Okay, so I think I have to do the fire base because it just
Yeah.
started raining.
Here comes more Varooms. Please just fight. Thank you. Yeah, Varooms are the worst thing to have spawn because they do just stand there for a little bit. But yeah, this is. going
Тоже мини-игрушка такая.
efficiently.
Бегаем,
So,
призываем покемона.
I'm gonna do this as well.
Пока он сам разбирается. Ну, что-то он не туда вообще посылает, не в ту сторону.
That is really
Своего
unfortunate that
покемона.
Flamigo really chose not to fight
И он
the
не
Varooms,
может
but
найти
that's
врагов.
fine. We're also not getting plenty of
Что-то
cover.
фламинго у нас смешной.
A significant amount of time in this split, but it's fine. Hopefully, oh, this might not be enough Pokemon actually. Now that I think about it, because this base is really weird, where depending on where you spawn, the load screen for where you stand, the load screen for the next area, for the fight, changes. So yeah, I'm just gonna stand. Yeah, just stand right here.
Oh, it's not raining anymore. Okay.
So yeah, this is a really bad split, but
Ну, кстати, там, по-моему,
I'm gonna
дождь
I'm gonna
пошел.
count, and we're gonna see what the load screen is for
Короче,
you,
неудачно
because
пройдено.
depending on where you
конечно.
stand here, the load screen to load this fight changes because for one frame,
Очередной
sometimes you can
босс-машина.
actually see your character like facing a direction as they're trying to change things. It's something I only noticed like yesterday in practice. So 3 seconds. If you stand in the grass, the load changes from 3 seconds to 14 seconds.
A massive difference just for a simple positioning adjustment.
Yeah,
So it's definitely worth it to figure out that spot.
yeah. So this is the poison base. So we can't really use fighting moves because they're not very effective. However, there is one Pokemon that actually resists flying, but is thankfully weak to fighting, so we can actually use that as a neutral hit. So here, Wing Attack Skunk Tank, and it goes down. We also don't want to take, ideally we also don't want to take any damage from any of the trainers here, because they have like a text box if they hit you. So if you can one-shot everything and not take any damage, that's better. We couldn't do that in fighting, and there's going to be one more base that we are most likely not be able to do that, but that is completely fine.
Говорят, важно в этом файте ваншотнуть всех и не получить урона.
So here's the Reveroom, which then goes for a low kick, and it then goes down because again was super high level.
Из-за
And then
особенностей
becomes
игры.
the other Rever Room, which is actually just a Starmobile and has, you know, ridiculous stats, but luckily that does not matter. Right. And this one, we go for acrobatics. The other thing to note is that the weird thing is that despite the fact we O-code this thing, toxic debris still likes to activate, despite the fact the fight's over. So, you know, a little bit annoying. If we were a special attacker, we would ignore this, but unfortunately, a lot of the special moves are really slow animation as well, so we wouldn't save time.
Отлично. Чем хорош мув акробатики?
And
Он не
that
только
is poison
сильный,
damage.
но он еще и быстрый.
Kind of the most little bit the most complicated because
Анимация
you
у
have
него
to
очень
stand in a
быстрая, и это, в
location,
принципе,
but aside from
стоит нам очень много времени на
nothing
всем
really too
ране.
crazy between the other bases. And we're then going to move on to the fourth base, which is going to be the fire base. So, despite the fact that we were close to Artisan, because we didn't have our Flamigo, and because we couldn't just catch like an over-level Pokemon and then just do that, we now going to fly back to Artisan, because that is the closest center that we have to the fire base. So, Artisan does have another use for its centers, aside from just being a gym where you have to go anywhere, but it does have the fly point. Also, little trick that I'm gonna do that will help definitely when it comes to map movement, especially when you come here, and that is when you open a map in this area, look down. Trust me when I say you will thank me later. Simply because it's so laggy that even moving the cursor on the map becomes super laggy.
Тем временем halqe заходит на ту же миссию, из которой Кризариус выходит. Там просто показали одни и те же ворота, но один раннер зашел, другой вышел.
Especially here, unfortunately, from my personal best, but it can happen. However, there are certain fights in the game that can lose me a bunch of time because of stupid reasons, but we'll get there. Now, I did say that we didn't want rain.
Четвертый час покемонов балдеж.
But for the next base, it's actually somewhat ideal to actually have rain spawn. It's a very minor time save.
Еще 2 часа.
There is something fun.
Я
There's
думаю,
actually also a funny thing that I wish does happen here, but it probably won't.
хороший ран.
And that is the fact that there's a case where 2 weathers can happen at the same time, and it's really funny. And I did not
Кстати, вот halqe-то быстро справляется с этим файтом. Не то, что Кризариус. Кризариус уже посыпался. Отдыхать начинает.
So now we head into Artisan. We still have to avoid Pokemon encounters. And one of the things that you can actually do is activate the cutscene. The cutscene is played down here, but because of how big the activation text box of activation circle of that cutscene, you can just come up here and then you just get whooped down there anyway. And we see Clive for the 4th time.
Встречаем Клаева тут.
More about, you know, Operation Starfall, why he joined, ask us, you know, a question, and we're just going to ignore all that and just continue.
Нам, в принципе, не важно, что он там говорит про операцию Starfall, вот это все. Просто скипаем его диалоги побыстрее.
Anyway, enough about that. We're now going to fight this grunt. And just like before, no real much of a problem with this grunt fight. It's just
Кто знает.
wing attack and it's dead.
Так. halqe вот сражается с ниндзя
Again,
на машине.
the second base you do, and you're supposed to do this when you're like in your level 20s, and you can clearly
Какие
see
же
the
долгие
level
анимации
difference
у
between
вот
my
этих вот
Pokemon and their Pokemon.
энкаунтеров.
you can see that I'm just bullying this child with a level 81 Flamigo against a 25 Houndor. So, yeah. And that is basic. That grunt fight, that's pretty easy. Now comes the fire base. While it can go everywhere, there is a very linear path that the game kind of still tells you to go that
Вот.
way.
В общем-то, мы проходим все джимы, потом мы проходим вот эти звездные базы. Они тоже все, так сказать, раннеры видят прогресс друг друга, но я думаю, они сидят, типа, в одном войсе, рядом друг с другом, с двумя мониторами. Во-во, подсматривает, halqe, подсматривает.
That is his name. That is the name of it. That is the nickname that this Pokemon is given. Actually, no.
Сидит, смотрит в монитор своего оппонента,
Cute.
пока у него катсцена идет.
I've seen worse. But anyway, we get a little bit more information about the fire squad. And yeah, we don't care. This is the only time we actually need to.
Впереди Кризариус, и он вот быстрее буквально на одну локацию.
Simply put, because
То есть на несколько минут.
it's just so far away. Everyone else is just close enough, but for specifically Firebase, we have to do that.
Ну, можете,
So here we then
кстати, от этой мини-игры отчитать, вот тут 3.24, вот как быстро halqe добежит туда. Опять же, все эти вот базы, они начинаются с таких вот мини-игр, где надо на ходу сражаться с покемонами. Но как бы покемонов можно оставить, он сам всех побьет. У нас вот несколько покемонов, так что мы бежим и активируем. Вызываем покемона. Главное не мазать особо, и в принципе все окей. Говорит, не хочет пока с этих покемонов агрить. Нужно хорошо их забайтить. Да, чтобы покемон... Мы вызываем покемона на одну точку, и надо собрать там побольше врагов. Это очень быстро будет. Что-то... ну да, там хватало, он еще одного покемона вызвал. Чтобы быстрее завалить.
She walks like a soldier, just because they go up to her like way above her knees, I think.
Yep. I mean, it would be very awkward to walk on those boots anyway.
At least they look good.
У нас босс-файт смелый.
Oh no! I think the character designs in this game are really well done. Right? I think these are some of the best character designs I've actually like seen for like a very long while. But anyway, now it's.
Мне нравится еще там мощные гитарные запилы в саундтреке пошли. Да, в покемонах часто крутые саундтреки проскакивают. Некоторые там типа Black and White там вообще балдеж. Особенно на файтах с особенно интенсивными врагами, оппонентами. Просто клюнули нашим Фламинго. Изи ваншот. Но мы слишком перекачались вот с редких конфеток. Мы просто запылесосили редкие конфетки на уровнях и запихали их все в покемона этого. Он в 3 раза, или в 4 даже сильнее прокачан, чем наши враги. The two more things are the Ghost Gym and the Fairy Base. We're actually going to be taking a little like detour from the Starfall Street, and we're actually going to be doing the last gym first. And the reason why we're doing the last gym first is simply put, we need to do some shopping. What are we shopping for? I'll explain more later, but I think we have a few messages that we want to get through.
Thank you so much. I do want to remind everyone that right after this run we will have the run of Alien Isolation.
Да, там позади Чил у них все-таки. Они, кстати, не так много времени, всего-то 11. Золото уже почти пустой все равно. Люди дрыхнуть пошли, видимо, готовятся к своим ранам. Все-таки ЕСа это больше тусич, скорее для спидранеров, и там самое интересное происходит, так сказать, за кулисами.
So we are still $734 short on that incentive. Please get your donations in, and more importantly, get your puns in. I haven't read any puns from you yet, so please get them in. I love puns.
Да не, обычно на таких больших ранах даже паузы разрешено делать.
Now we're gonna head to Ghost Gym, and we're actually gonna be doing going to two shops. We're gonna go to the Pokemon, and we're gonna be selling all the items that we just
Нормальное дело.
we're
Это
selling
как
all.
бы
We do not need. There's one item that we definitely need to keep, and that's the
не
hasty
запрещено.
mint,
Можно и таймер порой остановить,
every single.
отойти там в туалет.
We want to sell
Ну,
every
все-таки
item. We want to
тяжело.
sell
Ну,
every TM except one, and we want to sell every money item and.
да, тут просто заученные действия уже, так сказать, в мышечной памяти сидишь и прощелкиваешь на паде. Тут не какой-то экшон творится там интенсивный.
Save time by hitting ranges depending on how good of our Flamigo it is. So I am planning to buy with my Flamigo stats 8 Carbos and 20 Pro. I'm actually going to check to make sure that is 100% correct. More specifically the speed, because the speed is way more important than the attack. 12 to 13 is 8, yeah. So I need to buy, so I'm going to buy 8 Carbos and 20 proteins. And I'm
Так, halqe у нас мини-игру проходит.
Not now, but I will be giving it to them. So that
Кстати, по-моему, он ставит что-то типа на 5 минут.
So that's going to be a very important,
Я, конечно, особо не следил за его экраном, но похоже на то. Если речь о той же мини-игре, о которой я думаю, то да, 5 минут отставания. А я сейчас, собственно, увижу боссфайт и скажу вам, да, точнее. Ну, чтобы, так сказать, заруинить 5 минут, надо, наверное, я не знаю... Надо 2 раза, чтобы загружаться с какого-нибудь неудачного автосейва. Так что, в принципе, это реально, чтобы halqe нагнал, но на самом деле, я думаю, сложно будет очень. Кризариус, в принципе, делает маленькие ошибки довольно стабильно, но вот, чтобы так заруинить, я думаю, это вряд ли он сделает. Он купил, короче, пауэрапы на атаке, X-атак. Он купил их 20 штук, ему нужны всего 7, но проще сразу прожать максималку и купить 20. И у нас тут Джим со смешным гиммиком, что нужно валить 2 покемонов сразу. Ну, в смысле, сражаться. Тут файты все 2 на 2. Поэтому нам нужен 2 покемон. It's strong enough to KO everything. Also, here's a fun thing about this fight. If your Flamigo is good enough, your second Flamigo is good enough, and as long as it's not minus attack, it's good enough, you can hold the A. You can just mash A throughout these 3 fights, and you don't have to do really anything. Тут есть строта, рассказывает, что можно, если 2 фламинго достаточно жирный, можно просто мешать кнопку А и выигрывать.
it makes perfect sense that Flamigo is actually the perfect partner for Flamigo. So yeah. So yeah, we're gonna fight a child, someone with a cowboy hat, and then also we're also gonna have a surprise guest appearance of Moist Critical.
I probably it's supposed to be like Justin Flynn because he did a lot for the Pokemon VGC scene several years ago.
Nah, yeah, but
Close enough.
where everyone who saw that NPC for
Так,
the
ну,
first
в
time,
принципе,
everyone thought of Moist
да, у
Critical.
него хороший сетап, и он быстро наваливает.
So yeah, this fight is
Этому джим-тренеру.
very simple. We just have to go ahead, and then after this mega big fight of just mashing A.
Еще пару файтов.
Think a little bit for the fight coming up.
Тут очень много катсцен.
Yeah, you have to
Пролеты
actually
камеры,
press
вот
on
это
one
все.
button. You can't just spam A. You can't just
Fine.
you can't just spam A throughout the ghost gym. Unfortunately, you do for the actual gym leader fight.
So close. We're so close to being able to do that.
No, because you want. Well, if they switched Banette and Mimikyu, we would be able to do that. But unfortunately, they didn't. So we do not want to see Icy Wind from the thing because that always uses Icy Wind no matter what. And it's just so slow of a move.
Нормально справляется, в принципе.
It also reduces the speed of both Pokemon, so we don't ever want to see that. So
I already saw it once from Tatsugiri.
yeah, and that's a really slow animation. So we want to avoid that. Thankfully, Mimikyu has Slash, and that's the fastest animation in the game. So it doesn't know a fairy move, surprisingly. Its moveset is Shadow Sneak, Slash, and Light Screen. So yeah, it's really not much of a dangerous thing.
Yeah, light screen isn't that scary, especially because we're never using a special attack with Flamigo.
Yeah, so initially I thought of a slightly different strategy for this fight because Flamigo, the second Flamigo that you catch, knows White Guard, and the idea was that if you use like White Guard turn 1 plus attack on the Mimikyu, you would able to actually skip
Так, используем акробатику.
Rhyme actually using text boxes, actually saying something to you, which would then mean that you would save time, but turns out that's slower, so don't do that. So yeah. Now
Так,
the final
Халкири
has been
закупается.
Halq is now doing his shop, which is going to be slightly different from my
Или
shop.
он что, продает
She can
всякие
buy
ненужные
less
обилки, я
colors.
так
He has
понимаю.
to buy more protein because his
Да,
stats
да,
good,
да.
but his attack sucks, whereas my stats are kind of more middling.
У нас очень много денег теперь.
So yeah.
I
Well,
tried.
Так, не получился прыжок,
Oh
кстати.
my god.
come on.
Да
I'm not
ё-моё.
get in there.
They really don't want you
Не
to go
пускает
crazy.
игра.
Doesn't seem that way now.
Так, Карбос, Протеин и X-Attack.
Oh yeah, she's a rapper, by the way. We can.
А он,
do-
кстати,
we
не
can
берет
try to
20
challenge her to a rap
X-Attacks,
fight,
он
but,
берет типа их 5 штук.
Unfortunately, she will reject us and say, "Oh,
У
we
него
got
несколько
no
еще
challenging her
есть.
to a rap fight." But no, we can't challenge her to a rap fight as much as we would want to.
А они, да? Он даже продает их? Или что?
Alright.
Жесть, там
And
какой-то
this
меню
way,
пошел.
back inside the gym.
А нет, вот докупает
back
еще
inside the
разок.
gym and to act
Решил,
finally
что
himself,
X-Attack
says
маловато.
that
Или
we've
нет?
done the thing. Please let us
Что он
fight the
делает?
champ. Please allow us to fight the champion as we
Ну, не хватает, что ли?
basically see a rap fight happen right in
Да,
front of us.
реально не хватает. Жесть.
Unfortunately,
Не
the
хватило
person who
чуть-чуть.
challenged the actual rapper, unfortunately, doesn't last long. If you haven't seen it ever, like I mentioned this with Iono earlier, but if you haven't seen like the dialogue with Rhyme, I highly recommend that you actually do. It's actually like really good dialogue for this game. Unfortunately, we are in speedrun, so we are gonna have to like.
Тут какой-то танцевальный батл происходит
Yeah, there is.
I gotta need to grab that one because I couldn't buy one. Couldn't afford any.
с рэпчиком.
yeah, here we go. So yeah, here we do
И
have
мы
to
сражаемся с
actually
джим-лидером Раем.
one extra input, and if we don't, the fight goes terribly wrong. So let's just pray that I actually do the one left input I actually need to do in this fight. Also, enjoy the gym leader song because join the gym leader song because this is the last song that this is the last time you'll actually hear this theme.
Yeah, it's our final gym battle.
As this is the final gym that we're actually gonna do. Not the final badge though. We still have one more. And we did the thing, so we will not have major problems. There goes the net, and then we go ahead and break Mimikyu's disguise. Mimikyu does have disguise, so it does take 2 turns to KO it, but luckily there's not much of a problem. Also, they really want to make this gym really easy for you, because after you take a KO on a Pokemon, you get stat boosts, because why would we need more stat boosts than we actually need? That is kind of misleading, because we do appreciate the stat boost on our second Flamigo and not our first one, but yeah, we can just literally just hold A. This fight just does itself, and even halqe is on the...
Так, тем временем halqe подходит к этому, тоже заходит в этот джим, уже сражается там.
But going towards the Ripley cosplay for Alien Isolation. So thank you very much. That one came to us from Chief Fifth. Back to you guys.
We are fighting the Ghost Gym, so it makes sense to actually hit that incentive. I do actually want to see how that cosplay actually looks like. So
definitely, I do want to see that because, as I said, that Zero Suit Samus cosplay was excellent.
Yeah, it was. So
was
how much money are we away from that?
We are now away $714.
704. Oh, we can reach that. We have what, 2 hours?
Yeah, we have about 2 hours left.
We have 2 hours. Let's make that incentive.
I'm pretty sure we can make that. And chat, you know what? When we get those $714 that are left on that incentive, we will be over 66,000
Долгий файт, конечно.
total. That sounds good, right? That's a 2-for-1. Let's get there.
Yeah, let's get that to 66,000. That'll be. Let's get that.
Но
to
сейчас
66,600.
он его ваншотнет.
We have the devil's number on the screen.
I mean, let's put 66 on top then. Let's have 66. We want 66666 by the end of the speed run. Let's put 5 6s as the donation total by the end of the run.
For the devil's favorite game.
Yes.
That sounds great. So chat, can we do that? I think we can. I think we can, and please prove me right.
Yeah. Now we are going to be approaching unfortunately, the final Super Glide of the entire run. Yes, I know, this is a fantastic movement technique. We unfortunately going to have to say goodbye to it for the very last time, because as
Так,
most of our
отлично.
endgame is actually in just one central location.
Ну,
And
кстати,
yeah, so
интересно, это такой джим долгий или halqe реально нагоняет?
To the final base that we want to do, which is the fairy base. And this base is is actually the scariest of all of the big badges we can get, especially if you choose to do the risky strat. I am not going for that because that strat has screwed me over too many times. So I am definitely going to go for, I wouldn't say the safe strat because I don't have any god specs, but I am going to go for like an adaptation of the risky strat. It is 1 turn slower than just going straight for the risky strat, but I'm going the wrong way. But it is much, much safer, and I really just want to, like this. Okay, video game. I caught it, it was sleeping, and it just spawned. Thanks, video game. That's exactly what I need right now, but that's absolutely fine. And then, yeah, there's glide 1, and then there's glide 2, and then there's glide 3, and then we just head straight to the fairy base. And that is, that is where we want to go. Oh wait, no, I just realized I was too high, so I'm actually going to lose a little bit of time here, but that's fine. So, that's not a cutscene I actually want to activate, but I just realized I was actually a bit too high, but luckily, after this very quick loading screen, hopefully, yeah, we can then just get out. Even the game is just like, oh, we're close enough to the cutscene to then activate this one.
Че, и halqe закончил? Мне кажется, у них разрыв теперь 2 минуты или типа того. Удивительно. Или 2,5 где-то так. Кстати, как он его так догнал? Это удивительно.
It's only in casual playthroughs that this actually happens, but yeah. Anyway, we head this way.
А, нет, вот.
This is another case where we really don't want to see rain.
Этот рэп баттл после батла в Джимми идет. Значит, все еще 5 минут.
This game will play. Like you will see PowerPoint slides if it decides to rain at any point. So we're really hoping that it doesn't rain. Even right now, I think it's like windy, so you're actually going to see a little bit of how like choppy this game can actually perform a little bit, which because this game is timed in RTA, it is like I think you might see a little bit here, especially if the camera pans. Okay, here you don't see too much. We do get tormented here, which is a little bit of annoying, but not too much, where we can't use the same move twice, so we can't use wing attack afterwards, which is a bit annoying. So luckily the game is not performing too badly here, but here's another place where the game can really be bad. So here we go for acrobatics, because we got a thing. And we go ahead and get a little bit more EXP on all of our Pokemon. Sometimes my Fuecoco gets to 31. As long as your Fuecoco doesn't get to 36, which never does, well, Crocolore to 36, you'll be fine, because you don't want it to be 36, otherwise it'll try to evolve, and evolving is slow. So I'm gonna check. Yeah, I'm gonna check that. Yep. So
Да, реально,
we get a final
5 минут разрыва.
Final call to like, hey, you should fight the base. And before we do that, I put this in bold text because I keep on forgetting. There's a very important menu I need to do.
Даже побольше, наверное, чутка.
In a bag, we're gonna go to candies. We're then going to proteins, and then we're gonna give all of our proteins to our Flamingo as well as all of our carbos as well. We're then also going to teach not Shadow Ball but close combat over wing attack. It's not necessary for this fight, but it's for future fights that we're going to need to. And then we're going to apparently slide and start the fairy base. So you might be thinking that sending 2 fighting types into the fairy base is a bad idea, and you wouldn't be wrong. But luckily, our Flamingos are high enough level where that doesn't actually matter. So luckily, our Flamingos are not going to take too much damage throughout this fight. Unfortunately, I cannot say the same thing about game. Okay.
Oh my god.
That was not that was not you. The game literally just decided to freeze for a second.
I saw that on Etiquette had that around launch. Freeze that long.
So everyone give a salute to our Fuecoco because our Crocolore, because I don't think they're gonna be living that. But yep, it's already dead. So yeah, we are also going around the outside of the fairy base, because water lags the game very much. They really love paying homages to Super Mario 64, don't they? So yeah, here we go.
Так, да, блин, даже 6, наверное, 6,5 минут разрыв. Пока вот Кризариус играет мини-игры тут.
I'm surprised you didn't crash.
I thought, yeah.
It looked like you were gonna crash.
Yes, it did look like it was gonna crash, and then all I have to do is send out this Pokemon. And then, there we go. That is the fairy base complete.
Okay, so I really want those 2 guard specs. So I'm probably gonna try a cute little glide down to the vitamin shop and buy those guard specs now. I don't want to worry about them later.
I am gonna go for a little bit of a risky variation. halqe is playing safe and buying 2 guard specs. As you may have seen, I bought 1 X special attack for a fight I'm gonna need for later, and I just bought the maximum amount of X attacks that I could because it's just faster. And effectively, what we're going to do is we're going to be doing an alternate kind of like safe, risky strat for this fight, where everything except the ferry car can be one shot by acrobatics.
У нас тут очередной босс Тимстара, Артега. Говорят, игра пролагала тут у Кризариуса. Хорошо, что дождик еще не пошел.
And then we're gonna, on the Pokemon that I cannot pronounce its name because I completely forgot what it was. And it's the Darkspawn?
Yeah, close enough.
Oh yeah, the one time where being a male flamingo is actually bad because you can get cute charmed. Anyway, the Darkspawn, or Darkspawn, or however it's pronounced, we're going to then go into my bag, and then we're going to set up an X attack. Because it's going to go for Baby Doll Eyes. If it doesn't go for Baby Doll Eyes, I am going to be annoyed. Yeah. So we boost our attack by +2. It then uses Baby Doll Eyes to then go to +1, and then we are expecting it to do it for again, and now we're back to 0. So we basically use an X attack to counteract the ability. So counteract the ability, which then allows us to consistently two-shot the fairy car, which is still kind of scary. We're hoping that it goes for spin out and not mystical talk, simply because the AI is a little bit weird for this fight. Because it sees misty terrain, it wants to get rid of it, and so it might favor spin out. So here it's going to be a two-shot. Spin out, steel roller. So yeah, it's gonna go for steel roller because for some reason it looks at terrain and says we need to get rid of it, despite the fact that I am a flying type, so it can go for confuse ray and just confuse me. But luckily it went for that. If it went for magical talk, it does
Ну
have a
что
30%
ж,
chance to confuse,
машину,
and
конечно, не
get confused.
ваншотаем,
That's
но
really,
нормально.
really
Оно уже
good
жирные
though,
тут враги.
for a 30%
50 уровень.
chance to actually hit with the confusion. And now
В принципе, заканчивается этот бой. Что-то, так сказать, неприятная какая-то анимация прошла у halqe. Теряет время.
So not this cutscene here. This cutscene acts fine, and even if there was rain, the rain would be gone in this part anyway. It's because it's a flashback. Which, fun fact, according to Boundary Break, your character model and a second Ortega is actually loaded. It's just in a position of a camera that you can't see. So that's a little fun, little neat trick. And then these characters then despawn afterwards. So a little bit knowledge about this game, but actually the text is actually not that bad. Like when I play Scarlet for some reason, this like angle kind of looks a little bit like performs a little bit worse.
Well, it's not windy right now.
Sorry?
It's not really windy that much right now.
Yeah. But yeah, this is like the lag. Like I still think that this is the laggiest area, like by far. But worst of Levincia.
Так, теперь у нас halqe заходит, как раз подходит к этому боссу из Team Start. Ну, сначала, конечно, надо мини-игру, наверное, пройти. Собираем покемонов. Там тайм-лимит, что ли, минут 10, но это вообще фигня. Реально. 10 минут это слишком много дается. Ну вот. Тайм-лимиты для спидранеров в играх вообще не существуют, как будто, потому что они всегда слишком сидяще ставятся, чтобы любой игрок мог пройти, но все-таки, так сказать, понервничал. Вот тут вообще не существует этого таймера, потому что мы всегда будем быстрее спидран, по своему определению всегда быстрее.
Help Alzheimer Fonden get the Ripley cosplay incentive met, because that game is coming up in less than 2 hours. And yeah.
И как видите, вот нам дается 10 минут, но мы справляемся за 1 минуту.
Surprise plot twist. The person
Э,
who's talking to us on the phone is actually the main evil team leader that
насколько,
we've
так
been
сказать, в
trying
10
to
раз
find
быстрее,
defeat this
чем
entire time.
игра нам
Now
дает
they'll have
времени
to go
на
fight
это.
this mysterious person who's on the phone. I wonder who that could be. Oh no.
Literally right as I finish the star battle.
Oh no. You're about to, ladies and gentlemen, you're about to, and everything in between, you're about to see a PowerPoint slide on halqe screen.
Yep. Yeah.
You're going to see how slow the menus are just because it's raining. As I'm about to go into
Блин, дождь вообще аффектит на производительность игры очень сильно. То есть тут менюшки медленнее переключаются, диалоги, и сама игра медленно идет. Это ужасно. Там реально полминуты, наверное, тратится на это. Это ужасно, не повезло просто halqe.
Especially if the camera chooses to turn, it's gonna be slow. Anyway, Clavel's clived the entire time?
No way.
That's...
But that hair, it's so real.
I know!
У нас тут поворот такой
Oh,
сюжетный,
anyway,
что
apparently he's also
вот этот
Cassiopeia,
мужик,
the person
он
that's
все
in
это
the
время
photo.
переодевался в
Which
школьника и
is
приходил
weird.
с нами
Maybe
разговаривать.
two places at once, who knows? Anyway, we're now fighting our headmaster.
You've never seen Cassiopeia and
Оказалось, что это
Oh, we
директор
both got-
школы.
We also both got cute charm. Oh yeah, that is true.
yeah, luckily the only downside to Q Charm is the fact that you have to see it, because once the Wigglytuff goes down, it no longer affects us.
So, yeah, I am in a pretty scary fight. The only reason why this fight is scary is one single Pokemon. And that Pokemon is Among Us. I mean Among Us. Sorry, mispronunciation, my bad. But anyway, this is a very clean sweep. The only thing we have to remind ourselves is we do have to close combat the Quaquaval, but the Among Us is the scariest Pokemon. Simply because of its ability. Its ability is Effect Spore, which means any move that does contact has a 30% chance to activate a status condition, and what we don't want to see at all is
Как же
what we don't
дождь
want to see
лагает,
sleep.
просто
So we really
капец.
hope
Наверное,
that we don't get
там
sleep.
уже на 6
Only a
минут скоро
10%
перевалит
chance. Only a
отрыв.
10% chance.
I didn't get confused, thank God.
Тут должна игра, я не знаю, раз 5 крашнуться у Кризариуса, чтобы он
Thank
Fingers
goodness.
crossed, no
не
bad things.
успел.
Alright, so what?
Right. No stat,
Nothing?
no,
Alright,
no
okay.
effect spore.
Да, вы видели, как
Well,
зовут
scary
этого
things.
покемона?
Poison can
Among Us.
Oh,
Oh wait, no. After Gita, you know exactly what happens. You've seen my PB, haven't you?
that's Scarlet though.
And everything's worse than Violet, remember? Except the fights.
Oh, yeah.
Большой грибной
Alright, so the
покемон.
rain didn't really affect me that much. Made some of the cutscenes, some of the turns in the fight a little bit slower, but it actually started and stopped within the fight, so I don't have to see it in this cutscene here. Thank goodness.
So yeah. Look, we're in a cutscene. I'm about to end this fight with just a close combat. This is a guaranteed KO because we bought enough proteins to do so. Close combat is a slow move, but on use on the end of a turn, it's absolutely fine.
Я жалею, что
We do have
покемоны
some
имеют
information, we do have
английский
a little bit of
перевод.
time to do so, so I will take it right away for you.
Thank you so much. And the puns have returned.
Oh boy.
I hope you're ready.
None.
We have $5 from Sooty Bunsen saying, did you know that if you level up an Eevee while listening to Aha, it evolves into Take Me On?
Doesn't even make any sense.
Alright, also he tells us that he's actually not Cassiopeia, it's someone else.
И
I have a
Кризариус
feeling-
побеждает
Also,
Клавила.
camera angle. I just love the camera angle. And this is actually my favorite part of doing the Starfall Street plotline, coming right up. And it's not about this conversation, it's what we're going to be doing immediately afterwards. It's actually, ironically, my favorite part of Starfall Street. It's the part where, as we get to it, we ditch the storyline and do something else.
Ну, а по катушке на
Specifically,
байке,
we are doing
прыжок,
Elite Four next, so we are
глайдим.
going
вправо. Немножко прыгаем, пытаемся не скатиться. И вот именно в этом конкретном месте мы хватаем кат-сцену.
Она
скипается.
Так что нас немножко варпает.
Или нас просто игра сама выкидывает, я, кстати, не понял. Но мы очень быстро доходим до следующего файта. Вот, кстати, можно увидеть вот этого мужика, который одет под школьника, но это на самом деле директор школы.
There are some multiple choice questions where multiple answers are correct, but you do have to be careful which ones you pick. So we will be, trying our best, making sure that, we look good, we look smart, because in order to become champion, we need to pass the champion's assessment. And the champion's assessment involves the interview phase and then the fights.
Yeah, and in order to pass the champion's interview, you need to like Pokemon, which is I don't really agree with that. I think you can hate your profession and still be really good at it. I don't know. Oh wait, that was almost like that. I almost forgot to deposit the party.
Yeah, you would have lost so much time if you didn't do that. So I do have to pay attention because this is actually menuing. If you get it wrong, you have to do it all over again. So first question is, how did you get here? We're gonna straight up lie because we actually wrote here, but we're just gonna lie and say I walked. Second question, we're going to take the name of a school. We have to press down. We have to go up one, and then what games here? We have to say champion. We can't say here for fun because, serious business becoming champion. We want to answer the next question, the first one, and then we want to say Tulip, Alpha Nada Gym as the next one, and then we want to go up one to say Tulip, and then this one we have to be a little bit more careful when it comes to menuing, so I am going to be a little bit slow when it comes to mashing. Then say Psychic. It doesn't matter what answer you pick as long as the three are correct.
Файт с директором Клавелом. Погнали.
Do the bug backup, which is kind of slow. So you have to then what's the category of shoot speed? The Fire Croc, that is the first one, and then after this point, you can just you can turbo A for the rest of the interview, and you're absolutely fine.
Акробатика в ваншоте Тарангуру.
There is one difference. Second question asks you which school you go to. That is a version difference. If you're running Violet, you need to press up on the menu, so you go to the third option. If you're playing Scarlet, you want to press down because you want to press the second option. That is a very minor.
И следующего покемона он тоже ваншоты. Вот, в принципе, вся суть спидрана, что ваншот, ваншот, ваншот. На этом этапе мы сильно раскачаны. Будет удивительно, если ваншот не случится.
So now we pass the interview stage. We're now going to actually finally fight the entirety of the Elite Four. Throughout the story, we have met 3 of the 4 Elite Four members. In fact, Rika, who's right in front of you, is actually one of the Elite
У него много покемонов, у директора, конечно. Вот на этом этапе, да. И, конечно, он вызывает Амонгус. Амунгус. Мунгус. Есть бэкап страт, если ваншот не прошел, да. Бэкап страт, если ваншот не прошел, то добить еще одной атакой.
I'm pulling on stretch. You're reaching. I'm definitely reaching. Like every other one, except every other gym lead, every other Elite Four, you can kind of see it. Even Hassel, you can kind of see it, but Rika, I just can't tell for the fact.
Что получается? Тут уже у Кризариуса элитная четверка пошла. Та самая, так сказать, элитная четверка чемпионов. Самая элита элит. Вискэш 57 уровня. Легчайший ваншотает с акробатикой. Нашим фламинго. На Камеру-то у нас другая атака, лоу-кик проходит. Но, в принципе, у нас основной вот этот покемон, он самый сильный, и у него все нужные обилки есть. чтобы вообще любую угрозу в игре нейтрализовать. Донфан. Так, не хватило ему урона, но, кстати, Stone Edge был. Прожимает, но не страшно. Дуктрио. Дуктрио, кайф.
Saying that last donation was brought to you by the pay to win evolution Patreon. Thank you so much.
И
for
отлично.
donating to the Bunsen. And yeah, give me more puns to read.
Тем временем halqe делает скип.
Because,
Куда?
I have fun.
Куда
I hope
летит?
our runners have fun. I hope the audience has fun.
Немного криво получилось.
I love puns. Please give me puns.
Но нормально, нормально. У него как-то покемон получше карабкается, чем тот, который на байке.
This, I would say that this Clodsire can be a bit of a troll, simply because it does know the move Protect.
Вот она, финальная форма. Клотсир в финальный враг, Клотсир с бафом, с резистами, с бафнутым вызовом таким специальным. И он ваншотается легко. Это победа над первым из элитной четверки, над Дрикой.
Yeah, I got a few encounters in this run, but overall, not too bad. Not too bad. I think still my biggest mistake, I think, is just the poison base. Flamingo just like not wanting to do what it wants to do. But yeah, you can tell the typing of this.
Дальше у нас очередной элитный боец Поппи.
Yeah, and then unfortunately you had a incident.
Yeah.
So here,
Низкого роста,
the only E4 fight that we're gonna have, it's actually a 5-turn fight. So
сильными покемонами.
Poppy only has 5 Pokemon, and we're actually going to be taking all of them down in basically one go. And it's also a reason why we have to keep double
О,
kick
я
this entire time. Yeah,
Планета
double kick is very
железяка,
weak, but
растительности
it's
нет,
but there's one Pokemon that we're
жизни
gonna fight
нет,
that we're gonna
населена
we'll get to
роботами.
that later. First, you do have to think a little bit about inputs here, because it's not just like, oh, just use one thing. We do want to use a different move. So for the Copperage,
Он я починил войс.
and then after we then use low kick, we then want to switch to close combat. This is the only time we're going to use close combat and see the defense drops from me.
Так, походу будет close combat использовать раннер, да.
then goes down, and then you see the defense drops. It's a really slow animation move that we try to avoid as much as we can.
И у нас за счет него понижается дефенс. Анимация очень медленная, но она нам позволяет быстро завалить. Так, даблкик по магнезону, отлично. Супер эффективно. Даблкик хорош, он 2 раза бьет. Так, лоу-кик. Сделали из нашего фламинго чисто бойца карате. С такими вот физическими мувами, которые мы на него эквипнули. И у нас вылезает Тинкатон. И Тинкатона бафаем, да. В бриллианта одеваем, чтобы он имел сопротивление ко всей фигне. Но лоу-кик его выносит. Он супер эффективный.
I'm also surprised. I'm surprised that the Corviknight in Poppy's team is still technically alive, because she also has a Tinkaton.
Think there'd be some infighting there?
I'm just surprised. I'm just surprised that the Corviknight is just still alive in that team. But you know,
Отлично, мы победили двоих из элитной четверки.
Yeah. Also,
Они
here's a
удачно
surprise Elite Four member. It's
выходят по
Larry,
очереди, нам даже никуда
everyone's
ходить не
favorite
надо.
character, who's just like the most normal character in the entire game. It's like great.
И это Ларри,
Hey. Anyway,
мужик в
well, I
костюме.
think I don't know how many people got tricked in the fact that
С
oh, Larry's gonna be
чемоданчиком.
facing normal types, and then all of a sudden you set out a fighting type, and all of a sudden there's flying types. Yeah, he is going to be doing. He's going to be actually be using flying.
Он
types
нас
this time
использует
around,
летающие
and
типа покемонов.
he's actually going to have a redemption because he's actually going because you know last time we saw him he has normal type, now he's got flying types. He's going to have one Pokemon that we're going to have a little bit of fun with, a little bit. But the main gimmick of this fight is that this is again another 6-turn fight, simply because we do need to actually set up a little bit on this fight. So the X items that I bought way earlier,
He doesn't miss Stone-Edge.
I've seen him miss Stone Edge yesterday. So yeah, we're
What's
gonna
that
be.
like?
Ой, не повезло halqe. У
It's
него
It's great.
покемон не
Oh,
промазался
yeah, we don't
атакой,
use the X attack. It
которую
goes
в
for
нее
Sunny Day
зарядил.
because it does have the ability chlorophyll, so it like kind of like knows to use Sunny Day. And yeah, this is another
Вот
damage
этот Stone
fight because
Age.
we just go ahead and spam acrobatics and everything just dies. The main reason why we have to X attack is actually specifically his fourth Pokemon. So, and also for Staraptor as well. Because we are Tangled Feet, we do have to use this because again, Scrappy prevents Intimidate, whereas Tangled Feet doesn't. So we do have to set up as well.
Так, мы засетапили X-атаку
But the
и
main
ваншотаем
thing, though,
покемонов.
is that after this Altaria, so this Altaria is not really a problem. This would also be KO'd if without the boost. It's the next Pokemon. There are two Pokemon in the entire game that resist the fighting and flying combination. We've seen one.
И говорят, тут
once,
всего
and we're gonna see
пара
it again
покемонов,
with
которые
Altaria. If it was any other
устойчивые
Altaria,
к,
we wouldn't need to have this problem, but
так сказать, к
unfortunately,
стилю файтинг,
we have this problem
то есть вот
because
к физическим атакам.
I have to set up on the Tropius. Tropius is like really no damage and that's it. And now Larry's gonna set up his
Так что, в
final
принципе,
Pokemon,
вот этот
and
билд
he is simply going to say Spider-Man.
нашего покемона суперэффективный.
He's just standing there menacingly.
Yes. Except yes, it's just the Flamigo
И
rule.
теперь это
Except
дуэль на
the opponent's
фламинго.
one is gonna have a fancy hat, but it's not gonna matter.
Но наш оппонент, так сказать, не по метовым стратам
Yeah,
идет,
he
так
trash
что
flies
он
the other way,
проиграет.
A
Yeah.
little bit worse for it.
Yeah, he gets rid of the fighting type, which is actually smart, but it's too bad it's not enough. But yeah, this fight's done. There is one thing I am gonna do before the next fight, and it's actually something that's in the game that's a really cool thing. It's known as auto healing, where if you press the minus button on the Pokemon, you will auto heal. And this is like the only auto heal I'm gonna be doing in the entire game. Simply because I could, even with my special defense, go into this fight without healing. However, I do want to play this in completely safe, and I do want to get out of the E4, so I am
И,
going to
кстати,
take
вот в
heal
кнопке,
this
в игре есть кнопка автохила на
but
минус.
I am gonna hand it over to a
И,
donation that we
наверное, сейчас единственный раз мы воспользуемся, потому что интенсивный такой босс-раш был. Как раз перед следующим членом элитной четверки мы просто минус можем нажать.
$75.11 from Anonymous saying ESA total donations almost $800,000. And I just checked, it's true. The total donations over all ESA are currently sitting at $799,600.
О, захилились и пошли с Хаселем сражаться.
So we are not that far away from that milestone as well. So get your donations in so that we can meet that.
Кстати, в первом своем диалоге, вот как только пришел, промолчал, так сказать, многоточиями. Это была отсылка на Pokémon Red.
Anyway, his hassle, he can sometimes be
Или на, так сказать, ну, главному герою Pokémon Red.
I can do puns. I can do puns.
No. He can always be a hassle.
Yeah, so
He is more likely than not going to be a hassle.
so yeah, the Noivern isn't that scary. All we have to do is just
Сразу
hit it.
X-атак
He either
жмем.
goes for Super Fang or Air Slash,
Баф
but
атаки нам не
a lot of the times he
помешает.
goes for Super Fang because it does the most amount of damage a lot of the time. So we're gonna see Super Fang here.
С такой вот суперфангом это сносит половину хп нашему
This is not the
Фламинго.
annoying Pokemon.
Но в принципе мы проходим этот файт с бафом нормально. То есть мы не должны, мы больше не будем получать урона. Я надеюсь. Есть, правда, наверное, такой 30% шанс получить poison от Амонгуса.
We don't have to worry about anything else. We can just spam acrobatics, and effectively this fight is donezo. The main reason why we have to set up this
Это много,
time
кстати,
is
заруинит,
because,
но...
the final Pokemon that Hassel has is extremely bulky.
Да.
We haven't actually mentioned
Много
every single
покемонов у
Pokemon that we
него.
fight has set stats. So for every important gym fight,
Тем временем,
we have,
значит, у нас сейчас на 4-м файте первый раннер, второй на... Второй только что закончил.
IVs on every single one of their stats, as well as 252 HP EVs on just 252 EVs on its HP. So so the final Pokemon are kind of bulky, and that's why we do need to set up. There's some Pokemon that we don't need to, which we'll get to later.
И
There is,
последний
again, one exception to
покемон.
this. We'll get to that when we get to that, which is at the very end of the game.
Он его, конечно же, бафает.
Yeah, also, I hope you enjoyed the E4 theme, because this is the final member, and we're not going to see it again. Hear it again.
И выносим его бэкскалибура акробатикой.
So there goes back. So there goes Backstabber, and I did say that every single fight in the Champions Assessment, with the exception of one, is a 6-turn fight. Yep, still ahead. And
Отлично.
yeah, so I
Четверка
did say that every
повержена.
single- this includes Champion, by the way.
Осталось
He does have
сразиться
6 Pokemon.
с чемпионом.
Champion is so super weak to this Flamingo, surprisingly. Her entire team is just weak to this one bird.
Но, короче, чемпион
And
очень
you'll see
слабый
why,
в
but
этой
basically,
игре.
but- oh my god, I said it
Как
again.
говорят раннеры, по крайней мере, для этого билда он просто
Every single bulky Pokemon
супер изи будет
is weak
сейчас.
to either the combination of fighting or flying, which is convenient.
Так что
because our
комбинация
Pokemon can
файтинг
literally
скиллов и
fight to
летающих,
fight.
она очень сильная в
So
этой
that is
игре,
convenient. And any Pokemon that
чем мы
doesn't
активно
and
пользуемся в
isn't
этом
weak to us
спидране.
is just extremely frail on the defensive side. So we literally, this Pokemon is literally perfect to defeat the champion. As you'll see in just a moment. We do have a little bit of a cutscene before we actually get to the champion fight, so donation announcement, just one will be enough.
Wonderful. It's another donation from Suti Bunsen for another $5. And
Забавно, что ранние игры покемонов, они прям заканчиваются на победе над чемпионом, но вот эти последние, тут есть чем еще заняться под конец,
Yep, I saw that coming.
после победы.
So did I, but nonetheless, I love the pun. Thank you very much for that.
Alright, so
Very good cause.
yeah, it's definitely a very good cause. So champion Gita.
Так что до конца примерно еще час остался с копейками.
I guess because I'm just gonna say her team positioning does not make any sense. I know why they kind of wanted to do this, but it just doesn't make any sense. So we go into this.
Эспатра вырубается.
The last Pokemon should honestly be first, and there should be a different Pokemon that should be last. I would mention it right here. But after we defeat this Go-Go, we're gonna then activate a text box that we are unfortunately forced to do, which is the super effective text box.
Гугот легко вырубается. Да, это все ваншотами работает. Просто 6 ходов. 83 уровень Фламинго, это очень жестко.
And get rid of all these Pokemon. Then the next Pokemon is going to be Veluza, because these Pokemon are set out in a very predictable order. It's always going to be the same. And basically how the AI works. The AI looks at a Pokemon, looks at the... Really?
This is one of
Right.
the fights I don't want to get
Alright,
crit on.
okay, so the thing I didn't want to happen did happen, so let me explain.
Что-то не
Basically,
так
some of
пошло.
these trainers suffer from something known as hop syndrome, which is basically every time you get a critical hit, they like to announce it. So
Короче,
they
он
like
сделал
really
критический
emphasize
удар,
it, so...
и это вызвало,
Oh
так
no, this is
сказать,
exactly what happened
диалог.
last time. I got crit, then a crash happened. But not on the same Pokemon, but I just...
Has she crit you yet?
No, I crit her. She never gets an attack on me.
Oh yeah, true.
So that's,
Вот это такая потеря времени,
This wasn't-
потому что вот он
Violet that happened,
получил
right?
критическую атаку, и
You also got the crit on the wrong
ему
Pokemon, but it's fine.
вражеский тренер
So,
говорит:
yeah.
ого, ну ты хорош. Да.
It's one of the worst critical hits you can get in the game. And you really don't want it
И
to
ему
happen.
не очень хотелось
Having
получить
one is
крит.
fine, you just really don't
Там
wanna
несколько
see
секунд
two.
потерялось на этом.
And, yeah. So, yeah. Also,
Так, используем
this is
Close
a rock
Combat.
poison type, but then she turns herself into a rock
У нас тут
type. Just so that we can use
Rock
super
Type,
effective
так
move
что
on
мы
it. Thank
самый
you very much.
эффективный мув используем против
If
него.
it just remained the same type, we probably would have struggled to kill it. But nope.
Тут что говорят, игра могла крашнуться на том диалоге. Было бы смешно.
So yeah. So, oh, you got poison point, didn't you?
I'm full health though.
You're full health, but you're still losing 20 seconds.
That's fine.
Yeah. You see if...
О,
So now,
halqe получил Poison.
I'm gonna tell a little story.
Ё-моё.
So, coming up is Nemona 6. That's not really a great important, but I'll explain that later.
Не везет, не везет.
When I was doing these runs. So, a couple weeks ago, I was doing Scarlet glitch runs. I got here, I was a minute 40 ahead of world record. And then here, after this cutscene, when I warped, the game crashed and I lost like 40-ish seconds. And I also had bad luck for the entire rest of the game and I lost world record by 7 seconds.
Крисариус душил, но там
Hoping
Poison, он говорит,
that it
зря
just
схватил.
doesn't crash here again, because
Говорит, вот хоть ты на full хп, все равно секунд 30 теряешь.
twice, I'm gonna be
Или
annoyed.
20,
Like, I'm
20.
genuinely gonna actually just be a little annoyed because I
Что
don't
он на
understand
Poison у него
why
тикает.
this crash happened. This
Poison
crash
это
happened when it happened when I was playing the game.
каждый ход.
So I'm really just hoping
Это неудачно.
that
И
the
надо
game
его
just doesn't
захилить,
crash.
наверное,
So,
или пофигу.
very simple. Okay, it didn't crash. It's fine.
Так, игра не
It's fine.
крашнулась.
That's all that matters.
Тут, если
Saw that
варпаешься
little
с этого
flying
момента,
taxi
может
logo kinda
крашнуться
stuck
игра.
there for a second.
Yeah, loading as it goes is kind of a laggy thing, unfortunately, especially in Violet.
Вот если в этот город еще пролететь, он
So
как
yeah,
только загружается,
thankfully,
он
no crashes
лагает немного.
yet. It wouldn't surprise me if we find a new crash today. But yeah, so this is the Nemona
Вот,
fight.
встречаем
The
нашего
actual interesting
райвола.
thing about this fight is that we don't actually gain any EXP in this fight. This is like the only like Nemona fight you don't actually get EXP for some reason. I don't know why they did it like this.
Well, 'cause it's like a cinematic fight, because like it has a movie leading up to it, probably, and a movie trailing it.
I guess so, but
Like it's not a traditional
mean,
encounter.
yeah, I mean, but none of the bases have that like movie thing. I mean, I guess it kind
No,
of.
they have like regular text boxes that you mash through.
Ну, на самом деле, многие краши
Also,
уже
this is another
известны.
movie that cannot be skipped because they really loved showing this animation off.
Mhm.
And yeah, this is the final time we're actually going to fight Nemona. This is Nemona 6. And we're finally going to show Nemona this entire time the Flamigo that we've withheld from her. And we're going to absolutely dominate her in this fight. Because we don't need setup. So, one low kick. She's gonna say, become exactly like Hop, where she says, "Oh my God, you did a super effective move! Great." We don't care. The Lycan Rock goes down. Then she sends out the Pawmot, which is the Pikachu clone of his game. But thanks to its electric fighting type, we can then just use acrobatics to then take it down.
Так, сражаемся с Райвелом. Теперь мы ей не проигрываем.
Out comes the Gudra, very specially bulky, but
Можно
thankfully
и победить
this side
разок.
is not that great, so we'll then be able to take this one down as well. And then I do have to remember that we have to low kick these next two because we can go for that. Here comes the Dunce boss, and then you can't always low kick, but with enough
Так,
proteins
лоу
and enough-
кик,
Oh, I missed the
кстати,
range. I must have messed
что-то
up. It's fine, just a
не
turn.
повезло с
Don't worry
ним.
about it.
Но ничего, он
Alright, fine.
бафается,
Well,
так
maybe I
что
get to listen to the music a
он
little
нас
bit
не
more.
атакует.
That's the reason why I did this. I guess I must have miscounted a little bit, but it's fine. We didn't get an attack. She didn't get an attack off,
You're
so it's
hasty,
fine.
right?
Oh no, I'm not hasty. I'm adamant.
Oh, okay.
But I must have misprotein counted. Is it not 20?
Но он, похоже, раннер немножко, так сказать, с бафами просчитался. Потому что он, по идее, должен был добить его одной атакой.
Say in just a second.
Но что-то протеина маловато было.
So my IVs are 10 to 13. It's 20 proteins to KO between 11 and 12. And my thing said 10 to 13. 10 to 13. So what happened was
You got 10.
I got 10 and I missed the 99% range. So that's what happened. But it's one turn slower. It's not that end of a world. And there goes Nimona. And that finishes up the first plot line of the game being Starfall Street. No.
Victory
being-
Road.
А,
Victory
теперь
Road, yeah.
Кризариус уходит на Victory Road.
So, yeah, that is... Oh yeah, she's dabbing, by the way.
Деп.
Oh, she is. Yay, we beat Nimona finally. It didn't take that long because we were hiding our full potential from her this entire time. She was doing the same thing to us, by the way. So I think it's fair to hide our full potential. But yeah, this is again another movie where you just have to watch a little bit. But I want to talk a little bit about the order of the endgame fights. So you did see us ditch the Starfall Street storyline and then go to Victory Road. The reason is we have to go into the school to then get to where we need to go. But conveniently, if we beat Nimona, we get taken into the school anyway, so it actually avoids us having to like travel in and out of the school building, which is actually really nice. So yeah, so we did beat. So yeah, that's Nimona. Victory Road is now done. We effectively became the strongest trainer in the entire school. And now it's time for us to do the other plot lines that we still need to do, like including this next one. So now we're actually going to go back into Starfall Street and from here. So we do here, come here, we then go up 5 times to the schoolyard. And
Ведет у нас Кризариус, он на 5 минут, на 6 минут, наверное, быстрее.
Oh yeah. Also, by the way, Cassiopeia is Penny. By the way, I know, big surprise plot twist. Just wait till we reveal the hood and. Oh my god! Anyway, the simple fight here is this fight is a bit complex because every single one of her Pokemon has baby doll eyes. So anytime she can drop
У нас файт с Кассиопеей.
So we're going to the main strat is to X attack, and whenever we get our attack dropped, we're then going to X attack again. So that's pretty much the main strat. This is a slightly riskier variation, but the payoff is that if I do get the better version of this fight, I'm gonna be saving a good amount. I can end this fight really quickly, as I'm gonna basically let you guys enjoy actually the best music in the game, in my opinion. Once it starts, a little bit later. But yeah, you have time for donations here when you want, so the music starts.
Oh, wonderful! Because they just arrived $25 from Mirai, saying Congratulations to both runners on beating Gita and becoming the champions. Here's
Nice.
$25 to Syllabi rate, because why not? Hop hip hooray!
Отлично, накидываемся бафами.
Money goes towards naming Pokemon
Нам тут побольше атаки нужно. Не зря мы их закупали. У нас тоже время дебафают, но ладно. Ну, кстати, по-моему, у них немного сократился разрыв. Не сократился, кстати. Все еще большой разрыв. Да негде его тут сокращать. Если бы что-то сверхъестественное произошло, я бы заметил. Хотя Джоутион одна из форм Иви.
This is a risky version of the fight. I didn't unfortunately get the best fight, so I'm gonna have to do this. But luckily we have 15 more X attacks to use.
И вот другая форма Иви. Мупарион.
Oh, it does go for Hudge. Okay, that's fine. Now we're +3. We're fine for the rest of the game. Yeah, we're +3. God spec. We have to use 3 X.
Флорион.
Not ideal, but it's fine.
Лифион. Так. Вот это уважаемый, так сказать, коллекционер покемонов. Собрать все Иви, кто ж так не делал? Кто бы не хотел. Как вы знаете, фишка Иви, что у нее много различных стихийных эволюций. То есть вот...
Oh, that storyline! I completely forgot. We have to finish that storyline.
The Titans.
Yeah, we kind of did like the last Titan 2 hours ago. I wonder how Arvin's been doing.
He's been waiting in front of the lighthouse for a long time.
Like, is he waiting at the lighthouse? He did
yeah.
say to meet us at the lighthouse.
Бафнутый Сильвион.
If he actually gets to the, really, you have to do that again.
Дебафает нас, кстати.
I completely
Но нам
forgot
хватает
about
урона.
that storyline entirely.
We should probably wrap that up then.
We should probably go talk to Arvin. Yeah, we completely forgot about Arvin. Reality, no, we didn't. We just made fun of you. So yeah, now we're gonna have to go. Oh, you got a critical hit on the
On the last turn.
on the last turn as
Come
well.
on, man.
Oh, that is actually slightly disappointing. But yeah, now we're gonna have basically this final plot line resolved. We're gonna then have to basically talk to then Clavel one more time to make sure that these, kids get their punishments, and then we are actually gonna then head on we're then gonna head to basically Arvin, who I believe he's been waiting there. It's not like we're gonna arrive there and he just arrived as well. No, that's not gonna happen, right? We did so much.
Тем временем Халкери справляется со своим райвелом.
We took down a evil organization. We became champion. Surely Arvin is just waiting for us there, right? Right?
It's not proper etiquette to,
I mean, to be fair, we did kind of leave him for like 2 hours.
Yeah, that's a long time. There's not a lot of.
I mean, I don't know
to do with the lighthouse.
Yeah, so hopefully he doesn't mind the fact that we kind of took 2 hours to get to him. I really hope he's not like in an annoying mood. I mean, I know he has like some issues with like his family and stuff.
Always annoyed.
He's probably going to be annoyed, right? Also, yeah, they're now revealing that he's.
Тут куча диалогов происходит, собственно. Казалось бы, вот финишная прямая рана, но тут много сюжета, много катсцен и прочего. Поэтому все-таки рана сейчас будет идти.
because you know we have skip cutscenes on, and but yeah, I'm just gonna say this right now. This run's pace is actually insane. Unfortunately, I have checked. I have lost time to my splits throughout this thing, and I am behind. But only like about a couple of seconds for my Violet PP, which is still.
Квизарус говорит, что он бежит вообще
For a marathon
очень
run that
близко
actually
к
with,
ПБ.
like, a couple of mistakes here and there, that is actually incredible.
Уже не на ПБ, но все еще очень близко к нему. Если он где-то засейвит времени, то он установит свое персональное лучшее время.
Clavel's being like, oh yeah, you did all this stuff now. We're gonna have to
Неплохо.
punish you for all that. You just have to do community service. Don't.
Тем временем Халкери
Yeah, this cutscene
сражается
was
с этим
very,
мастером
very
Иви.
long. Oh yeah, you
PCIP.
did see me do a riskier strat. Unfortunately, it didn't pay off because the risky strat I do is I X attack, hope that the Umbreon doesn't do the baby doll eyes, and when I get dropped to +1, I do that. halqe is doing a very much safer strat, which is the God Spec strat. I did have to use one extra X item, so I did lose time on that. And you are catching up, I will say.
Hopefully. Hopefully. I'd like Area 0 to be slightly competitive.
Yeah, so gonna have to do a couple of things. Here I did find out that it's actually slightly faster just to go left down to the director's office. Make sure you
Так,
don't accidentally
Квизарус
through,
варпается
otherwise you lose time. Wanna go
в офис
here to
директора.
then talk to the director. We then have one final cutscene in the school. This is the final time we're actually going to be seeing Clavel in this run.
Так что,
Goodbye.
можно сказать,
Say goodbye to
покеда
Clavel. Not necessarily
директору.
Penny. We are going to see a little bit more. But yeah, we are going to say goodbye to our headmaster, where we're going to soon have to explain to him that we didn't do a single day of school. But I think he'll be fine with it, right? I mean, if we do save the world at some point, then maybe he might forgive us.
Да, мы тут, в общем-то, в неприятном положении.
But yeah.
Мы в этом спидране вообще ни разу не ходили в школу, поэтому мы объясняемся перед директором, что мы все-таки тут мир спасаем, так что это сорян, как-нибудь в другой раз.
One more phone call from Penny saying, "Hey, can we meet outside because I want to, give you a useless TM and, words of encouragement and stuff like that." So we go ahead and do that. We then ride ourselves all the way here. We ignore these and then.
И просто едем с лестницы на байке, на покемоне мотоцикле.
This allows us to finally end the storyline, and we have ended 2 of our 3 main storylines of Starfall, being Starfall Street. And yes, as I alluded to and made the joke of way earlier, we are finally finishing Path of Legends. We're going to be finally finishing Path of Legends. Effectively, the biggest break between any 2 things that we've done is Path of Legends.
В общем-то, мы закрываем одну из больших сюжетных моментов в этой игре.
But yeah, we see Penny finally run away and finally complete the final.
Вот, Starfall Street закончили, вот это вторая сюжетка в игре основная.
So, the second story. There is actually a reason why we do Arven last. There isn't really that much of I mean, there's a bit of a surprise, but there is actually a reason why we do Arven last. Mainly because of how the end cutscene works, but yeah. Surely Arven's here, right? Right? So I'm gonna hold left because that's the thing you need to do.
Also, alternatively, if you feel like memes,
go on Marauder.
Simply get on the mount, and then the game will take you off the mount because your hitbox is wide enough that you've hit the
Also,
trigger.
we beat him here. Yeah, the text box literally just says we beat him. How? We did so much stuff. How did you lose to us?
Alright, he was probably here, and then we weren't here for 2 hours, so he was like, man, I'm gonna go somewhere else and wait.
No, it implies that you beat him here, which means that he never got here. I'm going to assume that air traffic control was
Тут немного странная багается идеология. Говорят нам о действиях, которые вообще ни разу не случались. Потому что мы очень много игровых последовательностей нарушили.
Anyway, we get this whole plot line of like, hey, we like you to go down to like area 0, but you guys need to find some like extra friends that we need to do. Luckily, because we did the other story.
Нам говорят, надо в зону Zero пройти, но нужно команду собрать корешей. Но благо мы все сюжетки остальные закрыли, так что можно этим заняться как раз.
Arvin wants us to basically want to see if he's ready to go down to Area 0 and basically challenges us to a fight. Unfortunately for him, it's not going to really end well for him because similar to Gita, he has a lot of Pokemon that are either frail or weak to both fighting.
И нас Арвин, походу, будет, так сказать, проверять нашу готовность.
Are weak to fighting and actually no. Every Pokemon is weak to fighting and flying. I just realized.
И это неудачный для него расклад. Не для раннера, а, так сказать, для его противника, потому что у него вся пачка покемонов уязвима к файтингу и флайингу, к летающим и боевым искусствам. То есть это будет быстро.
Yeah, it's just that I don't think most games actually use fighting coverage.
Yeah. I mean, Halqe gets 2 games.
Yeah.
Ну, типа, мало кто в этой игре неуязвим для этих атак. Очень мало.
So, yeah, so now we're gonna fight Arvin. It's kind of screwy how the speedrun goes in the Path of Legends speedrun, because we get all the Herba Mystica to heal the dog, and then we're gonna fight the dog afterwards. It's kind of screwy. At least in this category, we give the dog a 2-hour like resting period. And yeah, anyway, this fight is slightly different depending on your ability, simply because Mabostif has Intimidate. So if you are lucky and got the 50-50 coin flip, you can just low kick everything afterwards. If not, you do have to close combat the dog, which loses the Mabostif, which is a bit slow, but it's absolutely fine. So here we go. Acrobatics twice.
Как видите, акробатика очень быстро выносит тут.
So that's the first acrobatics. Here comes the second acrobatics, which is a Scovilla, which is flying. And then after that, we then use 3 low kicks into a close combat.
Потом 3 лоу-кика и close combat.
That will be Arvin effectively done, and the Path of Legends storyline fully complete. And actually, I can, at this point, once I do the right menu, I can just say why we do the storyline last, and that is because of a cutscene after this. So, if we don't do Arvin last, and we do Arvin either first or second...
Мы еще вот объясняется, что мы в таком порядке проходим сюжетку, потому что у нас катсцены будут меньше.
Because we do Arvin last, he doesn't give us the phone call. He just tells us to directly go, and that saves 10 seconds. So we do have.
Причем это сейвит типа 10 секунд.
Our Flamigo go last.
Так, low kick.
So that's, I mean, our Flamigo last. Our Arvin go to be last. Be the final Pokemon that we fight. So here we get intimidated, which is unfortunate. So we have to go and close combat. Lose a little bit of time, but nothing too crazy.
И используем close combat. Сейчас посмотрим, на нас дебаф накинули, но мы, по идее, должны его ваншотнуть.
Also, I love the floor textures not working properly for this fight. Just saying. Also, actually, you know what? Pay attention to the
Отлично.
background.
Мабостив готов.
See the funny thing, where the sun just goes fast. I see it. Oh wait, it's no nighttime. Never mind. If this is during the day, you will see the sun go out of frame, like move out, and then move back in, and then move back in.
Never noticed that before. It's not quite
Easy.
time for me.
Yeah, so unfortunately we can't see it, but it is really a really funny graphical. Even the moon does that as well, which is really funny. Yeah, the map to the
They're
lighthouse.
so close to each other.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
So sometimes we accidentally hit the question mark where we want to hit the fly point instead, which, because they're right next to each other, it kind of wants to auto-target to one or the other, and we want to make it auto-target the other thing. Oh yeah, that's like the funny thing you can do.
И
That is
сюжетка
slightly
Path of
similar.
Legends
So it's
закрыта.
funnier.
Anyway, we have now completed the final,
И
final
нам
storyline.
осталось
Now
вот
we have to go to Area Zero, which then
последний
unlocks
сторилайн,
the final
который мы
storyline.
сейчас
So we
будем
have to
анлочить.
finish this storyline. And then
Варпаемся.
this is unfortunately the last time we have to say goodbye to like us riding Miraidon or riding Miraidon because after this we just have to run everywhere. We can't go on a fancy motorbike, dragon motorbike, and just do things. So yeah, that's a shame. Oh yeah, well, one of the two
Погнали
times wall climbing is
карабкаться на нашем драконе байке.
that way we can get here much faster and then drop our area halfway. There we go. And here's where things
Нормально,
get a little
засейвили
bit.
время.
This is where the big differences start to apply, especially after a little bit of Area Zero. This is where some of the bigger differences happen between Scarlet and Violet. We'll explain that throughout the entire. There is a lot of exposition and a lot of plot. The main thing to note is that when halqe gets here and when you see our two
Осталось минут 40 до конца рана.
one day, you're going to see the Pokemon that we fight in Endgame is different, and there is lore reason as to why it hasn't been explained quite yet what the lore reason is, but we are going to be fighting completely different Pokemon after the one Glamora that we fight in here. Area Zero, while I would like to say it has 80% mostly just text, and then it does have like some.
Ну и дальше там
Area
будет,
Zero just
наверное,
has some
80%
pretty nifty movement that we can do,
нашего
especially
дальнейшего
after
прохождения это будет просто
reach
чтение
Station
текста.
2, where we realize that the fastest way to go down is not to go around in a circle, but rather.
У нас тем временем собирается наша команда для
We'll see more of
путешествия
that when we
в зону Zero.
eventually get to it. But yeah, this run is definitely going to be over in 40 minutes. I really want to see if we can hit that cosplay incentive. How close are we to that incentive, by the way?
We are currently $619 away from that. Wait, let me correct that. We are currently $584 away because something just came in. I just can't see it yet because it's still in screening. Yeah, it is moving, but it's not moving all too fast.
Oh, come on, guys. We can get 600, what, 600 what dollars? Oh, sorry.
Yes, 584.
584. We can get 584.
Yeah, oh, and here's the donation that just came in. It's $35 from Princess Neko Cakes, saying donating $35 for my favorite Pokemon with Pokedex number 35, Clefairy. Oh yeah, let's do that again. What's all of your favorite Pokemon? Donate their Pokedex number. It doesn't have to be in euros. It can be like with cents, you know, so the bigger numbers don't cost too much. But yeah, tell us your favorite Pokemon in a donation and assign that donation amount to the Ripley cosplay. And that's 2 birds with 1 stone. I would like that. Thank you very much.
Замечательно.
So, yeah, we're almost going through the plot.
Тем временем
Halqe
сражается, у него никаких проблем пока что нету. Ну, он ловит, кстати, крит, но крит не дает, Арвин не дает дополнительных диалогов на критах, так что все равно.
Well, it does actually look pretty, and even the music is actually really nice for Area Zero. Like, I actually really enjoy the end game, aside from the fact that you have a lot of text that we still have to go through. So,
И мы в эндгейме, так
little
сказать.
slight optimization. Just talk to Arvin so that you can activate this text cutscene slightly earlier. And this is this is Area Zero. This is Area Zero. It's a very pretty isolated area in the game, which apparently, according to also.
И вот это вот изолированная такая территория, арена Zero.
Of course it is. That certainly doesn't help the loads or the frame rate.
Yeah, I don't know why it's loaded in still, but yeah. So this is yeah. We're now heading toward the Again, Miraidon's not really happy about being here. We don't really know why, but yeah, there is some like little cool movement text that we're gonna do. I am gonna do a slightly risky one that most people don't really like going for,
I hate that one.
but I found it to be very consistent unless there's a Pokemon spawn in front of it, in which case I can't do because
О,
Pokemon can still
игра
spawn
подвисла,
here,
или у меня стрим
and
просто
if I
уганул.
run into a Pokemon,
Нормально.
that is 100% my fault. It's not the game's fault.
The downside of what you're going for is that if you fail and it makes you warp,
Говорят, хочешь сейчас рисковую страту попробовать, Кризариус?
the entire pathway again.
Yeah, but I found a consistent setup, so it never.
Но он говорит, что у него стабильный сетап, если там просто покемон у него на пути не попадется.
The only thing that's annoying is if a Pokemon is in the way. So yeah, one of the things is that we are trying to go as slow as we can. However, the game wants us to go into certain locations. So until we get to certain triggers, we cannot advance the game. So we're just gonna have to effectively go down. We are seeing a bunch of really strong.
Тут много сильных покемонов, кстати. И все тут покемоны, они 60 уровня. Он старается смотреть вниз, чтобы игра не лагала. И пока тут текст на экране, он никак не может контролировать особо то, что происходит. Так, нормально, ему никто не мешает вообще. Аккуратно. Жесть, это было близко, кстати. Он не заметил покемона у него прямо на пути.
We're just walking into straight lines. We're just trying to minimize the amount of time we walk. We cannot access Miraidon.
И он старается идти по прямой, потому что вот у него диалоги мешают.
I am gonna go for a little bit of a riskier. So you're supposed to go down there on that ledge. However, there is a setup that you can go.
Короче, ему надо свалиться там. И он хочет сейчас по-рисковому это сделать. Он забыл сетап. Не, он увидел там покемона внизу и сказал, что это не сработает. Так что сделать по-безопасному. И все. И как бы закончилась эта череда диалогов. Он вошел в другую череду диалогов. Но можно было чуть раньше там свалиться, это бы немножко засейвило секунд 5. Но оно, в принципе, особо того не стоит.
It's nice to see some new generation representation of a beloved franchise. Sure, Scarlet and Violet may not be perfect games, but there's a lot to love about Paldea. By the way, Nemona is best rival, fight me. Best of luck to Chrysaorus and halqe. Oh, and halqe, remember to terrestrialize to remove your weakness to blue shells before racing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those donations.
We were doing a Mario Kart tournament here at ESA, and nobody knew what I was doing here at ESA, but somebody had the nerve to say, I should terrestrialize, to make myself immune to blue shells. I'm like, great, I came here to escape Scarlet and Violet, and Scarlet and Violet's being thrown back in my face. Like, I didn't ask for it. It was just like a completely random coincidence. It was so funny.
Yeah, so now we're going to go into this Research Station 1. We're really here for just, story progression. The main thing we have to do is that Professor Turo has asked us to basically activate the 4 switches that's locked the Research Station at the bottom. And we've basically been asked to open the Research Station and so that we can have access to it. From this point onwards, you're going to see the differences between... From this point onwards that I'm going to be in, you're going to see the main differences between Scarlet and Violet, specifically to the fights. So, the Pokemon that I'm going to fight next, from here on out, are going to be completely different Pokemon than the Pokemon that halqe.
Нам тут предлагают...
And we're going to learn why that's the case in, technically the next Research Station.
Что, нам покемон еще нужен, походу?
These Pokemon that we're going to face are Paradox Pokemon. These are Pokemon that come from a different timeline, but look like Pokemon, from our timeline. So from my game, you're going to be seeing future Pokemon, future forms of Pokemon, whereas in Scarlet, you're going to be seeing past forms of Pokemon, which does change the fight somewhat significantly.
Короче, рассказывают, что тут есть разные формы покемонов,
Final
так
fight,
сказать,
especially like
прошлого,
the final fight, where
будущего.
that's going to be like mostly kind of like the same general strategy, but what you do and what moves you use is that also you always stop there.
Как видите, вообще ростер покемонов в этой зоне, он вообще уникальный достаточно.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I was playing with it earlier today, or either earlier today or yesterday, one or the other. But like, it's hard to know exactly where it is because like it's such a tiny little trigger.
We're gonna slide down.
И вот мы не можем тут бежать особо, быстро как-то передвигаться, ни байк не возьмем, потому что все время диалоги происходят, но мы аккуратненько очень бежим, в принципе. И мы зашли в катсцену.
You're gonna see, yeah, I just mentioned we are gonna be fighting against a bunch of Paradox Pokemon, and this is actually gonna be the first one that we're gonna be seeing on my screen. And it might look familiar to most people what this Pokemon might be. And actually fits the theme of this event, well, kinda. It's a bit late, but kinda fits the general theme of this event. So yeah.
Oh, I get it, Sweden's cold.
Yes, that is effectively one of the reasons, but yeah. So this is the Paradox Pokemon. You're gonna see that this fight is actually a lot worse in Scarlet than is in Violet for a reason that hopefully we don't ever have to see.
And that is not the last time Crisis is gonna say that.
Yeah.
In the next 45 minutes. This fight is worse than it is in.
There's one fight that's actually better.
Yeah.
I'll get to that later. This fight is way better though. So all I have to do is just click close combat. This thing dies. Oh, that should be fine though. Yeah, we're fine.
Кстати, такой непростой файт, но вроде нормально справляется с этим Iron Bundle.
So it can outspeed me. Also, I haven't given myself the hasty mint yet, which is something I will be doing later because I do need to outspeed a different Iron Bundle that we have to see. But yeah, I'm going to be in a cutscene. Halq is doing some basic walking movement, so donations.
И нас снова ждут катсцены и медленное передвижение.
This time from Ultra. I guess that's how this name is supposed to be announced. No comment, but going towards the Ripley cosplay. Thank you very much for that.
По сравнению с остальной частью рана тут супер такая спокойная секция, что ли.
Yes, we have roughly about 30 minutes. Just a little bit more. I have a little bit more. I think it's more about 40 because Halq's a little bit behind for me.
halqe вот тоже проходит по стабильной страте, то место, в котором на диалоге стопают.
Alright, so now this is where movement starts to get a little bit more creative when it comes to Area Zero. So for the first two research stations, we just walked forward and nothing real, and just that's it. That's all we did. These next two, Research Station 3 and Research Station 4, does have a little bit more of a fun movement because what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to like walk around and do like this really big circle. But turns out, if we go up, we can go down faster. Now that sounds weird in first concept, but if we take the lift up and then fall, that's probably faster, right? So I just misinputted and...
О, он не туда отправился на лифте. Что ж ты делаешь? Нам, короче, надо забраться наверх, и это будет быстрее, чем если бы мы просто вышли бы отсюда.
We're going to abuse the fact that we have absolutely no fall damage. We don't have to worry about anything, and we're just going to
так, нам, получается, быстрее будет просто взять и свалиться отсюда со скалы.
Hold kind of close towards this wall. And then once we get to around here, we're going to slide off if we can, game. Thank you. Fall all the way here to go on the
И
slope, which then allows us to
поехали.
slide down and avoid any falling animation. And then if I'm actually good at the video game, I will then be able to do a really nice fall animation cancel, but I don't think I'm that good at the video game, so...
Блин, хорош.
Yeah, so we're gonna go towards this waterfall right there.
И вот просто реально быстрее, просто повыше заехать на лифте и свалиться пару раз, чем по обычному запланированному пути. И это получается. Он немного застрял, но окей.
So yeah, this is a second fight where I'm going to repeat myself again. Slightly better in Violet than it is in Scarlet because we can use a slightly faster animation. So we've already seen this Pokemon before. It's Iron Treads. Not the last time we're going to see it, but we're just going to quickly defeat this. Low kick is just such a busted move here, so we don't have to worry about that.
И мы сражаемся с покемоном. Да, пробежал сюда.
Not very difficult. All these fights are 2v1s. Our partner, for the most part, is useless. Like we do all the heavy lifting, and they're just like there for the emotional support. In fact, Arvin is like the worst partner because that, but that's always consistent anyway.
И лоу-кик супер эффективный. И мы его побеждаем.
Yeah, so that's the movement to reset station 3 where we just fall down because again, falling is faster than walking. So
и мы снова падаем. Хоть какие-то тут скоростные техники есть.
I mean, you could just say it's not flying, it's falling with style, but it's just faster just to fall. Anyway, now we're going to be heading to inside this reset station 3. We're going to learn a little bit more about the lore information. We're then going to hit the research button, and then we are going to continue going down at least halfway. And then you're going to see me do weird movement, which, trust me, it's faster what I'm going to do after I activate not this cutscene, and not the cutscene in here, but the cutscene outside. So yeah, we're going to finally learn that Miraidon is actually the future form of a Pokemon. Instead of like a thing. It's the future form of Cyclizar, by the way. So
Happy 5 hours, by the way.
yeah, happy 5 hours. Oh, you're about to go into the... Oh, yeah. So this fight here that halqe's going to do, 1 in 4 chance.
What, outspeed or kill?
No.
А почему он сражается? Что-то, по-моему, этот файт не должен был быть со Скримтейлом. Не повезло немного.
Okay, you didn't get it. So, that Screamtail can go for rest, and you basically
I don't think it's 1 in 4. The rest is extremely rare.
Well, well...
I know. The game doesn't like you, but...
I know? Yeah, I know.
You and I are the only people that have ever seen that thing do rest, allegedly.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a difference. I have Iron Bundle here, Screamtail. I just saw the game just freeze for about like half a second. I was a bit worried.
Very concerning.
But
so you remember that it's Scarlet and Violet, in which case it's just Thursday. Or no, it's actually Friday now.
Yeah, it's not Friday. Even the UK is Friday. So yeah, we now head down. It's been Friday for 1 hour and 11 minutes, by the way. I thought I'd just let you know. Anyway, we're now gonna head through here, and we're gonna activate this cutscene. You can see like a bunch of like iron bundles, just like chilling. We're gonna just ignore all that. You're supposed to go around like this huge like dome thing. You're not allowed to fall down because if you
Так,
fall
тут,
down,
по-моему, не
you then
спрыгнешь особо.
go immediately.
Вниз.
You go warped back to where the cutscene was. But if we fall down in a specific place that's close enough to where we need to be.
Но нужно спрыгнуть, по-моему. Если в специальном месте это сделаем, то все получится.
We're able to see it. That's where we need to go. Yeah, so right there, that's where we
Скримтейл
need to
это
go.
Джиглипаф, но здесь такая, вот
The
эта
game
локация,
wants
она
you
типа изолирована от
to go
остального мира,
down,
так
make
что это
like a
такие более
big,
древние
massive
их
walk
версии.
around. But we're gonna do something that might not seem faster, but in reality it is a little faster. So instead of going down the way we're supposed to, instead we're gonna go backwards. We're gonna go back to where we came from, and we're going to go find a very specific tree, and that tree is gonna be used for us to fall down upon. It's basically that tree is right next to a cliff, and that cliff is gonna be where we go. As we're both about to do significant movements, so how is gonna do
Так, аккуратно
station 2 to
пробегает
3.
мимо
I'm now
покемонов.
doing 3 to 4. So hopefully you get it as well. I actually don't know what your method. Oh, you do the safer method. Okay. All falling down.
There was a giraffe rig there. I was able to land on it and actually take a lot less recoil.
Oh, that's the smart strat. Slightly risky because Giraffe likes to.
Oh no, it was like I landed on it. Same thing that happens when you land on a Pokemon
Так,
mouse. It does that
Халкери
recoil
интересную
space.
страту использовал для падения.
So it's faster than landing hard on the ground and having the stop. Slightly faster, I think.
Yeah, but sometimes that Pokemon doesn't spawn there. So
Yeah, it's RNG.
So here's the tree, here's the shadow that I like to align myself with. We then get off here, we then fall all the way down here, and if I am good enough, there is a certain cliff that I can align myself with it, but I
Look how
didn't get
close
it.
it was.
But I didn't get it, so instead I just land up here, and there we are. There's the research station.
And there we are. There's the research station.
So instead of like going up, oh hi Iron Jugglers, how you doing? How you doing, bud?
I didn't know Iron Jugglers spawned before we.
Yeah,
went
yeah.
to-
Iron. For you, what's the Pokemon? There is one.
No, not
Not Roaring Moon.
И двигаем дальше.
No.
Тут, кстати, можно заметить, что у
Yes, it's Farmoon.
Халкери другой покемон, с которым он файтится здесь.
But only at night.
Немножко другой, так
So
сказать.
if you come here at night, then you might see it. If you come here at day, you might not see it.
Или, может, он просто выглядит визуально иначе.
And oh yeah, so the movement that I'm gonna do now, for some reason, it's exclusive to Violet version. And
Grip
I
Task.
actually found this.
yeah, he's the one who actually found this one. So I'm gonna do a movement that's actually exclusive to my version for some whatever reason. This is the weirdest version exclusive.
Yeah. So for some reason, this final cutscene trigger, it has different boundaries depending on which game you're playing. I guess they designed the Area Zero slightly different. Maybe to maybe on one version's Area Zero they literally couldn't even import the Paradox Mons from the other game or whatever, so they had to like at least craft the Area Zero slightly different. Because if you try what Crisis is doing on Scarlet, it will not work.
Yeah, so I'm gonna basically fall down there, and then I'm going to essentially hug this massive crystal right here. And what this allows me to do is this allows me to effectively activate the cutscene trigger
From the other side.
from the other side of this big crystal building. How does something that's a little bit cooler, I'll honestly admit, it is a slightly cooler version of this trick of effectively
Так, что,
this
опять
wall.
падения будут?
Those Glimmets are
Получается,
so somewhere around
возможно.
here- there it is. We can then basically just activate the cutscene trigger from the other
Он,
side of this
короче,
building.
берет
In
триггер
Scarlet, you
катсцены
cannot do.
с другой стороны
There is a
здания.
cool
Я
movement where you
понял.
have to go up to research station 2 and then effectively fall from
Вот,
there.
благодаря падению так получается. И его
This
телепортирует
makes
куда
17
нужно, в
seconds
общем-то,
faster in terms of movement.
на катсцене. Это сейвит нормально так.
Yeah, it's just weird. Why that's big difference. So the movement here is not that much. I do have a little bit more like text cutscenes. So yeah, more donations is a good idea.
Oh, I love to hear that. We have $25 from Nartima saying good luck to all the runners. First
И
time
теперь
donating
нас
here,
ждут
and I
диалоги,
love you all. Thank you
диалоги,
very much.
диалоги.
And $44 from Princess Neko Cakes saying let's get that cosplay. Both of those donations went towards the cosplay incentive, and we are now only $65 away from that. So, chat, get your donations in now. We do want to see that cosplay. So, it's not much time, but it's also not much more money. Come on, chat, we can do that.
Yeah, we're definitely reaching like I have what 3, 1, 2, 3, and then 4th, and then 5th. I have basically 5 more fights to go, and then that's it. That's effectively the entire game of Scarlet and Violet. halqe does have a little bit more. He is a couple of minutes behind me. He's about to activate that cutscene, whereas I'm like one research station.
Еще
away.
тут совсем чуть-чуть осталось
So
до
hopefully
конца
it's not
игры,
long.
получается, у него.
Yeah,
He did
that'll be fine.
He did have a mess.
I'm basically still like roughly the same amount of time I lost in the very beginning behind, which is pretty good.
Yeah. Also, another cutscene that gets skipped. Basically, there's now 2 Miraidons, and this one basically lost a territorial battle and then just fled, which is you know, sad story. Sad story. The cutscene that we just skipped was the second Miraidon like being like a bit of a douchebag, and also, yeah, we kind of opened the Area 0 gate, so we're not gonna have to fight 3 more Paradox Pokemon right now.
I'm sorry, but I have to interrupt you. The cosplay incentive just has been met with $90 from Anonymous without a message, but thank you so much.
Right, we're gonna have
We will get to see that cosplay next run.
Yeah, we're gonna have to tell her that to get herself ready. But anyway, you might see 3 Pokemon, one but being the dominant force in VGC right now. So if you don't like Iron Hands, well, you're gonna have to like just
Осталось всего чуть-чуть, короче.
you're gonna have to deal with that. But anyway, 2 of these fights are better in Violet than Scarlet. One of them is technically worse. This one is better because all you have to do is just low kick, which is a faster animation. In Scarlet, you did see halqe have to deal with a 2-turn fight. This is the 2-turn fight that I have to deal with, and that is against the Iron Hands. Iron Hands is a pretty scary Pokemon because it's
У нас, кстати, электрические покемоны, они, в принципе, довольно сильные.
However, if Penny is really good, a combo attack of low kick plus psychic will KO the Iron Hands and save
В принципе,
a
тут
turn.
пару атак могут вынести его.
Maybe if Penny is actually good, then maybe we get
Ну-ка,
it.
лоу-кик.
Nope. Never mind. So this is going to be a 2-turn fight because we're going to have to kick the Iron Hands.
Не, походу не получится за один ход, но ничего.
And we do get Seismic Toss, which is absolutely fine because it's only going to do not that much damage. So we're all going to get rid of this. We're going to get a little bit more EXP. This is like the only, and I guess technically this fight can also be worse than Violet. Actually, no, wait, no. Iron Jugglist is also worse than Flamane.
Oh, okay.
Because Iron Jugglist can because you have to go for close combat, and sometimes it lives. If it has really good, if you get really bad luck and it has really good defenses, really good defense and HP, it will live as close combat. So hopefully it doesn't do that. We get a useless Intimidate because it's a special attacker. And nice, we get the 1-hit KO.
Отлично. Тут справляется нормально.
This is something that we both have to do, I believe, where we have to give... Are you giving Hasty?
No.
You're not? Okay. So...
I had 20 speed.
Oh, so you're going for... Oh, yeah. Oh, wow, that's actually a good speed. So you didn't have to do... Wait, did you go for low kick on Dunsparce?
No.
Oh, so you went for close combat in that fight. Oh, yeah, you had to. My bad. This is something different. I'm gonna have to do this menu right now, which is...
Здоровый комплекс, конечно, врата.
Alright, so this is the
Kazarius used menuing.
Cutscene, or the final cutscene trigger in Scarlet. I can't do the one that Crisis did, like I said, because the cutscene trigger is just not on that side of the wall. So what is fast in this game is coming over here, dropping down.
Говорят, вот тут в Violet версии, там, короче, катсцена... нет. В Scarlet версии, короче, финальная катсцена, она немного в другом месте триггерится, походу.
Because what happens here is that the text transitions, and when that happens, you lose all momentum. But luckily, he was able to. Thankfully, he was able to.
I don't know if you can tell from the fall, but like I barely made it past that that blue building stop.
Mainly because for a split second.
Короче, тут не получится вот эту катсцену с другой стороны здания активировать, как в Violet. Мы встречаем нашего профессора.
And then because we skipped that, and then it plays research 2 to 3's text, And then when you go down, events transitions.
Вернее, его, так сказать, версию в виде искусственного интеллекта, он говорит, что вот
And when that happens, it's the same thing when we were running and I stopped for a little bit. Like that's what happens, but you're in midair. So you still fall
То есть
down,
это,
but
короче,
eventually
робот.
will hit the glass thing. Or, sorry, crystal thing.
Now's a good time for donations. If you have any.
Oh, I do love to hear that. Because we have $94 from Ash saying donating for my favorite Pokemon Gengar. Challenging my husband to donate with his favorite if this is red. So this has now been read. Ash's husband, please donate for your favorite Pokemon. Thank you very much.
Now, if you're watching the run earlier, I was kind of decked out in Gengar. It's a little bit hot in here, so I decided to shed that.
Yeah, now we're into the end game. We're just gonna get a bunch of like exposition. Turns out that
ну, нам рассказывают о вот планах профессора, вот почему этот мир, вот это место существует, почему тут все под барьером. Но мы это все скипаем максимально быстро, насколько можем.
To shut down the machine. However, when we do so, we do have to fight him. And so this is like this is the second to last fight in the game technically. As we do have to fight AI Toro. This is a fight that can be scary, especially in Scarlet version. In Violet version, this fight is mostly free. There is like one thing that could potentially happen, and that could be kind of bad, assuming that I didn't do my Carbos counts correctly, and also if a certain thing that I do, certain thing doesn't go for a certain move.
И тут что, финальный файт получается?
But yeah, hopefully I did mess up my protein count a little bit, but hopefully my Carbos calc.
Это вот машина будущего, короче, стоит.
Because, well, okay, so what we're trying... Actually, no, wait, we're fine. We have hasty, and we should be absolutely fine.
Что, в принципе, нормально в мире покемонов со времен прошлой игры. Абсолютно, так сказать, тайм-тревелы легитимные.
I do want to mention something about stats in this fight. Another difference, aside from the Pokemon, is the stats. For this fight in Scarlet, the stats of all the Pokemon are consistent. They're all 25s, with the exception of the final one, where they're 30s with 252 HP. In Violet, however, that is 100% not the case. The first Pokemon is consistent with 25 stats across the board.
Вот, в Pokémon Scarlet, короче, все максимально стабильные вот покемоны в этом файте. А со стабильными ХП, но вот за Violet тут посложнее. Потому что последние стабильные статы имеют только последние, а остальные все рандомные.
For the worst case scenario for one Pokemon specifically, and that is Iron Bundle. But luckily we have done that, and well, I guess we get to enjoy the best music, my favorite song in the entire thing. This is 100% a banger alert.
И можно послушать как раз музыку, которая тут играет.
It's just funny seeing machine Pokemon and then just random Flamigo just gonna beat his ass.
It's funny seeing Flamigo just kind of leave its mess all over this game. Like it's so silly. It's the silliest Pokemon ever, but it's such a weapon.
Bundle. Last use of double kick using here.
Последний даблкик используем. Последний раз его в игре используем.
And there goes Iron Bundle. And then here comes Iron Hands. I do have to set up an X attack at some point. And Iron Hands is perfect because it has a move known as Fake Out, which is a priority move that always flinches. So we're just going to use it on that turn. It most of the time goes for Fake Out. I have seen it not go for Fake Out once in my entire life. And that's when I was doing Iron Bundle strats. Do that. There's the Fake Out. And then Yeah, he then talks because he also has Hop syndrome. Oh, I was about to click the wrong move. That's fine.
Ну нафига он его кик нажал? Обещал не нажимать.
So then now we go ahead spam low kick for 3 more times, and then the final fight we need
А,
to
вот
click
будет
acrobatics,
юзать
then
soul kick, видимо,
that is
до самого
last
последнего
half
файта.
fight.
На нем он акробатику нажмет.
Also, no crits would also be nice, because that does lose time.
Халкери тоже вот встречает этого робота, которого записано знания профессора. Как можете видеть,
One more.
типа, вот один профессор в таком футуристичном стиле, а другой более в первобытном. Это отражает, собственно, разница этих версий игр, что как бы разные таймлайны были сломаны в этих покемонах.
And that is AI Toro done.
То есть там где-то покемоны
Now we
из
just have one
прошлого,
more fight
где-то
to
из будущего. Вот в этой конкретной зоне Zero. И Кризариус
If anything,
победил.
if I actually do optimal memory, this actually might be sub 527. That's actually not. That's actually, and that would actually be a pretty big PB for Violet. This is actually will be the fastest Violet time, probably ever on Pokemon, because again, Violet is a lot slower than Scarlet, and well, 3 minutes slower than Scarlet, but yeah. Halqe's about to go into the same fight. The main difference is that he has to set up on Screamtail, and Screamtail is really bad because that has a 10% chance to drop his attack and make the fight go kind of poorly. So we're really hoping for Halqe that he doesn't get the 10% chance of having his attack drop when he needs to set up.
In our practice race yesterday, it missed.
Yeah,
So I burnt that luck.
yeah. Unfortunately, you burnt the luck of the 10% chance to miss. As for my situation, apparently the professor only thought about keeping the time machine up as long as possible. So now we're gonna have to fight AI Toro
И
again.
теперь мы опять с ним
Except this
сражаемся.
time, we cannot use our busted bird because unfortunately he has locked all of our Pokemon in. He has like this. Halqe, you're not moving.
Блин. Халкери отвлекся и рядом говорит, а ты че не двигаешься-то?
We basically can't use our Pokemon. You're gonna see that we're gonna chuck our Flamingo. We're gonna try and use it. We're gonna, do all this thing, and unfortunately, we can't use our Pokemon because he has the technology to just lock our balls.
Only Pokeballs that are
Only
registered to the
Pokeballs
Paradise Protection or that are
to AI Toro.
Yeah, to AI Toro.
So wouldn't it be convenient if this entire time we had a Pokemon that actually belonged to AI Toro? I wonder what Pokemon that could be. He could have been. I think it might be with us the entire time ever since we met.
И
after the
вот
first-
в этом файте,
О,
короче,
вот
гиммик,
она.
что он, так сказать, врубает наших
Yeah,
покемонов.
Flamingo? No,
No, it's no. Flamingo we met after, way after.
it's Miraidon.
It's Miraidon, and also Koraidon maybe. But yeah, we're gonna do one more cutscene before we actually get into the fight. There's actually a faster way to do this fight, but yeah, one donation is perfect.
Ну и мы сражаемся с ним, так сказать, тоже с нашим Мурадоном, потому что только на нем можно в этот буфайт приходить. Остальные покемоны все недоступны.
Also, both of those donations went towards the messenger incentive for Save Kappa, and yeah, we all want to save Kappa. Otherwise, we can't use it anymore. So, thanks for that. That incentive is currently sitting at $333 out of $1,500, and the run starts in about 4 hours. So, chat, you know what you have to do? Get those donations in to save Kappa. But for now, let's watch the final fight of Miraidon.
So yeah, this is a Miraidon Ditto. He's gonna
И у нас два Мурадона.
Hopefully Halq doesn't see the attack drop here. I'm going to then now quickly
Дракон на
one
дракона.
turn setup. That's the wrong button.
Так что мы просто его бафаем.
Oh, I used the wrong X item. Oh no. I used the X attack instead of X special. I'm gonna waste
Он
it
нажал не
unfortunately.
не тот баф. Он хотел X Special нажать, а нажал X Attack.
I'm gonna waste a little bit of time here, unfortunately. So that might have costed it, but it's fine. It's a very easy mistake to make.
Так давно волнует вопрос, не появлялся ли у Пикачу третьей стадии эволюции. Да, по-моему, там и 4 стадии появлялось. И 5. И лет 10 назад, по-моему, даже. Если не 15.
Hopefully it's not that badly. Also, I really hope it doesn't go for an attack right now, because otherwise that would be really bad. Okay, it sets up, so that's fine.
Пичу, да, вот это все.
Go for an attack, we should be fine. We are
А, по-моему, Пичу это ранее
really
стадия эволюции.
Maybe not, but I think we are. I didn't mean to accidentally X-attack there, but it's fine. So hopefully, Miraidon, the opposing Miraidon shouldn't go for an attack, right? Right? Oh, you got crit. That's annoying.
Yeah.
Oh no, it went for an attack. Oh no. Oh wait, I lived on one.
Чё там происходит?
Definitely not scripted whatsoever. But yeah, I am gonna lose a little bit of time here because I did accidentally miss input.
Так. У него 1 хп, это абсолютно скриптово, по-моему. По сюжету тут так. В этом файте.
So I think I might have thrown PB away by accident by
Судя по
doing that
всему.
one turn, but actually, maybe I haven't. Maybe this still works. I'm really hoping it does. So yeah, I did accidentally use X attack, which is not what you're supposed to do, because yeah, I did lose time in that menu. Attack, special defense, speed. Hopefully this just clean sweeps. Please?
Так, хорошо.
Don't get punished? Oh, I didn't get punished. It's actually the same number of turns. Oh. Oh, it lived on one. Okay. It has a...
Totally not scripted at all.
Definitely not scripted at all.
Как говорят ранее, это абсолютно точно не заскриптовано, что мы здесь не умираем.
That's how it has to end.
Конечно.
Yeah. Ooh, that's gonna be close if it's gonna be 527 actually. It might just make it. So yeah, after this tech, oh, I do have to tell tech a little warning. Once my run stops, mute my stream audio because
there's copyrighted music in the credits.
I was gonna say we don't want to get Ed Sheeran.
Oh yeah. That's more important.
Yeah, so we don't want to get Ed Sheeran. So once my run ends, you should definitely mute my thing. I am gonna basically hold the button because, well, this is just mash A. We do have to wait until the very last text box, and once you get to the fade to black, the speed run is then over, as we would have beaten it.
И ран почти закончился.
18 minutes.
Yeah.
Also, I will say this fight is, again, we're going to repeat myself one more time, better in Violet. If you didn't mess up, you just spam powered X special attack, spam power gem much better and much faster than what he has to do, where he has to flamethrower into collision course, which
collision course is a really long animation. I think it saves 20 seconds to do the Violet fight.
I think it's about 10 to 20, somewhere within that range. I don't remember exactly. So yeah. Oh, you have like you have a minute at least.
It's like a minute or...
Yeah, you have a minute. Basically, it's a long...
Not immediate.
It's not immediate.
Yeah.
You have... Yeah, so... Yeah, it's not immediate.
Все, врубаем эту машину времени.
Time before we actually have to mute the thing. So you have to go... Yeah, Pokemon and then go ahead and X-attack. So just a little bit more text to go. Arvin sees his father go away through the his robotic father go away.
Oh, in a couple minutes, he's gonna see his mother go away. It's a terrible day to be Arvin.
Yeah. Also, yeah, this 527, 527 is dead. PB might just be missed, unfortunately.
Говорят, может не PB у него, но типа да, время хорошее.
And there goes PB.
Что говорят, PB? PB?
Wait to the fade to black. And...
И это время. Отлично. Кризариус победил. 5-27-21. Ну-ка.
So now halqe is on the exact same fight. Fun little thing, it's written in Shenanigans notes specifically that if the strat that halqe is doing doesn't work, you can send an angry DM to etiquette. It is
Кризис.
still written on there to this day. So there goes the X attack.
Кризариус.
You then use a special attack, which I know sounds crazy and probably something that you don't need to do. But it is slightly faster to use flamethrower here than it is to use just spam collision course.
Because the collision course animation is really long, like you'll see.
Yeah.
Нормальное время.
So yeah.
Это типа топ-5 на борде, походу.
Then that would be the case, but I did kind of mess up, so it's
probably like a 5.
Но он как бы не бегает на этом самом... Нет смысла бегать на валет версию, потому что она медленнее. Тут нет разделения по версиям покемонов, поэтому борда одна.
So yeah, this animation is a lot slower than Violet, but yeah, he's basically, it's very much scripted to the point that you literally cannot lose this fight. And if you take too long in this fight, the game takes the wheel.
Yeah, it literally forces you to terrestrialize.
Yes.
And use your special move, Terra Blast.
Yeah, it's Dragon Terra Blast, so that this literally is a fight that you can literally never lose, no matter how hard you try. Smolark tried to not attack with Koraidon, and yeah, that's how we know. Because he wanted to do a Wooper only challenge, and yeah, that happened. Yeah, one more turn, and then this Koraidon then goes down. As while you do that, I am actually still listening to Ed Sheeran in my headphones. So there goes the attack. Defense, so you get an Omni boost. You basically get a plus speed, and yeah. So speed rose, and then there we go. Ahead and use CC. Don't get that confused with close combat, and that
20 минут от намеченного, да. Он очень стабильный, он очень хорошо прошел. Это... Для марафона он почти не ошибался.
You did have that one major screw up, which...
Oh my god, I picked up the Ultra Ball to be safe, and I didn't realize it would put it in between my Pokeballs and my Quick Ball.
Yeah, you have...
I'm used to just going to the Pokeballs and pressing right A to go do the Quick Ball.
Yeah, but then the Ultra Ball ring gets placed there, so you have to then press left A.
Yeah, it's a no.
But...
Never picking that up again, as long as I live.
Yeah, so, yeah, Ultra... Yeah, no, you don't even have to, because the repeat balls that you pick up anyway.
True.
So, yeah, so similar to me, once he gets to the Fade to Black after the final text box, that's when...
И тем временем halqe тоже заканчивает ран. Замечательно.
I guess while I'm here, I guess I can do a couple of shoutouts to a lot
Буквально несколько диалогов и уже
people
все.
who basically made shoutouts to Headbob, who basically made the Famigo route that everyone is based.
Обычно на JRPG всякая дичь творится, и игра могла крашнуться, поэтому эстимейт немного большой поставили, но все равно нормально в него уложились.
shout out to Pulse who actually made the initial tutorial on actually how to do the Super Glide, which is how I actually learned how to do it. Last one is then shout out to New Amber, who actually did a glitch route, and most of the route that you see,
they came from there.
it actually came from her treasure hunt run. I just changed a couple of things that I thought would make the run slightly better and all that. And then shout out to everyone in the PSR community. If you want to learn this game, I haven't made a detailed guide on this, mainly because we are afraid of a patch that'll come out on Pokemon Day that might actually get rid of this glitch, because we've been promised a patch for so long, and we're kind of scared that this will go away. So
we weren't promised a patch. We were promised that they were listening.
but we are getting a patch though.
I know. I'm saying.
Говорят, что может быть скоро патч для этой игры, и наконец-то гличи все пофиксят.
Glad we get to actually showcase the glitch in this category.
Yeah, this marathon came at a perfect time to be able to demonstrate it.
Lastly, shout out to ESA for actually having us. Shout out to everyone who actually donated throughout this entire 5-hour run. We made this possible. Yeah, I will be doing another run on Sunday where you'll get to see me do Splatoon 3 any% restricted. So Saturday. I'm being dumb. Saturday. So I really hope that. So yeah, I really hope that you guys also come and watch that as well. And yeah, with that pretty much. Is there any shoutouts that you want to do?
Not any that you didn't already make a note of. I pretty much covered most of the people. If I forgot anybody, you know who you are. You know, like, we've been doing this for 6 hours. Like, every name's not gonna just roll off the tongue, unfortunately, at this hour. But yeah, there's a lot of people that helped make this round